You are listening to 48 Hours a Day by Little Bleary Zhao. Novels from Novel Fire. Thanks for listening. Hope you enjoy the story. Chapter 1. Extra 24 hours. It was a month ago when Zhang Heng first realized that he had 24 more hours than everyone else. It all started with his watch, a Swiss Tizot automatic 3-analog timepiece, a gift from his parents who were away in Iceland for his 18th birthday. It had been bought rather casually from Taobao, then delivered by the seller. To make matters worse, it was addressed to the wrong class. Zhang Heng no longer had it in him to grumble about these two people. Before he even graduated from primary school, the two immortals had already packed their bags and made haste for Europe to get started with a whole new life. His parents, who had met in an academic exchange conference, were both theologians who specialized in religious and mythological studies. Naturally, in their materialism-oriented homeland, theirs was not a popular field. However, unlike deceitful Shingun's Zhang Heng's parents were the real deal. One had graduated from the University of Oxford majoring in Nordic and Greek mythology, whereas the other was a Durham University graduate who had published several papers Christian mythology, proving to be quite an influence in this field. In the end, they found themselves having trouble fitting in back home in China. By chance, his father's academic advisor took over a large project and was short-staffed. After a brief dialogue between the couple, Zhang Heng's parents handed their son over to his maternal grandfather, and then left in a hurry to begin a hectic life of research that moved them all around the world. They returned home to visit only once a year, which meant that Zhang Heng spent his entire childhood with his grandfather. Maybe because they felt guilty about it, these two immortals never deprived the old man and their young in expenses. Excluding school fees or boarding fees, Zhang Heng's one-year college allowance was about 30,000 yuan. Although not as much as what the sports car driving Fuerdies get, it was considered pretty decent among the average students. Alright, back to the main subject. The whole thing with the watch was pretty weird. Zhang Heng had just woken up from a night's sleep to look at the time when he noticed that the marking at the top of the dial had changed from 12 to 24. Zhang Heng blanked out for a moment, then very calmly returned the watch to its place before drawing up his covers and continued to sleep. An hour and a half later, his friend that slept opposite him sent him a text message to inform him regrettably that the attendance for further mathematics class was taken. It was not a dream. After a 10-minute shower, Zhang Heng sat down at the desk at the foot of his bed and switched on his computer. The first thing he did was to check into Taobao and look up 24-hour dial watch prank. The search results read, "Sorry, we cannot find you're looking for." Zhang Heng deleted the word prank. Still, nothing matched his search. Was this not a prank? Zhang Heng rubbed his chin pensively. If he turned a blind eye on the 12 extra dials that appeared out of nowhere, the time on his watch was consistent with the one on his desktop. Upon a closer look, Zhang Heng also confirmed that this 24-dialed timepiece was the same one he had been wearing. Even the scratches on the case back and creases on the strap were consistent. Little details that no one else, other than he as the owner of the watch, knew. Of course, there were those hardcore pranksters who would make sure the lookalikes were undifferentiable from the real thing. But who would have so much time to spare to pull such an elaborate prank? They might as well spend such skills and zeal restoring relics in the Forbidden City. To sum it up, Zhang Heng knew that someone was messing with him. The average person would have had a fit encountering such a supernatural event. Zhang Heng, though, was not your average Joe, thanks to his immortal parents. Most parents would coax their children to sleep with fairy tales starring the little rabbit or baby squirrel. Zhang Heng's parents, on the other hand, put their professional knowledge to use, so that young Zhang Heng went to bed with Nordic mythologies and Bible stories. Even though he did not waste away the 9 years of compulsory education and became a materialist, the foundation that had been established in him when he was younger remained. He was better at accepting situations like this, much better than most. To explain using the concept of the trending board game, The Call of the Cthulhu, his character's sanity points depletion was slow. Instead of feeling fearful, he found whatever that was happening to him to be very interesting. The normal watch had 12 dials, and after the hour hand completed 2 rotations, a day would have passed. Now, his limited edition watch with 24 dials only needed to complete 1 rotation to indicate the passing of 1 full day. Looking at it that way did not make it seem like a big deal at all. Once he had gotten used to it, it would feel almost natural. But Zhang Heng believed that whoever did this would not have been satisfied with just simply changing the clock face. His instinct told him that whatever that was supposed to happen would most probably happen when the needle completes one round. It was about 15 hours before the end of the day, and Zhang Heng did not plan to remain idle during this period of time. There was no need to attend the further mathematics class since the attendance had already been taken. The lecturer that had warned the class that an absence would mean a deduction of 5 points in their final examination. The damage had already been done. So, he decided to go down to the park and make up for the morning run he had missed. To his classmates, Zhang Heng was actually quite unique. Ever since they began attending university, the student became even wearier of getting out of bed early. This classmate of theirs was the only one insisting on waking up to go for morning runs. But for all that, he had never signed up for any competition during sports day and rarely participated in group activities. He especially disliked gatherings. But once you have talked to him, you would find that he was not the arrogant person he appeared to be. In fact, you might even find this person to be quite interesting. A rumor about Zhang Heng being multi-talented had been circulating among the girls. Apparently, someone had returned to university before the holiday ended and saw him alone in the piano room playing Paganini's No. 3 Etude, La Campanella, the bell, cleverly adapted by Franz Liszt from the Italian violinist's The Violin Concerto No. 2 in B minor, to a piano solo. Written using the cyclic form, the piece was notoriously difficult to play with various new technical methods cropping up every now and then, testing the pianist's dexterity and prowess. Some people remarked that they had seen Zhang Heng training in the archery range, and according to his roommate, he was also a member of a certain rock climbing club. These were true, yet also false. Zhang Heng was not as extreme as the stories described him to be. The morning runs was a habit imposed upon him by his grandfather. He was simply used to the routine. He might be slightly faster and tougher than most people, but was not nearly as good as the specially recruited student athletes. Archery was something he had only recently decided to try on a whim. With only 3 lessons under his belt, he was scarcely a novice. Rock climbing, on the other hand, was one of those things you enthusiastically sign up for and then forget about almost instantly. The piano was the only thing that he had grown up playing, but his level was only at about 8th or 9th grade. That La Campanella piece was just a recording in his phone that he had played when he was alone in the piano room. He never thought that it would get him famous. Wherefore, the unordinary Zhang Heng was actually not that unordinary. He was interested in many things, but like it or not, time is fair to everyone. Regardless of whether you value it, whether you decide to spend every minute productively or play as a useless person spending most of the time in bed, every person only has 24 hours at their disposal. Not a second more, not a second less. Chapter 2. Selecting the right book to read, he ran 7 laps around the field, 2,800 meters. After that, he showered in the public bathroom, changed into a clean white t-shirt and a pair of jeans, enjoyed his breakfast at a leisurely pace in the canteen, and then finally walked to the library with the book, Shaoshan Wanhua Mirror, he had finished reading. Like the morning run, reading was also one of Zhang Heng's routine, which he kept at the speed of 1 book per week. But unlike the run, reading brought him many pleasures. It was more like a pastime for him, one that he had always enjoyed. As a matter of fact, if it were not for the limitation of time, he would be reading more than just 1 book every week. After he returned the book at the service desk, Zhang Heng pulled out the phone in his pocket and opened an applet called Random Number Generator. With the setting adjusted to 8 digits, he eagerly rolled the virtual dice. Admittedly, it was not without ground that people thought that this guy was a genius. The regular person would never have thought to use this dice-rolling method to choose a book to read. But there was merit or perhaps eccentricity to Zhang Heng's reading style. Perhaps it was because he had gone through too many books since he was child. Zhang Heng could read any kind of books. From world-famous works to Dragon-Proud Sky, Xiaobai 1, and even The Perfect Man from Jin Jiang, Zhang Heng would soak them up like a sponge. And he got worse after that. He would still complete vapid books like Compendium of Medical Herbs and Scientific Swine-Raising Handbook. To avoid the trouble of having to select a book and to experience the pure joy of having chanced upon a good book, he developed a normal distribution applet to help him pick his weekly reading material. It was such a pity that the appeal for campus research grant had fallen through, where he lacked the funding to market his invention. Zhang Heng concluded it was because the capital market lacked vision. Using the last two digits of the randomly generated number as a guide, Zhang Heng found himself in the management section. Although not literature like the last time, he considered it to be quite a stroke of luck. At least it was much better than the bill of quantities for water drainage, heating, and gas engineering he got last month. Stretching out a finger, Zhang Heng pulled out the title for this week, Adam Smith's The Wealth of Nations. This was going to be a very pleasant afternoon. Zhang Heng found himself a seat by the window and began to engross himself in the book. Some of you might be scoffing right now. Really? He's not going to fuss over that recently turned fairy watch of his? Well, as evident by Zhang Heng's attitude, he really could not care less about it. Addressing the issue proactively was the appropriate response, but only if it was within your capability. But in the face of a supernatural phenomenon like this, where there is a lack of information, perhaps not doing anything about it is the better option. Have you not seen those classic horror films where the ghosts touch the person and the person would die? The actors or actresses had to pack their bags and go home since they were no longer part of the horror film. On the contrary, you have to pretend that it did not exist at all, keeping a cool and composed mind, and keep moving. Who knows, it might just be a frightening but harmless haunted house tour. Which is exactly why, many a times, staying calm and collected is the most important thing. Right now, Zhang Heng was exactly that. No one would be able to tell that this guy had just experienced paranormal encounter. He missed class and used the time to go for a morning run, spent a whole afternoon poring over The Wealth of Nations, and then attended his elective critical thinking class. Come night, he even honored his promise to his roommates and went to the restaurant opposite for barbecue skewers one and ended the evening watching American TV series back in their dorm. At 11:30, it was lights off in the dormitory. Zhang Heng's laptop had another 3 to 4 hours of battery life, but he did not want to disturb his roommate's sleep, so he powered it down. There was still another half an hour before the day ended, and while other people's watch hand had circled twice, Zhang Heng's familiar yet alien analog was only about to complete one cycle. Was anything going to happen? He did not know. All he could do was wait. Earphones plugged into the MP3 and into his ears, Zhang Heng spent the last 30 minutes of the day waiting quietly on his bed. Midnight, all three hands converged pointing upwards. There was a split-second pause before the second's hand continued to travel. Zhang Heng did not notice anything unusual. Was his guess wrong? He pulled out his earphones, and immediately, he could sense that something was off. The surroundings, it was too quiet. Summer nights were especially full with activities. The small electrical fan above the door groaning and squeaking as it swiveled from side to side. The mosquitoes droning tiresomely at people's ears. The water tap next door dripping onto the sink. The stray cat mewing as it hurried across the plant beds downstairs. The snoring of his roommate in the bed opposite. Tonight, all of it was gone. The whole world suddenly lost its sounds and became unprecedentedly and eerily silent. If it were not for the faint music playing in his earphone, Zhang Heng might have presumed that he had lost his hearing. Borrowing the dim light coming from the screen of the MP3, Zhang Heng peered at the time on his watch. It was now 0:01. Usually, the people in the dorm opposite theirs would still be up playing League of Legends, and their loud hurrahs at their completion of a brilliant kill or narrow escape were perceptible through the thin walls separating the rooms. Zhang Heng also noticed something else unusual. The date display on the right side of the watch face, instead of changing along with the time, remained the same as yesterday. An idea popped into his mind, and he jumped off his bed. He had gone to bed fully clothed. His laptop lit up in the dark, and in less than 7 seconds, the QQ login interface popped up. But Zhang Heng's attention was not on the main portion of the screen. His gaze was on the toolbar at the bottom. Midnight, September 20th, 2017, wasn't it the last moment of yesterday? Zhang Heng waited for a moment, and then pressed his fingertips against his wrist and counted to 200. That was 72 beats per minute. 2 minutes had passed, yet the time on his monitor remained at midnight. Zhang Heng raised an eyebrow at this, but made no hasty conclusions. He walked to the bed opposite his and shook the sleeping Chun Huadong, who was the lightest sleeper in the dorm. Normally, someone getting off their bed to get a drink of water would have startled him, but this time, no matter how hard Zhang Heng shook him, he remained unresponsive. I'm sorry, bro. Although I don't have a girlfriend, I'm not the kind of person you may think I am. Zhang Heng put his finger under his friend's nostrils and tried to have fun in such a weird atmosphere. This guy's mental state was rather excellent. After 5 minutes, Zhang Heng still could not detect any breath. If this was part of the prank, then Chun Huadong's breath-holding ability was out of this world. He could even break the Guinness World Record. So, Zhang Heng did the same, testing his two other roommates' breath. The results were the same as Chun Huadong's. Zhang Heng could say for certain that he really was facing a scientifically unexplainable otherworldly phenomenon. He was in a time zone that should not exist. An example would be like the river of time had purposely branched out another stream just for him. Chapter 3. Still World. Zhang Heng pushed the door of his dorm open. The hallway was quiet. It felt like he walking in one of those hospital morgues, with only the sound of his footsteps echoing. The door to the opposite dorm was left ajar, and there was a bright light pouring from it. Zhang Heng stuck his head in to take a look and saw 4 people engrossed in a computer game. On the screen, their characters were pursuing a low health point anyone. The skills emitted were suspended in midair, and the excited expressions on their faces were unmoving like 4 very lifelike statues. Zhang Heng noticed an alarm clock on of their desks. The time showed midnight. After that, he went around to all the other dorms on the same floor. Some of them were locked before their tenants went to bed, so he could not enter them. The ones he did enter were all the same, all frozen at the very last moment of the day. In the bathroom, someone was huffing away while hiding from the dormitory caretaker. The sparks from the cigarette were clear as stars, but they were not spreading, and the smoke the person exhaled from the corner of his mouth was suspended in the air. Zhang Heng could not help but take out his phone and took a picture of this magical scene. When he was clicking on the camera shutter, he made another interesting discovery. In this world where the time had stopped moving, it was not only the people who were on pause. The things all around also remained in the state it was in at the very last second of the day. Just like that skill in midair, the electric fan in standstill, and now, this cigarette that never burns out. But there were also exceptions. To test his theory, Zhang Heng plucked the cigarette out from between the person's fingers. When the tab was tucked in between his fingers, it began to continue burning. So that was how it was. In this space of time, where he was the only one who could move about, anything that he touches would continue to function as usual, just like this cigarette, and his cell phone, computer, and MP3 player. The only thing was that the time displayed on the screens remained unchanged. However, this trick did not seem to work on humans. Earlier on, he had shaken Chun Huadong to wake him, but his friend had remained unresponsive. Then what about all the other living creatures other than humans? Intrigued, Zhang Heng returned to his room, turned on the torchlight on his phone, and went near his roommates. After 2 minutes, using his 20MP softlight dual camera in the pitch-black room, he finally found what he was looking for, the most commonly seen, most detested creature in the summer, mosquito. Once this insect enters your room, you can forget about having a peaceful night. Zhang Heng's dorm was on the 3rd floor, which was considered quite close to the ground. At this height, the mosquito did not need to take the lift to move into their room. To keep those pests away, people resorted to all kinds of repellents, lighting up mosquito repellent incense, applying repellent sprays, hand mosquito nets, etc. But there were always 1 or 2 fugitives. This particular mosquito was lurking next to dorm leader Wei Jianyan's pillow, waiting for its chance to enjoy a full meal. Unfortunately for the insect, its dream was about to be crushed tonight. Zhang Heng reached out a hand, plucked the mosquito from the air by its wings, and then placed it on his palm. The insect maintained its mid-flying posture like a most dedicated actor, ignoring the target that was near to it. It looks like it doesn't work on animals either. Once the experiment was over, Zhang Heng crushed the mosquito and successfully eliminated the pest. Alas, now that he had explored the building, it was time to go out and take a look. He went to the bathroom and washed away tall traces of the crushed insect, and then continued his walk downstairs. The caretaker lady on duty was standing by the door, holding a large U-shaped lock. She was probably locking up. Now, this was another distinguishing feature of higher education institutions, although some other universities had very different managerial styles on dormitory. Zhang Heng's school had a 12 o'clock curfew, but if the students for some reason had to return late, they could always wake the caretaker by tapping on her window. They would be allowed to return to their rooms once their details were taken down. Nonetheless, if this happened frequently, the student would be reprimanded and punished. Zhang Heng walked past the caretaker without so much as breaking a sweat. On a normal day, she would have stopped and questioned him. But right now, She seemed to have suddenly developed the ability to see through things. Her eyes were focused on the handle of the door, past Zhang Heng's body, as if a living person had not just walked past in front of her. That was how Zhang Heng strolled out of the dormitory building. He raised his head to take a look at the night sky as he walked through the empty campus, and finally came to the school gate. It was much busier here. While the campus was not very big, it was in a pretty good location, sitting on the edge of the third ring road, facing the main road. Nights in the city were especially long. The fried pancake stall on the overpass was packed with customers. Many of the white-collar workers who had just left their offices stopped by for supper on their way home. Not far away, a street cleaner was quietly sweeping the walkway. Under the platform, two bald uncles in suits and leather shoes were talking into their phones as they waited for the very late-night bus. Behind them, in a 24-hour convenience store, a girl with a bare hair clip sitting at the counter yawned. At precisely midnight, they froze synchronically. It was like pressing the pause button while watching a movie. The cars speeding on the road had all went still. Zhang Heng had seen what this city looked like at midnight the one time he went to the train station to pick up a friend. But this was the first time he was able to observe it up close. He could see the green onions that the pancake hawker was sprinkling onto the dish, the street cleaner's calloused hands and darkened complexion, the bald uncle's oily nose and the picture of his 1-month-old baby on the screen of his phone, the idle poster that the girl behind the counter hid under the cash register. All these little details that were overlooked every day now stood out to Zhang Heng. It was as if he was getting to know the city all over again. Zhang Heng used his WeChat to unlock a mobike. While riding through the city, he also tested his presumptions. Before the hour hand on his watch had completed its second rotation, he hurried back to his dorm before the caretaker lady could lock the door. At midnight, Zhang Heng was not wearing any earphones. The next second, sounds and noises poured into his ears like water. Nice. I'm going to kill that person. I can finally use my infinite blade. Push tower. They don't dare to go against us. I can't. I have to go back and replenish my HP. The electric fan above the door creaked as it oscillated. Outside the window, a feral cat wailed. In the hallway outside, slippers slapped the floor as someone ran past. Zhang Heng, who had not closed his night for more than a day, was finally overcome exhaustion. After plugging in his phone to the charger, he threw himself onto his bed and entered dreamland. Chapter 4. A small test. Hey, did you girls hear? A media senior girl lied to a freshman about an internship opportunity, but when she arrived at the place, she found out that she had been tricked into drinking with other men. They even took naked pictures of her. Yesterday night, that senior's dorm mate suddenly disappeared. Her roommate said that she saw her go to bed, but she vanished just like that. I heard that too. All the girls in Block 2 are freaking out. They searched the entire campus but didn't find her. Then the police called the school and asked the head of the university to go to the station. Apparently, someone sent all her dirt to the authorities. Among them were 2 pictures that had close shots on her. But it seemed like the person in the picture did not realize that there was a camera in front of her. This is just weird. Speaking of weird, isn't the Womert 12 o'clock legend even scarier? What 12 o'clock legend? How can you not know about that? It has been spreading around the campus like a wildfire. Every Monday, exactly at midnight, a bottle of Nescafe coffee would go missing at that Womert near the library, and every time, there would be exactly 4.50 yuan in the cash register. The 2 cashiers who work there are scared to death. When they looked at the surveillance videos, the coffee just vanished in split seconds. There was no one in the videos. Wow, just hearing the story gives me the chills. A group of girls chatted as they passed by Zhang Heng, who was fussing with a newly acquired Sony compact camera. For a month now, since he found out that he had extra 24 hours, he had been experimenting and got the hang of this newfound ability. That media senior incident was just something he came across. He was just merely trying his hand. If he prepared well, he could incite World War III if he wanted to. Of course, doing that would not benefit him in any way. Other than that, he could also walk down the street with a fire axe and hack away at all the ATMs. He could become a top 100 millionaire overnight. He could also just steal 1 yuan from every person's wallet and earn 20 million while inflicting the smallest impact. But for the time being, he had no need in this regard. To a sophomore, 30,000 yuan allowance was more than enough. He would not know where to spend the extra money. His family did not need financial support from him. Forget about his parents that were focusing on their research in another country. His grandfather was the first batch of university students during the reintroduction of Gaokao 1 in 77. After graduation, he became a senior engineer of a water conservatory project. Now that he was retired, he had a pension and a retirement home with a courtyard where he planted his own crops and played chess. He was currently very contented with his life. As a matter of fact, now that he was familiar with his abilities, Zhang Heng did not need to break the law to earn money. Take his recent participation in the photography club, for example. Next month, a major photography competition with the theme City Impression was taking place. The senior in charge managed to find pretty good sponsorships, so the first-place winner would be getting 5,000 yuan and a Canon EF 17 to 40mm f/4L wide-angle zoom lens, and the second and third-place winner would be getting 3,000 yuan each along with some prizes. Having joined the club late, Zhang Heng had only been to 2 classes and 1 seminar. He was still heavily reliant on the internet to learn. His progress was currently only at composition and exposure. During Zhang Heng's private 24 hours, everyone would be standing still for him to take pictures of them. To an ordinary photographer, it was a golden opportunity. Without any editing, the pictures of all those frozen moments were enough to touch someone's heart. Since his skills were still insubstantial, he was still perplexed by color warmth and depth of field. But through his lens, the city had a certain unusual charm about it. Zhang Heng had picked out 2 of the more satisfactory photos from the shots he took last night and signed up for the competition. He was not necessarily eyeing the prizes, but to that he could gauge his own progress. Ever since he found out about the extra time he had, instead of slowing down, Zhang Heng became even busier. In the beginning, it was mainly because he was testing and experimenting. For example, would the objects that he touched break away from complete stillness? Would it resume its stillness after he had stopped being in contact with the object? How much area did this stop-in-time cover? Was it limited only to this city? He bought a plane ticket to fly to a place 1,000 miles away on a Saturday. Through these experiments, he was able to find the answers to most of these questions. For now, he had no way of verifying the more difficult ones. After that, he had to figure out what to do with the extra 24 hours. First was sleep, which was necessary. He used to sleep at midnight. Early on, his curiosity would bring him all over the city for the entire day. But once he got used to it, he could not do it anymore. In the 24 hours when everyone was motionless, and the time on his wrist continued to move, his physical needs were still present, and he still experienced hunger, thirst, discomfort, and exhaustion from a full day of activity. Does this mean that I would age faster than normal? Zhang Heng stared at his own reflection in the mirror. Unfortunately, this was a question he would not be able to answer in the short term. After all the time he spent eating and sleeping, he had about 14 hours left. His remaining period of time was enough for him to do plenty of things like reading. Perhaps it was his theologian parents' influence that caused him to be interested in all kinds of bizarre knowledge. Previously, because of time limitations, he could only read a book a week. Now, he had made a new arrangement and was dedicating 6 hours every Monday and Wednesday to reading. The bright and spacious library had become exclusively his. He did not need to book a place in advance or sit next to a strange person. He could even visit the library in his pajamas and flip-flops. An interesting book, paired with a cup of cold coffee, was enough to pass some meaningful time. Other than that, Zhang Heng even picked up the rock climbing hobby he had abandoned and added a new one, photography, to his list of hobbies. He continued to attend classes as usual, and then practice and consolidate what he had learned in his own time. He had continued to practice in the shooting range, and his coach was constantly surprised by his incredible progress every week. He was even encouraged to seriously consider the possibility of expanding in this area. Of course, Zhang Heng's favorite activity was his nightly city roams. Every day, he would spend at least 2 hours walking around town. The big city at midnight held many secrets. Zhang Heng took advantage of the frozen time and his camera, quietly observing every corner of the city, as if he was watching a stop-motion film. Most of the time he was just a silent observer, but on occasion, he would take action to change some of the circumstances that he did not like very much. These changes had nothing to do with good or evil. He had no interest in playing God or the devil. He was simply enjoying the time that belonged only to him. Chapter 5. Covenant Thursday afternoons were set aside for staring into space. This time every week, He would normally refrain from being involved in any work or activities. Instead, he would burrow in a place of his liking and waste his time away to his heart's content. These places could be the park, the temple, the museum, and, of course, it could also be a maid cafe like the one he was in right now. Just the eye candies in that place alone made it Zhang Heng's favorite place, which was also why this was the place he went to daydream most frequently. A cup of forbidden love and a plate of gidge. One can't do it today, thanks. Zhang Heng tried to keep a straight face and not give away the fact that he had no idea what he was ordering. Yes, master. Please hold on. The maid with cat ears answered subserviently, hugging the tray she was holding to her chest. Professional. Zhang Heng gave her a big mental thumbs up. The maids working in the cafe were mostly part-time university students, a major topic of discussion among the NEET community. In comparison, the owner of that maid cafe Down Chun, Shi Road, was less sincere in his efforts. He employed a whole bunch of ladies in their 30s and 40s to make up for the number. It was even said that the owner himself would pitch in when they were short-staffed, torturing his customers' mental well-being with his thick bush of leg hair. Dining there was more like volunteering for torture. While he waited for his orders to arrive, Zhang Heng picked out a copy of Shokyuji no Soma 1 from the rack nearby. He was flipping through the pages when someone said, "What a pity. I prefer his former works." Zhang Heng looked up and found a stranger in the form of a small old man in a tang suit, one paired with a tie and a Homburg, sitting across the table. His unremarkable, half-Eastern half-Western dressing gave him an uncanny appearance. All eyes in the cafe were drawn to this strange little man. Zhang Heng's eyebrows rose to his forehead. Shunseki-one. He used to be a Billy mangaka. Then it looks like my memory does not fool me. The old man grinned, revealing a row of yellowed teeth. So, how has this month been, Zhang Heng? Are you pleased with my little gift? Don't worry. That thing that you're worried about won't happen. The extra 24 hours is a gift. It won't deduct your lifespan. Did you do something to me? That's not easy for me to do. But you are the one that I choose. It is only right for me to give you a gift. Isn't that right? The old man reached out and picked up the cup of forbidden love from the serving tray a maid walking past was carrying, startling the waitress. Zhang Heng smiled at the girl apologetically. Thank you. We won't be needing anything for the time being. I won't take advantage of you. After we've finished our conversation, you'll still be able to drink your beverage. The old man mumbled something unintelligible and then said, Now, let's get down to business. I'm quite pleased with your performance this month. Now, since the trial period is over, let's discuss the conditions of transfer. Conditions of transfer? Yes, simply put, I need you to help me win the next round of game. This game will bring you a generous return. Other than that, you can still continue to use that little gift I gave you. When the old man saw Zhang Heng open his mouth to speak, the old man waved him off. I know your family's situation. Money is not very attractive to you. Not to mention, with this ability, it's going to be effortless for you to acquire money. But trust me, the things that this game can bring you is beyond your imagination. What game? Zhang Heng asked. In the distant past, we used to employ war to solve conflicts. It's simple and effective. My God, how I miss those good old bloody days. But the times continue to develop and change, and a civilized society shouldn't be using those barbaric, primitive means, right? The old man paused and proceeded to gulp down the entire cup of forbidden love, which is why nowadays we use games to decide the winnings or losses. The person sitting on the throne right now is that despicable bloke. Because of the ancient pledge, I cannot reveal the content of the game in advance. Strictly speaking, this meeting is also prohibited. But don't worry, I can handle this little problem. If this game is so important, why don't you participate in it yourself? Like I said, I'm restricted by some ancient pledge. We cannot participate in the games ourselves. You are like my representative. I'm betting all my chips on you. When you win, I win. But if you lose, I lose too. The both of us are like locusts tied to the same rope. We're on the same boat. But I don't have very good luck. My rankings in the game have been pretty bad recently. The old man sighed. As you can see, I am growing weaker. So, this time, I've decided to limit my bets earlier even though it's a big risk, and you might be eliminated halfway. Who are you? Zhang Heng studied the man. For the time being, you can think of me as your investor and partner. As for the future, I can only tell you one thing. The longer you persist in this game, the closer you will be to the truth about this world. Alright, we don't have much time. Now, tell me your answer. Zhang Heng looked at the old man in the eye. He has just been given a long speech that sounded very absurd with the maid cafe's atmosphere. But the fact that the old man knew his name and had good insight into what had happened to him, this comically dressed old man was not joking. Zhang Heng thought about it for a moment before answering. Sounds interesting. How do I join? It's very simple. Let me find the checkpoint closest to your school. The old man took out a Xiaomi cell phone from his pocket and opened the Baidu Maps app. Sex, and the city bar. Checkpoint 137, 11 o'clock tonight. You don't regret this decision. Oh, I almost forgot. The old man reached out a hand. The last step, concluding the contract. Once we shake hands, you belong to me. Zhang Heng put out his right hand. Please refrain from using these terrible, ambiguous statements. I'm already starting to regret it. When they shook hands, Zhang Heng felt as if he was holding on to a hard, icy rock. The old man was in good spirits. Be careful of other representatives. You probably won't meet at the initial stage of the game. But no matter what happens, you have to prioritize survival. Editor note. OMG, why does this remind me of Mirai Nikki? Wait a minute. You can die in this game. No, just dead in the game. To be precise, it's more like disappear. Your physical body will disappear, and all the memory related to you will disappear as if none of it ever existed. I happen to know a guy who's an expert in this. The old man said in the most casual manner. Zhang Heng was about to say something when his eyes dimmed for a moment, and the old man suddenly vanished right in front of him. A maid walked up to his table with a deep red beverage, her smile revealing to cute pointy little fangs. Master, your forbidden love. Please enjoy. Chapter 6. The games begins. You're going out now? Dorm leader Wei Jianyang had just returned from a movie date, reeking of love. It was 9:45 when he pushed the door open to see Zhang Heng in sportswear, bending down to tie his shoelaces. Yeah, there's an activity tonight. Activity? Is it a date? Wei Jianyang shot his roommate a knowing smile. Chun Huadong, who was enjoying a bottle of Coke with his movie, gasped. What? Young Master Zhang, am I not the person you like? Ma Wei, the oldest among the roommates, put down the English book he was reading. Zhang Heng, you have such good qualities, it should be really easy for you to get a girlfriend, yet you've remained single. If we're not roommates, I would have thought that you're actually gay. Ma Wei's lament was not unjustified. Among the 4 roommates, his family's circumstance was the least favorable, with his parents being only simple-minded farmers. There was a girl back in high school whom he secretly liked. He never told anyone about until the one time this group of roommates took him out to celebrate his birthday, and he drank too much. That was when his roommates found out that that girl Ma Wei liked was studying in a university in the same city. They urged him to confess his feelings for her, and he was rejected. They all knew of Ma Wei's family circumstances, and that he had to rely on the China National Scholarship to pay for his tuition fee and to lighten his family's financial burden. He buried himself in his studies, spending all his free hours either in the library or giving private tuition to earn money. He had no time for dating. These were things that other people could not help him with. Ma Wei had very strong self-esteem. He would always refuse his dorm mates' offer to pay for him whenever they went out. Zhang Heng patted Ma Wei on the shoulder and said, Stop teasing me. There's no date tonight, and I'm not gay. I just haven't met a girl that I like yet. Chun Huadong raised the bottle of Coke as if he was giving a toast. When you finally meet her, you must bring her to meet us. We want to see what kind of succubus can capture our young Master Zhang's heart. It took Zhang Heng quite a while to wrestle his nosy friends off his back. By the time he walked out of the school gate, it was already 10:05. If he had not found the string of numbers on his right arm while he was in the shower, Zhang Heng might have suspected that incident at the maid cafe to be a delusion. The cute little maid with the cat ears had confirmed that from the moment he walked into the store up until the moment he left, he had been alone, and the handsome lady in charge of making the drinks revealed that she had only made a cup of forbidden love during that short period of time. Never ever doubt a bartender, because every cup is filled with the thing called love. People never forget the things they love, the latter had said. To everyone in the cafe, his conversation with the old man had never happened. That Tang suit and Homburg-wearing guy did mention that their meeting was forbidden and that he could take care of the problem. Zhang Heng postulated that this could very well be the solution he was talking about. Zhang Heng was growing more and more curious by this guy. All his abilities seemed to be related to time. But this was not the time to think about this. Right now, what he needed to was to get through that game that was about to begin. Once he was outside of school, he followed the navigation on Baidu and took the subway to an industrial area outside Fifth Ring Road, then jogged the rest of the way to warm up. He arrived at the bar called Sex in the City at 10:45. It was in a remote area, and on the way there, Zhang Heng walked past a couple of people who looked like trouble with their cigarettes hanging on the corner of their mouth and their eyes seizing him up. There were even a few scantily clad, drunk girls throwing up on the side of the road. Zhang Heng wanted no trouble, so he pulled his hood up over his head and kept a steady but swift pace as he jogged past them. The bar was even more crowded than he imagined it to be. It was converted from an abandoned factory, so it was huge. The rusty facade was painted with all kinds and styles of strange graffiti, and the front of the building was parked full of luxury cars and race cars. This was the peak business hour for the bar. The young people from all over the city had gathered here. Before he even stepped into the building, Zhang Heng could hear deafening music booming from inside, as if it could rip his soul apart. Zhang Heng frowned. Even though his companion at the cafe had stressed that he could not reveal anything to Zhang Heng, and that he would find out everything once he was deep into the game, there was a vague message in between the lines. Whatever it was, the organization that old man was involved in must be ancient and very well hidden. This was not their first time coordinating a game like this, yet the world did not even know that they existed. This indicated that they were doing a good job covering their tracks. However, there were at least 700 to 800 people here. There were thighs and buttocks everywhere he turned. Cool laser lights were blinking and pulsing along with the DJ's mix. If that supposedly dangerous game commenced here, Zhang Heng was willing to bet that it would all over TikTok and YouTube. Could the address he was given be wrong? This was a common mistake, especially considering that old man's age. It really would not be surprising. Just then, Zhang Heng's attention was suddenly drawn to a dark shadow above him on the right. Technically speaking, that was not considered a second floor. It was just a giant container fastened with steel structures to the west wall. At the bottom of the ladder that led up to it stood two brawny men in suits and black sunglasses. A couple of gin-soaked boys and girls made an attempt to climb the ladder, but was turned away by the two men. One of them, probably a Fuerdai from a wealthy family, threw a handful of banknotes at the face of one of the guards. When the other around him realized that they were $100 American bills, they began snatching at the scattered papers. But neither of the buff men reacted. The Fuerdai appeared to be provoked by this and threw contents of the glass in his hands at both men. He was probably so used to getting his way that he bolted for the ladders. Whatever happened next was a blur. He was suddenly sent flying across the room, knocking over a few people and some tables. He landed on the ground with his face covered in blood and dirt, barely alive. His drunk companions were shocked into sobriety. Some of the guys wanted to throw in a few hostile words, but when they saw one of the guards methodically cleaning his sunglasses, their balls shrank, and they fled to the parking lot carrying their unconscious Fuerdai friend. As the commotion subsided, the people in the bar cast wary glances at the two strapping men, keeping a good distance from them. Zhang Heng waited for another 5 minutes, and when he was sure that no one was paying attention, he took in a deep breath and walked towards the ladder. The two men in suits watched him from behind their glasses. Their stony faces gave off a glacial vibe. Zhang Heng felt as if he was the victim of two lions on the prowl. He rolled up his sleeves and revealed the numbers on his arm. He was a little worried remembering what happened to that Fuerdai. Even though he had an inkling that the numbers on his arm was the entrance ticket to the game, he could not rule out other possibilities. Luckily, nothing bad happened. He did not end up like that Fuerdai as a human bowling ball. The two towering giants stepped aside and revealed the path behind. Chapter 7. Desert Island Survival. Zhang Heng climbed up the stairs and pushed the blue steel door open. Considering everything he had seen on his way to the bar and the group of young men and women swaying their bodies downstairs, he thought that while the style might be different, it was not going to be that much different in the dance room either. However, in reality, this place was more like VIP lounges at international airports. When he pushed the door open, Zhang Heng felt as if he had stepped into another world. Soft lights, red Persian rug, leather sofa, silverwares on the side table, light refreshments and fruits laid out on the buffet table, and a small bar counter on the right. When the door closed behind him, a gentle and soothing piano music entered his ears. The pounding music downstairs had probably exceeded 100 decibels. Even though he was not a professional, Zhang Heng knew that material of a container had next to none soundproofing property. But the truth was right in front of him. When the door shut behind him, the noise outside was completely cut off. Perhaps it was because Zhang Heng had recently experienced something even more inconceivable than this. He seemed to have developed a certain immunity to similar events. He quickly regained his composure and continued forwards after only a brief moment of doubt. "Welcome," the woman in a red evening gown standing behind the bar greeted. Zhang Heng looked around the room and saw that other than himself, there were about another dozen of people in the lounge. Some were seated in banquettes not far from where he was standing, chatting away while others sat alone. But what puzzled him was that even though the person nearest to him was only about a few meters away, he could not see their faces clearly. It was a very strange experience. He could sense that there was nothing wrong with his eyesight, and his retinas were able to form a clear image, but there was something that was preventing the signal from reaching his brain. Zhang Heng refused to believe in this nonsense, and tried very hard to concentrate. He was feeling like he was about to break through the invisible barrier when a nauseous feeling suddenly surged from his stomach. He had to hold onto the bar to keep himself from falling. Right on cue, a glass of lemon water was placed in front of him. "Relax. This is something all the new players who had just arrived here experiences. Unless the other party allows it, the faces of the players are, by default, in incognito mode. As a matter of fact, your voices have also undergone a special process. What you hear is not the actual voice. This is to protect you to the greatest extent. But I can see your face." Zhang Heng picked up the water and thanked the bartender. Because of the dim lights and the fact that he was distracted by the others, he only just realized that the bartender looked very familiar. She was wearing lipstick and a different outfit. She looked as different as night and day, but Zhang Heng recognized her. "You are the bartender from the maid cafe? Not bad. Your observation skills are sharper than I expected." The bartender was wiping a glass cup. She was still as frosty as she was earlier today. No one stipulated that one person can only work one job, right? By the way, I'm just a receptionist here. I don't need to conceal my face like players do. I'm sorry. Since I walked in, you kept mentioning words like players and receptionist. Forgive me for being forthright, but I have no clue what game it is that I'm joining. Blackjack? Texas Hold'em? Legends of the Three Kingdoms? Esports? Zhang Heng asked as he settled down on the stool in front of the bar. "I normally don't like to brag about my employer in front of the customers. Actually, I don't like bragging about that at any time. But this time, I have to say, congratulations, Mr. Zhang Heng. You're very lucky to be a part of the greatest game in the history of mankind. I can promise you that all the other games that you've ever played before this are weak and pathetic. This game will completely change your life." That is a rather high evaluation. Oh, quite the contrary. No compliment can compare to the game itself. Now, it's your turn to answer one of my questions. What do you think makes a person truly himself? The bartender put down the now sparkling glass. Her expression was solemn. Zhang Heng took a sip of the lemon water and then answered, "DNA? That's not wrong. Each of us has a unique set of DNA, and some parts of our bodies have been coded since birth. Your looks, family history of illness. But fortunately, even then we still have a lot of choices. You can go to university, work, build a career, become a primary school teacher or astronaut or something." There was a strange flash of light in the bartender's eyes, and she was speaking faster. "Put aside all those things that had already been determined. Let me phrase my question more accurately. What do you think makes a person who he is today? For example, how is it that astronauts could walk in space? How could a boxer knock his opponent down on stage? What is it that makes a teacher pick up teaching aids? Experience? You're talking about experience and learning that makes us who we are today." Zhang Heng quickly understood what the bartender was trying to convey. Cocking his brows, Zhang Heng commented, "But I still don't get what this has to do with me joining the game." This time, however, he did not get any answers. No amount of words can describe what you can witness yourself. "Mr. Zhang Heng, your first round has begun. Please cherish this hard-to-come-by experience. I look forward to meeting you again." The bartender winked knowingly at him. The hour hand on the clock on the wall was pointed at 11. The next thing he knew was a strong, dizzy feeling rushed to his head and caused his vision to blur again. Had he fallen into a trap? Zhang Heng's first reaction was to suspect that the lemon water. That was the only thing he had tasted. From the moment he set foot into the bar, he had been on high alert. He never expected to see a familiar face, and that caused him to let his guard down a little. He did not know when it happened, Or what powerful anesthetics was added that one little sip could have such a powerful effect? He could feel his head getting heavier and heavier until he could not resist anymore, and allowed himself to collapse onto the bar until he was completely unconscious. He did not know how much time had passed in between. Was it days, hours, or seconds? A stranger's voice rang in his ear. Verifying player's identity. Identity confirmed. Random extraction of newcomer's quest for player number 07958. Extraction complete. Current quest is Desert Island Survival. You were on a cruise and encountered a terrible storm as you were traveling near the equator. The ship deviated from its course, and the radar and sonar on the ship, the GPS and satellite phones on the ship were, oddly, not working. Without direction, you've traveled aimlessly on the seas for a month. Unfortunately, you encountered another, even bigger storm. At the time of the incident, you were standing on the deck, and a giant wave swept you into the ocean. When you finally opened your eyes again, you found yourself lying on an unfamiliar beach. Mission target: survive for 40 days on this island. Mode: single player. Time flow rate: 480. 1 hour in the real world is equivalent to 20 days in this game. After 40 days, the player will be forcefully returned to the real world. A friendly reminder: the game will begin in 5 seconds. Players, please get ready. Chapter 8. Desert Island Survival 2. Zhang Heng's eyes fluttered open, and he found himself lying face down on a foreign beach. The saline waters bathing him was soaking into his clothes, as a hermit shell and a conch shell scurried past in front of him. Zhang Heng was in a terrible condition. Upon regaining his consciousness, he was gripped by an intense thirst and hunger, overcome with exhaustion. It felt like he had been drifting in the ocean for days. He found a dry spot and plopped down against a large rock facing the direction where he was washed ashore. All he could see was a vast, boundless ocean. What is this? Some survival reality TV show film set? Maybe it was the after effects of that lemon water, or maybe because he had not eaten for too long. Zhang Heng's head felt heavy and groggy. Forcing himself to calm down, he began to mull over everything that had happened to him. He had done as that strange fellow in Tang's suit had requested, and had come to this Sex and the City bar as the old man's representative to participate in some obscure game. When he finally found the person, he was drugged, and then cast on this desert island. But the question was, how would doing this benefit them? And that mysterious voice he heard in his head just now, the one that sounded like a game login, did he imagine it? If that was not the case, then what did it mean? His body was still his, but the sports attire he was wearing had been replaced with a pair of beach shorts and a floral t-shirt. The Swiss knife he was carrying in his pocket for emergencies was nowhere to be found either. The only item that had not gone missing from his person was that watch on his right wrist. Zhang Heng looked down at his watch and froze momentarily. The date on the analog face had not changed. It remained on Thursday, the same night he visited the bar, and it had only been a minute since he had blacked out. Zhang Heng looked at his watch again and noticed that the second's hand was not moving. Was it broken? That was a surprise. He had done one too many experiments on the watch and found that it could never be adjusted, and that the time on the watch was always accurate. He was the only one who could see the extra 12 hours on the watch face, and no matter what he did, subjecting it to fire or soaking it in water, the watch could not be damaged or destroyed. It was so durable it was unlike anything from this world. Once, he even threw the watch from the top of a building down onto the concrete pavement 200 meters down below. In the end, the watch survived the fall without a scratch, and even made a dent in the hard, concrete surface. He was convinced that the watch would outlive him and continue ticking until the end of the world. He never thought that there would come a day that it would ever stop functioning. But in his panic, he was suddenly struck by a thought. Again, his mind returned to that mysterious voice in his head. The person had mentioned that the time flow rate was 480. Zhang Heng raised his eyebrows. Could the person have meant it literally? If anyone else wanted to verify this, they may have to wait for the 40 days to be up. But Zhang Heng had his own way to do that. He pressed his fingers against the inside of his wrist, and, after 20 minutes, confirmed a frightening thing. His watch was not broken. It was just moving according to the real-world time. When converted to the time here, 1 second was now 8 minutes. So, this really was just a game? Zhang Heng was stumped. The scenery before him was so realistic. The golden sand, the coconut trees swaying in the wind, the drenched t-shirt clinging to his body, The uneven rock surface that was causing his back to ache, the hunger and enervation that shrouded him, so that he feels the passing of life so clearly it was almost tangible. In any case, his priority right now was to find a way to recover some physical strength. Right now, thinking alone required a whole lot of effort. He knew he needed to eat and rehydrate. But although he was mentally stronger than most people, he was still just an ordinary university student. A modern man like him had no clue how to live on a desert island. He could not distinguish which plant was edible and which one was not. He did not even know how to hunt, or look for water source, how to build a shelter. Thank God, though, that at least he recognized the coconut tree. There were some 20 meters to his left, with a couple of the fruits hanging from the trees still green. The water inside could quench his parched tongue and throat, and the flesh could provide him with much-needed energy and vitamins. Zhang Heng picked up a small rock the size of his palm at his feet and aimed it at a leaning coconut tree that may have been swept sideways by a typhoon. He managed to dislodge the coconuts with the rock. There were 7 of them, about 3 to 4 meters above the ground. Normally, a task like this would not have been difficult at all, but considering his current physical condition, it took Zhang Heng a lot of effort to knock those coconuts down. By the time he cracked these green coconuts open, one by one, on the rock to get to the water inside, half an hour had already passed. After he had drained the fruit, Zhang Heng scraped the meat of the coconut with a rock and scarfed them down. When he was done, some of his energy returned, allowing him to consider his current plight. He could no longer tell if he was in a game or in the real world. If this was all make-believe, it did not explain realness of the senses he was experiencing and his physical state, nor the strange flow rate on his watch. But if he was in the real world, then how could whoever who got him here get him from his dorm to this deserted island in a blink of an eye? Zhang Heng shook his head to clear his mind. He would just do it the old way, set the unsolvable questions aside first. Like what the old man in the cafe said, whether this was a game or reality, he needed to figure out a way to survive. He was just an average modern person who lived on his own in the city. Could he really be able to overcome this enigmatic natural world veiled in mystery? Zhang Heng's lips drew upwards into a bitter smile. He had always been a glass-half-full kind of guy, but in his current circumstance, Zhang Heng was not convinced that he could hold out for 40 days on this remote little island behind him. As a matter of fact, even 4 days would be a stretch. He lacked the knowledge and skills to survive out here in the wild. He was in a poor physical state, and he was all alone. Right now, Zhang Heng kind of hoped that he was in a game. Because, normally, an outstanding game should not have sure death circumstance, especially since this was just the beginning of a novice checkpoint. As if in response to his expectation, 3 little black dots appeared in the distant waves. Zhang Heng tossed the coconut shell in his hand aside and got to his feet. Shielding the top of his head from the hot sun, he sprinted towards the beach as fast as he could. He squinted his eyes to focus on the dots, who were actually 3 people floating in the waters. They were all foreigners, male. One of them was dressed, from head to toe, in Gore-Tex and hiking boots, and he had what looked like a dagger hanging from his waist. The wind and waves were too big for Zhang Heng to be sure. Among the 3 of them, he was the one who seemed the calmest. The other 2 were an expressionless laddie in shorts, and a stark naked bald uncle. The 3 of them were in a precarious situation as they struggled to get ashore. For some mysterious reason, the only thing they could do was float, as the current pulled them back. Zhang Heng knew that he had to make a decision. Although the coconut had helped his body recover some energy, saving 3 people in one breath was not realistic. Right now, his strength only allowed him to attempt to rescue one of the 3 people. In the end, he decided to save the naked fella for a very simple reason. He was nearest to the shore. Chapter 9. Desert Island Survival 3. When Zhang Heng dragged the buck-naked man to the beach, both of them were ready to drop. Zhang Heng did not even know how he even managed to swim the final stretch of water. It was only when he knew near the man that he found out that the man's lumbar spine was injured, and there was a tear on his thigh where a coral had pierced him. The man could barely move. No wonder he had to drift along with the wave like a plastic bottle. Getting him back to the beach was not going to be an easy task. On the way back, Zhang Heng considered giving up several times, but the man was surprisingly optimistic and even cheered him on. So, Zhang Heng gritted his teeth and dragged the man to shore. For a while, the both of them slumped on the sand. Zhang Heng did not want to move at all, not even to lift a finger. If he could, he would have shut his eyes and dozed off. But after about 2 minutes, the man in the buff spoke. "Hey bro, we can't stay like this. We're not far from the equator. At midday, the temperature could go up to as high as 35 degrees. We'll lose a lot of water if we keep this up." Zhang Heng said nothing a minute before replying. "I'll bring you to a shady area now." Then he took in 2 deep breaths, gathered up all the strength in his body, and pulled the man to the bottom of a cliff where he used his own t-shirt to bandage the man's wound. After that, Zhang Heng was completely drained of energy. He could barely even throw a stone. Fortunately, not far from where they were, he picked up a couple of coconuts that had fallen to the ground. When the bald man saw Zhang Heng about to break the coconut, he opened his mouth to speak, but then stopped himself. "Oh, I don't want to seem like I'm ungrateful or anything, but if you can, please give me only green coconuts? The ones that have fallen from the tree are old. The milk-white water inside can cause diarrhea when consumed. On a resourceless island like this, it could be fatal. You seem to know a lot about survival in the wilderness. I served in the military for a while. I once spent more than 2 years crossing the Amazon forest, so, yes, I suppose I can be considered an expert in terms of surviving in the wilderness." Zhang Heng realized that he had made the right bet. There was no way that a well-made game would leave the players in a sure-death circumstance. The man in front of him was his hope of surviving on this island. However, he could not help but wonder what the other 2 people could do. After all, in terms of difficulty, saving this bald man was the easiest. Based on a game designer's usual train of thought, the more effort you put in, the better the reward. But Zhang Heng did not regret his decision at all. He understood that in his physical state, saving the naked man was already pushing the limits. Even if he could reach either of the 2 men who were further away, he would not have the energy to return to shore. Moreover, so far, this man with a severely receding hairline seemed to be pretty easygoing. Sometimes attitude is much more important than ability. Sure enough, shortly after, his new companion said, "My friend, can you please find a green coconut for me? My throat is really dry. I will teach you how to find water later." "No problem." Zhang Heng had taken the opportunity to rest for a moment, and had recovered some strength to be able to fulfill his companion's request. This time, he took down 14 coconuts in one sitting, 5 for the man and 3 for himself. The remaining 6 were set aside as provisions. After the naked gentleman had drunk from the coconut, his condition seemed to have improved a lot. He reached out a hand to Zhang Heng. "I haven't introduced myself. My name is Ed Wilson, a British national, and formerly the captain of the British Army in Afghanistan. You can just call me Ed. Thank you for saving my life." Zhang Heng, Chinese. University sophomore. "You're welcome." Zhang Heng and the former captain of the British Army in Afghanistan exchanged a friendly handshake. Immediately after, however, the captain's tone grew solemn. "Those 2 poor guys. Other than this little island, there's no other land nearby. Not being able to get to shore means that it's not going to end well for them." The Ed guy, however, seemed to be able to adjust his mental state pretty well. After only a brief moment of good, he recovered his cheerfulness. "All right, as per our agreement, I shall fulfill my part and teach you how to find water. When I was at sea, I was able to visually estimate that this island is about 120 hectares. I noticed some animal tracks nearby the bushes, which means that there may be a stream on the island. Follow the tracks, and you'll be able to find it. But that's also bad news because it means that there may be predators. Night is coming soon. Exploring the island without some sort of light like a torch would not be a wise move. You could get lost or be attacked by wild beasts." Ed patiently imparted his knowledge of survival in the wilderness to Zhang Heng, and even deliberately slowed down his speech so that Zhang Heng understood each word. Even so, every now and then, Zhang Heng would interrupt Ed to inquire the meaning of certain words. Even though his parents worked abroad, the time that those 2 spent at home was too short to have seen to the improvement of Zhang Heng's foreign language proficiency. As a result, Zhang Heng's English language level was only a standard band 6. It was not too much of a problem for the everyday conversation, but once jargons were added to the mix, Ed would have to explain the meaning of the words. With one teaching and the other listening, 20 minutes later, Zhang Heng finally learned how to find fresh water in the wilderness. Heeding Ed's suggestion, for the time being, the both of them would be using coconuts as their main source of water. At the same time, they also searched the cliff nearby and managed to find a few small water holes and a cave. The cavity was about 10 square meters big and full bird droppings. The smell was unpleasant, but the ground was higher, so they would not have to worry about being carried away by the tide when they sleep. Most importantly, the cave was sheltered against the wind, yet remained cool throughout the day and night. As the sun set in the west, Zhang Heng used the last of the daylight to pick up a few more coconuts to add to the ones they had for dinner. After that, the two bid each other good night in the cave. Growing up in the city, this was the first time Zhang Heng had ever slept out in the open. Even though his body and mind had been stretched to the limit and was in urgent need to rest for a long time, he was still unable to close his eyes. Be it the stink of the bird doo-doo, or the hard rock he was resting on, the unidentified insect that was crawling up his arm in the darkness, everything seemed to be tormenting his mind, causing him to feel uneasy. Ed suddenly spoke. "Zhang, did I tell you what the most important thing you need to survive the wilderness is?" "What is it?" Zhang Heng had not heard any movement behind him and assumed that his companion had fallen asleep. Survival skills are very important. There is no doubt about it. But the most important thing is to always keep an optimistic outlook. When you feel like you're suffering, think about happy things. Tell yourself that perhaps tomorrow, a boat will pass by and bring me back to the civilized world. Ed really was as optimistic as ever. Zhang Heng sighed inwardly. If this really was a game, within 40 days, there would be no boat passing by. But Ed's words did help him feel much better. More importantly, he realized that he was not alone in this. Zhang Heng had never been one to grumble and complain. He only needed to persevere on this island for 40 days. With someone guiding him, he believed that he could do it. Zhang Heng pushed the negative thoughts and emotions out of this mind, and very soon, exhaustion kicked in, and he closed his eyes. Chapter 10. Desert Island Survival. For the sun rose just above the horizon. A new day had come. In the cave, Zhang Heng opened his eyes and saw that Ed was up, sitting. "Good morning, Zhang." "Morning." Zhang Heng yawned. "My goodness. How I wish to have a cup of coffee, fried egg, sausage, and toast right now," the former captain lamented. "But given our current situation, we can't ask for too much, can we? Too bad the coconuts are giving us too little calories. One of those green ones can only provide 200 calories worth of energy. Even if don't exercise, we'll be burning at least 2,000 calories a day. Also, we need to expand our menu in order to obtain a richer source of nutrients. Well, since we're by the sea, I think we can take advantage of that. What do I need to do?" Zhang Heng asked. "Hold your horses. Your life in the city has caused your digestive system to be very fragile. Even if I told you how to catch food from the sea, with no way to cook it, one crab can cause you to the run so bad it'll lead to dehydration. We need fire. The water that you found earlier will need to heat before drinking. It only needs to be cooked for 3 minutes to kill most of the bacteria in it. Right now, I'll teach you how to start a fire first." Ed paused for a moment before beginning to explain. "The most important thing you'll need to start a fire is to find the right wood. Fast-growing softwoods are the best kind. The drill, stick, and the base can be taken from the same tree. Tear off a tree bark and dry it under the sun." Zhang Heng listened to the instructions intently, but when it came to actually performing the task, it was not as easy as he imagined it to be. He spent the whole morning trying to start a fire. Alas, it was one failure after another. The action of twirling the drill stick alone rubbed away a whole chunk of skin from his hand. It hurt so bad that he grimaced. At the same time, because they did not have time to search for food, he and Ed ate all their reserve coconuts, which barely filled their stomachs. What was even more frustrating was that even after all the effort they put in, they had nothing to show for it. "Zhang, you cannot go from a rookie to an expert in one day," Ed comforted. "The beginning is always the hardest." Zhang Heng tossed the broken stick on the ground in contempt. "That is true, but failure is still agonizing. Failure is also a valuable experience. Tens of thousands of years ago, our ancestors have continued to evolve from failures." Ed empathized. "You are a smart student, Zhang. Don't worry. There's still time for you to learn and grow. Now, tell me what I've learned from this failure." "The wood is still no good. The skin on my hands are flayed, and there are still no sparks. I have to try using other woods. Nevertheless, fortune is as unpredictable as the weather." At sundown, a gust of wind blew, and a mass of dark cloud gathered above their heads. It happened so quickly that Zhang Heng did not have enough time to gather the things. The tree bark that had been drying on the rock was soaked in rainwater. His entire day of work was wasted. Disheartened, Zhang Heng lay on the cavern floor with his arms and legs spread out like an X, staring at the ceiling of the cave. Ed, I don't think your chicken soup for the soul is going to work anymore. Give up then, Ed said in a quiet voice. Huh, but it's limited to only before the rain stops. It's only after you've vented all your negative emotions can you better devote yourself to work. Are you always this optimistic, Ed? It could be that I've encountered situations than this in my travels across the Amazon forest. Thinking about how I've managed pulled through inspires me not to give up. Does experiences make us who we are? Zhang Heng muttered under to himself, remembering what the bartender told him, feeling as if he had on to something. It looks like the rain is not going to stop before dark. You should go to bed. There is still a lot of work to do tomorrow, Ed said, and as he lay down to sleep. The two went to bed on the second night with an empty stomach. The next morning, Zhang Heng got up before first light, mainly because he was starving. The first thing he did was to run to the coconut tree to quench his thirst and hunger with a few fruits. The coconut tree at lower ground was nearly picked clean. The remaining trees were taller, and knocking the fruits down with rocks was going to be very difficult. Zhang Heng was aware that he had not much time left. He had to get that fire going, or else he would not be able to continue with the rest of the tasks. On that account, he decided to take a little bit of risk. After bringing breakfast back for Ed, he ventured a little deeper into the native forest behind the beach. The end result was gratifying. Not only did he find suitable wood for the fire, he also found an animal that he suspected was a fowl. Unfortunately for him, the little thing was very agile. Before Zhang Heng could even approach it, the creature flapped its wings and disappeared. There was nothing Zhang Heng could have done about that. He broke a tree branch and returned to the beach. Using the same method he used the day before, at noon, a tendril of smoke finally rose from the wood shavings. Employing the knowledge that Ed had passed on to him, Zhang Heng sprinkled the sawdust onto the leaves of the candlenut tree, and then carefully blowing until the sawdust glowed and ignited the tinder underneath. After a short while, the two people on the island finally had a long-awaited fire. Well done. Now we can avoid the danger of infection, Ed exclaimed. Zhang Heng never thought that he would ever be so excited to see fire. He was about to say something when a third person's voice sounded in his ear. Started a fire successfully. A new skill is obtained. Wildlife Survival. Level 0. Game points. +3. Character panel has also been activated. You may view your personal status. The voice sounded very familiar. Zhang Heng thought about it for a moment before realizing that it was the same voice that had heard earlier when he was unconscious. Zhang Heng looked at Ed. Ed, did you hear something? His companion looked taken aback and then concerned. Should I be hearing anything? Zhang, are you experiencing hallucinations due to dehydration? Zhang Heng, too, wondered if he was suffering from heat stroke because something that resembled a character card appeared before his eyes. Name, Zhang Heng. Gender, male. Age, 19. Player ID, 07958. Game rounds experienced, 0. Current game points, 3. Skills, piano, level 1. Language proficiency, level 1. Both languages at general communication skills level. Assessment, the player is unremarkable with no quality worth commending, has no special skills, and is not expected to be able to last longer than the first 3 rounds. Zhang Heng was speechless. The harsh evaluation at the bottom aside, how was it that he only had 2 skills? Okay, he could see a line of words in small prints under skills. Level 0 skill cannot be displayed. His amateur grade 9 piano playing level was passed off for a pathetic level 1. This game's definition of skills was too harsh. Not everyone out of 100 people could start a fire using their bare hands. Yet it barely even made level 0 on his list of skills. It would seem that this game was more difficult than he imagined it to be. Chapter 11. Desert Island Survival. Zhang Heng finally started a fire. That meant that his menu was no longer limited to just coconuts. Shortly after, following Ed's instructions, Zhang Heng found conches on the rocks by the beach, even lucked out and found crabs and oysters. The latter especially was fresh and sweet, rich in nutrients, calcium, iron, phosphorus, and vitamin B2, reputed as the milk of the sea. It was pity, however, that the calories they provide were not high, each of them containing only 70 calories. For chowhounds, this was a good thing, but on a deserted island, Zhang Heng preferred something with higher calorie content to provide him with the necessary energy. He did not need to worry about exceeding his calorie count and getting out of shape, seeing that he had been starving these few days. Thank goodness, they just might able to enjoy a decent meal tonight. Zhang Heng collected about 70 over little conches, 6 oysters, and 4 hermit crabs, which were sadly rather small. Ed had told him that the hermits were edible but tasted average. Nevertheless, the two of them were not dining in a Michelin star restaurant, so taste was no longer an important factor. Zhang Heng even spotted some fishes by the coast, but without the right tools, he could only watch them swim about from afar. To boot, they also had the small puddles of water that he had found 2 days ago. With the shells of the mollusks he picked up, Zhang Heng was able to scoop and transport the water. But for all that, the pair found themselves having problems with the tools for boiling the water. They did not have bowls, and the shells they were using were too well insulated that even under direct heat, the water refused to boil. Ed thought for a moment, and then said, "Go find some pebbles, not the ones with a lot of holes or stratification." Zhang Heng nodded and did as Ed instructed. They spent 20 minutes cooking the pebbles until they were burning red and fastened them to the clams using small branches. Soon, the water inside began to boil. "There's not a lot of water in here. 2 should suffice," Ed said. The water inside the shells boiled for around a minute, enough to get rid of most of the bacteria. Zhang Heng put these little outdoor survival skills to memory. Ed was a good teacher. With the injury to his waist, he could not move about freely. But Zhang Heng was able to benefit from his companion's comprehensive survival know-how. So he had no complaints about having to take on full responsibility of collecting food and water for the both of them. At the same time, Zhang Heng was careful not to be too reliant on Ed. He hoped that he could make all the knowledge he had picked up from Ed into his own practical skills. Not so that he could get rid of Ed later on, of course. As a matter of fact, he was so grateful to Ed that if there was only one morsel of food left, Zhang Heng was willing to give half of it to Ed. Having said that, Zhang Heng could not shake off this ominous feeling. He had noticed that Ed appeared to be worse than the first day he came to shore. This period of rest had not improved his condition. Since the last time Zhang Heng bandaged the fatal wound on Ed's thigh and stopped the bleeding, there was nothing else he could do to tend to the injury. There were no antibiotics so readily available in the hospitals in the city. Once the wound was infected, it would be untreatable. Zhang Heng believed that the former captain knew this better than him. Yet, Ed never raised the subject in the past few days. This seemed to confirm the foreboding hunch that Zhang Heng had been feeling. Not knowing what he could do for his companion, Zhang Heng looked after Ed as best as he could. For the rest of the days, Ed taught Zhang Heng how to make simple stone tools, use wood charcoal to clean his teeth, collect rainwater, make ropes out of tree barks, build a basic raft out of wood, use corals to trap fish. Compared to the time when the both of them had just arrived on the island, the pair had moved past the most dangerous period, and now had extra reserves. The leftover dried fish was hung from the ceiling of the cave so that should they encounter terrible weather and were unable to go out to scavenge for food, they would not go hungry. Things seemed to be going uphill, and the 40 days no longer seemed like an unattainable goal. Just when this notion appeared in Zhang Heng's mind, doom showed up. On the 16th night, Ed suddenly developed a high fever. Zhang Heng devoted his time and energy to care for his companion, and gradually, their supply of food and water gradually depleted. Their search range was also greatly reduced. The food they had set aside for a rainy day was immediately put to use in this crisis. What even more worrying was that Ed's condition did not improve at all. When Zhang Heng undid the makeshift t-shirt bandage on Ed's thigh, he discovered that the gash that was so deep you could see the bone had festered. Since yesterday, the former captain of the British Army had been in a comatose state. What little food they had in the cave was slowly diminishing. Very soon, they were on the brink of running out of food. Finally, on the 19th night, Ed's eyes suddenly flew open. He turned to his side and murmured to Zhang Heng, half-conscious, "Do you know what's the most important thing to survive the wilderness? It's never being satisfied with what you've achieved yesterday. Live each day better than the last. You have to find a way to conquer nature." Zhang Heng rubbed his eyes and smiled sadly. "Ed, that's not what you told me the last time." But Ed made no response. Zhang Heng put a finger under Ed's nose and discovered that his friend was no longer breathing. Even though he had been mentally preparing himself for Ed's passing, he was still sad. While the two of them had not spent a lot of time with each other, Zhang Heng's ability to navigate in this wilderness was all thanks to Ed's teaching. They shared a student-teacher relationship, but they were also friends. Zhang Heng dug a hole in the forest near the cave and buried Ed. To prevent wild beasts from damaging the grave, he outlined the grave with some sharpened twigs. Only when he had done all that did he drag his starving body to the beach to search for food. The good news was that he was already halfway into the 40-day goal. Even though he was alone again, Zhang Heng was confident that he could survive the island. On the noon of the 20th day, Zhang Heng's coral trap caught him a large 2-catty-1 fish. This meant he could go to bed tonight with a full stomach. But just when Zhang Heng thought that his bad luck had finally passed, he suddenly received a voice prompt in his ear. Alert! Alert! An anomaly had been discovered in the quest. Critical time error. Reporting error. Second-level authority enabled. Verification approved. Report cancelled. Remove the error permanently from the decision-making sequence. Assignment objective remains unchanged. The return time has been changed from 40 days to 520 days. Please pay attention. Zhang Heng's head nearly blew up at the series of messages. When he finally registered the drastic, unanticipated changes, his eyes flitted to his right hand. All 3 hands were pointed upwards. No way. He had been so preoccupied learning how to survive in the wilderness, and having experienced all kinds of situations, he had forgotten about that 24-dial watch on his wrist. On the first few nights when he first arrived on the island, he was not able to enter that still world and had thought that it did not apply to this game. He did not think that the game would actually be holding back. The first thing that came to Zhang Heng's mind was where did the 520 days come from? The extra 24 hours he had every day, after being multiplied by 480, left him with the most frightening string of numbers. Chapter 12, Desert Island Survival 6. So, this really was all just a game? In reality, once watch hands pointed to 12 midnight, Zhang Heng would enter still time. But here, the wind continued to whistle in his ears, and the coconut trees swayed along. Except for that voice that appeared suddenly not long ago, nothing else had changed. Zhang Heng had tried playing several computer games during still time. Following the contact recover principle, as long as he was not in contact with other people, everything would continue to work. But now was not the time to talk about such things. Just as victory was within reach, the difficulty of the game was raised to a hellish level. Realizing that he had another 500 days and not 20 days left on the godforsaken island, Zhang Heng did not even have the strength to draw a bitter smile. Instead, he sat by the beach, staring at the horizon, doing nothing else until sundown. This was the first time he felt like life was full of spite. But at this point, griping was meaningless. Even if he wanted to settle scores with whoever, he would have to wait until 500 days later. Before dark, Zhang Heng finally roused. He was never the kind of person who was easily knocked down by difficulties. He did as Ed had taught him in between the lessons, to let go, to vent out all his negative emotions first, and then regain his composure. With the fish and crabs he caught, Zhang Heng enjoyed a full meal, and then early the next morning, devoted himself fighting against nature. Fire can be used to cook food and boil water, and keep him warm at night. Simultaneously, keeping the fire burning had become Zhang Heng's responsibility. Every day, not only did he have to go out to collect food and fresh water, he also needed to find firewood that would burn easily. This task was especially tough after a shower of rain. He had wanted to collect more firewood and store them in the cave to cope with the rainy weather. But earlier on, he had to focus his energy on scavenging for food. Now that Ed was gone, the amount of food he needed to find was halved, leaving with ample time to do other things. Other than collecting firewood, Zhang Heng also attempted at fashioning a couple of stone axes. Ed was not very good at making tools, and had only imparted the rough idea of how to put together a stone axe. Before this, Zhang Heng had used the sharper edge of the clams to hack at the trees, but it did not work very well. It took him at least 2 to 3 hours to cut down a small tree. That got him thinking about trying out the stone tools so highly favored by the primitive man. But for some unknown reasons, the axes he made either crack after only 2 chops, or the heads would be separated from the handle at a swing. Zhang Heng could only comfort himself that failure is the mother of success. In a blink of an eye, another 20 days had passed. That familiar voice, again, sounded in Zhang Heng's ears. Task complete. To return after 480 days? The sentences were fine on their own, but when put together like that, it sounded like a bit of a joke. Zhang Heng ignored the voice. He had just finished his lunch, and was looking for some shells to carry water. The one he had used was burnt. He was picking up goods from the free market when he suddenly noticed two black dots from afar. This was a rather familiar scenario. What was more familiar were the two people struggling in the water. Were those option B Adventure Man and option C Laddie in shorts? Zhang Heng found himself speechless. What kind of humans were they? That was some powerful will and tenacity to live. It had not been easy for him to have survived on this island, and yet those two were still living and kicking after drifting in the water for 40 days. Zhang Heng's thoughts immediately went back to the late Ed. Before he breathed his last breath, Ed had thanked Zhang Heng for saving him and being able to die on land, unlike the two other people who would be swept into a watery grave. Instead, right now, Zhang Heng felt sorry for Ed. If he had not saved Ed, Ed might still be alive, floating on the waters with the other two. This was not the first day Zhang Heng played games. He knew that this situation meant that he was encountering a bug. The root cause of that was probably that extra 24 hours he had that disrupted the quest. Theoretically speaking, the game should cease to exist after 40 days. The other players had probably all returned to reality. He was the only was still stuck in the game, still suffering. Most games would have crashed or broken down. Yet, this game continued to run. This fact alone was enough to prove that this was no ordinary game. The bartender lady had said that this was the greatest game in the history of mankind. Right now, Zhang Heng found himself a little convinced of that. Ever since he arrived in this world, everything he had seen was extremely realistic, from the plants to the animals on the island. Everything was true to the real world. Even Ed did not appear any different from a real person. Right now, however, a flaw had finally appeared in this impeccable world. Is it because the plot has ended? It has no choice but to repeat. However, unlike mechanical loops, the Ed whom he had buried in the little forest did not reappear, meaning that the repeat followed a logical sequence. Zhang Heng peeled off his clothes as quickly as he could. Of course, he was not going to miss such a good opportunity. Unlike the physically weak and feeble person he was 40 days ago, Zhang Heng was well-fed and was even able to perform some training exercising outside of labor. His body had nearly recovered to its most optimal state. Having gauged the distance between himself and the two people in the water, Zhang Heng decided to save the laddie in shorts, who was further away. Because according to game designers' logic, the more effort you put in, the better the reward. With Ed's help, he had basically overcome the problem of finding food. Now, he wanted to know what kind of changes would saving that young man bring to his life. 10 days later, Zhang Heng found himself marveling at the brick kiln and tile-roofed house. There were actually people in this world who could build a house with their bare hands. All throughout, Zhang Heng trailed behind the lad in shorts from finding clay, to constructing beams, firing the bricks in a kiln, to finally building the half-a-meter-tall bricked house. In addition to that, the lad even showed him how to make a proper stone axe, set up a wooden shed, make ceramics, prawn traps, and sandals, and use the fibers from tree barks to weave, make bow and arrows, and slings. Not having to worry about food, Zhang Heng was able to spend his time taking it all in. It was a pity, however, that the short pants lad never spoke. He merely did as Zhang Heng requested, and quietly demonstrated all the techniques. Then on the 19th day, he accidentally ingested poisonous mushrooms and died in the forest. Killed by the plot. Now Zhang Heng understood that the game was designed in a way that the player would have to spend the later half of the game alone. So, no matter what they did, the already injured Ed and the lad in shorts would not last until the 20th day. Zhang Heng buried the lad in shorts next to Ed's grave. Unlike Ed, this lad never spoke a word. So, they did not share very strong ties. In addition, after knowing that it was all just a game, Zhang Heng was not terribly upset. But, at the end of the day, they were teacher and student. Zhang Heng felt obliged to give him a proper burial. After that, Zhang Heng digested and began to put everything the lad in shorts had taught him throughout their 19 days together. In between, the adventurer drifted past twice, but Zhang did not save him. He would come back again some other time. If Zhang Heng saved him, he would have only 19 days left to live. On the 130th day on the island, an announcement rang in Zhang Heng's ear. Tiled roof house successfully constructed. Wilderness survival skill has increased from level 0 to level 1. Game points +5. You may view the character panel. Chapter 13. Desert Island Survival 7. Zhang Heng looked at his character panel and found that his skills had increased from 2 to 3. But the mean evaluation at the bottom remained unchanged. Since the lad in the shorts taught him how to make bow and arrows, Zhang Heng had another activity added to his days. He had carved out an area on the beach just for archery practice. Using the knowledge imparted to him by Ed and the lad in shorts, Zhang Heng managed to overcome his plight finding food and water and moved out of that bird-droppings-filled cave into the clay house he had built with his worn hands. Just as his life was improving, a new crisis soon emerged. Ed had told him that the biggest enemy of a person who had mastered the skill of surviving the wilderness was not the ever-changing and unpredictable nature, but yourself. Once a person's survival needs have been fulfilled, chances are the person would fall into a vacant state. Having lost all direction and motivation, being the only person on the island would soon bring on an overwhelming sense of loneliness. Zhang Heng must find tasks to keep his mind and body constantly occupied so that he would not have the time to think about the fact that he was all alone on a deserted island. When he was with the lad, Zhang Heng took into consideration that he needed to survive for another 400 days and more, and set a new target for himself. He decided to explore the heart of the island. So far, his area of activity had been limited to the periphery of the island. The furthest he has been was to the virgin forest to look for firewood, where he saw the fowl and some animal bones, which confirmed the presence of predators. From then on, he had been very careful to limit his area of activity, staying away from that stretch of forest. After all, the resources on the beach were enough to keep him alive. But now, in order to battle this terrible sense of loneliness, Zhang Heng needed a goal that would keep him going. Exploring the center of the island and see what was there. With this end in mind, Zhang Heng began to allow himself to be invested in it and work hard towards the goal. Taking into account that there were predators in the forest, he would first need to learn to protect himself. His second companion had taught him to make 2 long-ranged weapons, the bow and arrows, and the sling. The latter was easier, but the most difficult to use. The angle and timing at which the stone was flung had to be precise. If the sling was released a little too early or a little too late, you would find that the stone was miles away from hitting the target. Hitting the target 4 or 5 times out of 100 was not going to be easy. On the other hand, bow and arrows are much more accurate and easier to control. With Zhang Heng already equipped with the basics of archery, the tips about posture, strength, and breathing technique that his coach had taught him, the only thing that he lacked was practice. This was not something that could be done lackadaisically. It required the grind of time. In the real world, even though Zhang Heng had 48 hours a day, there was so much to do that he could not spend too much time on a pastime. Now, on this island where he was the only human being, the thing he did not lack most was time. Going from the recurve bow he bought in the market to the handmade primitive bow was not considered a drop in expenditure. Compared to the store-bought bow, the handmade bow's accuracy and durability of the was a bit troubling. Drawing the bow also required much more strength, and the tree bark that he used had a risk of breaking after being used more than 100 times. The average lifespan was about 150 arrows. The target he had set for himself was 300 arrows per day, which meant that he needed to change the bow strings twice. By day 172 since he arrived on the island, Zhang Heng achieved his goal of hitting a still target within 10 meters without fail, and a success rate of 70% at 30 meters. The threat of his arrow was greatly reduced if he aimed for anything beyond this distance. After that, he was notified that his archery skill was raised from level 0 to level 1. Zhang Heng was still not satisfied. His goal was to reach level 2 before entering the forest for his expedition. That way at least he would be able to protect himself. Outside practicing his archery skills, Zhang Heng did not idle. He had moved from the cave into the clay house which sat on the border of the forest, and after moving all of his belongings, made another batch of clay tools. Today, he was finally able to eat out of a bowl. With his level 1 archery skills, Zhang Heng went deeper into the forest, close to where he had found firewood the first time. Again, he encountered that fowl-like creature. The animal made some strange sounds upon their meeting, as if mocking Zhang Heng's failure to capture it, and then speed its feet and disappeared into the bushes. But the very next moment, a wooden arrow came down from the sky and pierced its body. Concurrently, the voice in Zhang Heng's ear made another announcement. Successful hunt. Game point +3. You may view information on the character panel. Zhang Heng's palm was drenched in sweat. The distance between him and the foul creature was only about 7 meters, a distance he was comfortable with, but once his target moved, his shots would not be as accurate. This shot was much more urgent than usual, and his breath was slightly ragged when the arrow left his bow. Good thing. His many hours of practice came into play. It also did not hurt that the bird was on the plump side. The creature struggled for a while, and then finally gave up reluctantly. Zhang Heng walked over, collected his arrow, and then bent down to examine his game. The creature had a strange appearance. Zhang Heng had thought that it was a fowl, but upon closer look, he realized that its beak resembled a duck's, but with a curve at the tip. Its body was much larger of fowl and had blue-gray feathers, short and small wings, and a pair of rather thick legs. This thing looked a little ugly. Zhang Heng had come across a bird atlas once, and this thing was not in the book. But since it ate fruits and seeds, then theoretically, probably, maybe, it should be edible. This whole time, on the island, Zhang Heng had eaten some meat. But the flavor of seafood like fish, prawns, and crabs could compare to meat that lived on land. Zhang Heng had been thinking about this fowl-like creature since the first time he saw it. Unfortunately, that time, he had no idea how to capture this nimble thing. Today, having honed his archery skills, Zhang Heng reached out his claws to grab this innocent little creature without a moment's hesitation. Zhang Heng returned from his hunt fully loaded. Other than the 15 catty fowl, he also stumbled across some wild potatoes on his way back. The thing was rich in starch and could be used as a staple food. At the same time, potatoes are also high in calories. Zhang Heng did not eat much of it. He set 2 of the largest ones aside to be eaten with the meat tonight, and then placed the rest carefully into his basket. He planned to grow a vegetable garden by the house when he got back. Potatoes grow very quickly. Once he got them into the ground, he would have an endless supply of potatoes. Chapter 14. Desert Island Survival 8. That nameless giant fowl was so ugly it was off-putting, tasted surprisingly good. Zhang Heng had been seafood for so long he had almost forgotten what chicken tasted like. The chicken soup he boiled for dinner brought back memories. Actually, strictly speaking, the meat of this creature was much tougher than chicken meat. Its texture was actually closer to that of pigeons. But to Zhang Heng, who nearly went crazy thinking about meat, this was the most delicious chicken he had ever tasted. Unable to finish the entire 15 catty chicken at one meal, Zhang Heng removed the internal organs, soaked the flesh in seawater, and then smoked it. The chicken jerky now hung under the eaves of his house. Behind the house, Zhang Heng found a plot of land that received a good amount of sunlight and planted the potatoes he saved. He also burnt some grass and wood, sprinkling them over his crops as fertilizer. Finally, he fenced up the plot of land, looking forward to see the surprise it would bring him after about half a month. Early on, Zhang Heng had recorded the time on the wall of the cave, but he could not move the wall to his new dwelling, so he relied on the watch on his wrist. With the watch's scientifically unexplainable toughness, Zhang Heng had used it to wet stones in the earlier days on the island. By looking at the positions of the hour hand and the seconds hand, he could use a simple calculation to determine the date. Today, it had been 201 days since he was washed ashore. The clothes he was wearing was the first to crumble. Then his shoes acquired a large hole. He was lucky to have been in the tropics. He did not need to worry about temperature even if it was winter. Zhang Heng even settled on going about the day completely nude. His skin was now a tin shade of bronze, his beard unkempt and his hair a frizzy mess. He looked a little scruffy. Today afternoon, Zhang Heng put down whatever he was doing and climbed onto a cliff by the beach. He sat down with his legs crossed, staring into the distance. After about half an hour, the old friend he had been waiting for appeared. The adventurer was struggling against the waves, looking as if he could drown at any time. Zhang Heng looked at the silhouette rising and falling with the tide, conflicted. The great philosopher, mathematician, and historian Russell once said that his life was governed by 3 pure, yet overwhelmingly strong passions: the longing for love, the search for knowledge, and the unbearable pity for the suffering of mankind. Thing for Zhang Heng, right now, was much simpler. There were only 2 things that was going to keep him alive for these 500 days: exploring the center of the island, and seeing the man in the water who would appear every 40 days. The former kept him busy and kept his mind from wandering. The latter reminded him that he was not alone. So many times, Zhang Heng had been tempted to save the adventurer. Saving him meant having someone with him for 19 days, providing him with the much-needed interaction, company, and warmth from a creature of the same kind. But Zhang Heng had never taken any action. He thought about a movie he had seen called Castaway. The plane that the protagonist boarded had crashed, and he was washed ashore with a heap of packages. To survive, he opened up all the packages, leaving only one because it symbolized hope to him. Seeing the adventurer every 40 days held the same meaning to Zhang Heng. He had been on this island for more than 200 days. That would be the equivalent of 5 rounds of game time for the average player. He was still very far from the day of return to reality. If he recurred the man now, the man would die after 19 days, and he would be truly and completely alone for the rest of his days on the island. Even after his wildlife survival skills had reached level 1, he was still lacking in many ways. For example, he really wanted a game console, even if it was just Tetris or Snake. Still, leveling up was not as pressing as it was when he had first arrived on the island. In contrast, he needed a helper to explore the island. He could it alone, of course, but it would definitely be much safer when there are 2 people. Zhang Heng had planned to bring the adventurer with him into the forest after he had rescued him. He was able to confirm from his encounter with Ed and the lad in shorts that while both of them were wilderness survival experts, the areas of their knowledge differed. The skills and knowledge that Ed had imparted were basic survival skills, whereas the lad in shorts was more inclined towards construction and creation. Having observed the adventurer's dressing, Zhang Heng surmised that he was probably an expert in exploration. It would be awkward for him to save the person now. Zhang Heng had to suppress the burning desire to save the man as he watched the waves swallow his for the 4th time. With one last look at the spot where the explorer had disappeared, Zhang Heng jumped down from the cliff and continued his archery practice. It took him 3 months to get his accuracy up to 90% at 30 meters. As a result, there was no notification of any skill upgrade. But this did not discourage Zhang Heng. He had already expected it. This game was very demanding benchmark for skills. English, which he had learnt for 14 years, and his native language, was only graded as level 1. But considering how many languages there are in the world, this classification seemed fair enough. The same applied to surviving the wilderness. Zhang Heng felt that everyone in the world was thrown to this island. Even if he was not the last person alive, he would at least be one of the top 10 survivors. But again, his skills were severely skewed. If he was placed in another type of harsh environment, he might not have done that well. Take the polar regions or a desert. He would barely be able to survive. That was the biggest difference between him and experts. Therefore, Zhang Heng was in no hurry to level up his archery skills. Once he had mastered his 30 meters shooting, he began practicing on moving targets. At first, he used the fishes swimming near the coral reefs as practice, but after 2 shots, he was reminded that what he could see above the water was actually a deflected. If he continued to practice like that, his archery skills would go crooked. Then he turned to practicing on crabs. But these crustaceans were the kind of prey that does not move if the enemy remains still. They proved to be terrible practice targets. Zhang Heng never even considered practicing on birds mainly because they mostly stood on treetops. If he missed, it would be very difficult for him to retrieve his arrows. In the end, Zhang Heng settled on the broken pottery pieces, stringing them up on branches so that when the wind blows, they would sway. This made it very difficult to shoot. It took Zhang Heng 2 months of practice to learn the ropes. During this period of time, he caught another hideous-looking fowl in perfect condition. Somehow that creature had gotten into Zhang Heng's vegetable plot, probably to munch on some free breakfast, but got its head caught in the fences instead. Zhang Heng thought about and decided that he was in no hurry to eat it, so he tied the creature's leg to a wooden pole. Now he had an upgraded moving target. Zhang Heng wrapped the head of his carbonized arrows, and then began an inhumane attack on the fowl. Chapter 15, Desert Island Survival 9. In the beginning, Zhang Heng counted the days until the day he would return to reality. But later on, he found that doing that did nothing else but frustrated him. The more you keep an eye on time, the slower it seemed to pass. So, Zhang Heng no longer kept a record. During the 4th harvest of the potatoes he had planted, he received an alert. Archery skill has progressed from level 1 to level 2. You may review the information on the character panel. Zhang Heng dashed into his house and dug out the tizot buried in the corner. After putting the watch on, He saw that he had been on the island for a total of 385 days. It had been more than a year. Even though he could not compare to Robinson Crusoe, it was considered pretty incredible for a city person. In fact, Zhang Heng had already gotten used to life in the wilderness. To make life more comfortable, his clay house and vegetable plot had undergone 2 stages of expansion. The house had transformed from a single-room building to 3 rooms and 1 living room. Zhang Heng even added floor heating. The vegetable plot, on the other hand, was producing more potatoes than he could consume. Zhang Heng sliced the excess tubers into thin shreds using his stone knife and left them out to dry under the sun. Thus, began the birth of his 100% organic baked potato chips. In addition to that, he also found some onions in the forest and transplanted them in his vegetable garden. After that, he spent a good portion of his time setting up a fish pond, an outdoor bath, and a breeding garden next to his little hut. In the pond, he kept the fish and crabs he did not eat, and that fowl, which had its head stuck in the fences, became the first tenant of the breeding garden. After shooting at it for a month and a half, the creature went from, "I'm not afraid of anything, I challenge you to come and try me," to a blanked-eye, spiritless empty nester. Zhang Heng felt sorry for it and resisted the urge to eat it. On a whim, he decided to keep the fowl as livestock, in hopes that he might be able to harvest eggs someday. But the dream was destroyed when he found out that the creature was a male. Forget it. Zhang Heng decided to keep it as a pet and named it Mickey Mouse. Compared to the fish, birds, and crabs, the creature had a slightly higher IQ. After a while, some interaction was established between master and pet. For 80% of the time, Zhang Heng was able to hit a moving target within a 10 meters distance and 50% at 30 meters. When his archery skills had advanced to level 2, he knew that it was time to make a move. So he spent 10 days putting together food and supplies for 2 people and preparing 1 month's worth of ration for Mickey Mouse. Then he chose the toughest wood he could find and fashioned them into spears to be used as melee weapons. On the 401st day, when he went to save the drifting adventurer, Zhang Heng was paddling on a wooden raft that he had made. "Thank you, friend. Are you an indigenous person on this island? A typhoon sank the ship that I was on. I was the only one who swam here. I'm exhausted. If it weren't for you, it would not have ended well for me." Zhang Heng was dumbstruck. In what way do I resemble an indigenous person? He consulted his reflection in the seawater. Fine, this face does look aboriginal. He had been on the island for too long. Other than the watch, everything that he had with him when he first arrived was all either broken and unusable. Nonetheless, it was still a pleasure to be able to see someone of the same species. It had been almost a year since Zhang Heng had spoken to another person. He could barely contain his excitement as he handed a wooden pail filled with fresh water to the man. "My name is Zhang Heng. I'm not a native. I was in a shipwreck like you, but that was a year ago." After the adventurer drank the water, his complexion improved tremendously. At first, he was worried that this aboriginal man had saved him so that he could have him for dinner, but was relieved and delighted to find that the other was a civilized man. "My name is Bell Buter, and I served in the United Kingdom Special Forces Reserve 21 Special Air Service, 21 SAS, climbed Mount Everest, and then decided to become a host, explorer, and author. You said that you've been living on the island for a year? That's really quite incredible. More precisely, I used to have 2 companions, but neither one of them made it." Zhang Heng paused for a moment and then asked, "Do you remember the 2 people who fell into the sea with you?" "What 2 people who fell into the sea with me?" Bell appeared genuinely puzzled. "When it happened, I wanted to save people, but a huge tide knocked me unconscious. When I opened my eyes, I saw this little island." Zhang Heng was not surprised by his answer, but felt that it was a great pity that Bell had no memory of Ed or that guy in shorts. He most probably did not recall that he had been drifting in the ocean for a year either. Zhang Heng decided to play along even though he really wanted to know why the game repeatedly brought this bug back. They paddled back to shore, and Zhang Heng brought Bell to his little hut. "Did you make all of these yourself?" Seeing the clay house with a 180-degree sea view, the thriving vegetable garden, and the pond brimming with fishes and prawns, Bell exclaimed, "I don't think there's anything I could teach you. Even I could not have done better." As he was speaking, Bell's eyes fell upon Mickey Mouse that was howling in the breeding garden, and he let out a shriek. Zhang Heng thought that Mickey Mouse's hideous looks had managed to bring a grown man to tears, and was about to introduce them to each other when Bell suddenly cried, "My God, what am I seeing? Dodo bird. There's still a living and breathing dodo bird on this earth. This time, it was Zhang Heng's turn to be stunned. He was no stranger to the name of the dodo bird. According to the records, this bird lived comfortably on the island of Mauritius in the Indian Ocean until the arrival of a group of European colonizers. A calamity fell upon this species, and in a short period of 200 years, the birds were completely wiped out. Until now, not a single complete specimen had been found. Zhang Heng could not believe that he had so casually eaten the national bird of Mauritius. But since it was a game, nothing was too surprising. Seeing how confident Zhang Heng was, Bell was a little troubled. So, he decided to give his new friend a scientific explanation. Dodo birds were completely extinct in 1681. Opinions differ about how that happened. Some people say that the Europeans ate them all. Some say that the animals that the colonizers brought with them brought about a biological invasion. There are also theories that it's because of the environmental changes. Whatever it is, they have completely vanished from Earth. 16 years ago, the bones of the dodo bird were sold at an auction for £500,000. Your discovery on this island will shock the whole world. Unfortunately, this was just a virtual game world. The plot outside of the island was a whole lot of nothing, Zhang Heng thought to himself. Instead of telling this to Bell, Zhang Heng decided to use a different, more easily acceptable method to convey the message to him. Bell, if this really is a dodo bird, we have to find a way to leave this island and show it to the world. You're right. Bell agreed. The fact that dodo birds exist on this island is not good news for us. It means that no one has ever come across this place. I'm afraid this place is not in any of the ship's courses. I've been on this island for more than a year. I'm already very familiar with the outer regions of the island, and I was thinking of going into the heart of the island to explore. Who knows, I might be able to find a way that could get us out of this place. Then let me come with you. I think I could be of help when it comes to exploration. Bell said excitedly. When are we leaving? Tomorrow? No. Let's wait for 2 more days so that your body can recover fully, and in the meantime, have a chat with me. Zhang Heng looked at the explorer with eager eyes. Chapter 16. Desert Island Survival. Bell was in excellent physical shape. Even though he had drifted for so long in the ocean, exhausted and on the brink of dehydration, when given enough food and drink, proper rest and favorable environment, he bounced back to full strength in less than 2 days' time. Even so, Zhang Heng was in no hurry to leave. The island's acreage was neither large nor small. Walking around the island's entire periphery only took Zhang Heng about 8 hours. Going into the virgin forest would take a longer time, but even then, it would only take about 3 days to get from the hut to the center of the island. If his assumptions were right, Bell had 19 days to live, which meant that they still had more than enough time to prepare. After being in each other's company for 2 days, Zhang Heng had a basic understanding of his new companion's abilities. Bell's survival expertise was indeed different from Ed's and the lad in shorts. His lean towards hunting and self-preservation, precisely the kind of skills necessary for exploring the virgin forest. At the present time, Zhang Heng was capable of making a large variety of tools, equipped to seek out a place to stay, water, and many other basic survival skills. From the simple variety of vegetable in his garden and the bareness of the breeding garden except for Mickey Mouse, it was obvious that Zhang Heng did not understand too much about the nature that he was living in. This was especially true in species identification, a weakness that Zhang Heng and most city-living modern people possessed. There were many types of plants in the forest, but not knowing which ones or which parts were edible, and afraid of falling victim to food poisoning, Zhang Heng had only taken the potatoes and onions, which were the only things that he recognized. It was pretty much the same with animals. All this while, he had thought that Mickey Mouse was ugly as sin. Never once did it cross his mind that it was actually the extinct national bird of Mauritius. This explorer that he rescued could finally help him make up for this shortcoming of his. Seeing that there was not a lot of time left, Zhang Heng decided to bring Bell on a tour around the island. Bell taught him how to identify and obtain a variety of resources from the forest. Zhang Heng could not help but be surprised. For the past 1 year, he had been recklessly wasting natural resources. He had been sitting on a pile of treasure trove, and he was completely clueless as to how to use them. But the more Zhang Heng listened to his companion, the more uneasy he felt because it seemed that Bell was deeming practically everything that he laid eyes on to be edible once the head is removed. On the afternoon of the 10th day, Both men returned to the house. Zhang Heng was very pleased with the yield of this short little trip. Even if there was nothing in the heart of the island, he had learned a lot in the past 10 days. Beyond that, Belle was also a very good listener and conversational partner. After taking a day's rest, Zhang Heng planted the seed they had collected from the trip in the vegetable garden. As he was doing so, he suddenly received another message. Successfully collected more than 10 varieties of vegetables. Wilderness survival skills advance from level 1 to level 2. Game points +5. You may refer to the character panel to view the information. Until now, Zhang Heng still had no idea how the game points were used in the game. Including what he had accumulated previously, he now had a total of 16 points, which was displayed on his character panel. It seemed to him that this was a sort of reward system. Once certain criteria were met, points would be rewarded, just like previous 11 points which came from starting a fire, building a house, and hunting. Anyway, Zhang Heng was not too caught up in these sorts of things. He had always been the kind of player who let things run its course as long as he completed a level, definitely not the hardcore bigot kind who had to attain complete dominance of the game. This time, it was only because he had played this game on his own for too long. He had to attain those achievements even if he did not want to. In addition to that, he also noticed that some changes had been made to the evaluation portion on the panel. It read, "Evaluation. The player is unremarkable with no quality worth commending, but has some wilderness survival skills and archery skills. He is not expected to be able to last longer than the first 5 rounds." Zhang Heng found this rather puzzling. He thought that his archery skills were pretty good, and he had enough knowledge to survive harsh environment. How could he not last longer than 5 rounds? What about the other players? The thought merely flashed through his mind. After that, Zhang Heng focused his attention on matters that needed to be done. After a night's rest, the pair had almost completely recovered from the fatigue of their little expedition, and the conditions of their physiques were at optimal level. Next, it was finally time for the main event. Zhang Heng slung the longbow and quiver over his shoulder. The night before their departure, he had already prepared 2 persons' worth of rations and water. He and Belle each carried their own. If they were frugal, these provisions could very well last them for a week in the forest. With Belle the human hunting machine next to him, there was no need to worry about running out of supply anyway. When Zhang Heng handed the 2 spears he had prepared to his partner, Belle shook his head and then showed him the knife on his waist. "This is enough for me." Zhang Heng felt a twinge of envy. Seeing the knife brought back memories about that Swiss Army knife that he had. Ever since he was thrown to this island, he never saw that piece of ironware again. He thought about how he, when he was with Ed, had completed the feat of sawing a tree using a shell. The tip of the spear he was holding had to be carbonized and then sharpened. While it was a pretty effective weapon, it was still not nearly as good as the real deal. Moreover, the workmanship on the knife appeared to be exquisite. Belle's name was even carved on it. "If you like it so much, I can give it to you once we're safe. You can also come to my house to visit. I'll introduce you to my wife and son." Even though he knew that that day would never come, Zhang Heng thanked the explorer politely. Once they were ready, the pair began their journey into the virgin forest. On the first night alone, Zhang Heng realized how lucky he was to have Belle with him. Even though he had made ample preparations, he had clearly underestimated the dangers in the forest. One person could not be on constant alert for 24 hours, especially at night when the forest was not particularly quiet. There always seemed to bushes rustling in the dark. For the first half of the night, Zhang Heng was constantly on his toes, tightening his grip on the spear at every sound or movement. Eventually, he realized that he could not go on like this. One sleepless night meant that his mind would suffer and his response slow. Eventually, Zhang Heng had to force himself to close his eyes. It took a while for him to ignore the suspicious sounds all around him and enter the half-asleep state. But it was then he suddenly felt something rubbing against his midriff. This was also the time when Zhang Heng was most lethargic, so he did not bother to open his eyes until whatever it was tangled around his body and began to squeeze. It was when he suddenly felt suffocated that his eyes flew open and he saw the thing stacked around his body. It was a python, about 3 meters long and a body that was thicker than Zhang Heng's forearm. Its belly was white, and its back was covered in brown cloud-like spots. Zhang Heng attempted to free himself from its grasp, but realized that he could raise his arm at all. The thing was tightening around him, and it felt as if all the bones in his body were broken. Luckily, his struggling woke Belle from his sleep. Burmese rock python, a subspecies of the Indian python, one of 6 of the largest snake species in the world, commonly seen in tropical rainforests. They have great strength and few enemies, but they are not without weaknesses. Belle reached to touch the giant serpent's tail and very lightly jabbed at a spot, and the Burmese rock python actually loosened its grip. When Zhang Heng finally freed himself, Belle explained, "Anus, they are python's most vulnerable spot. Attacking this body part will allow you to have time to escape." And then he plunged the knife into the snake's head. Not such bad luck at all. Our breakfast for tomorrow morning has fallen into our lap. Chapter 17. Desert Island Survival 11. Zhang Heng woke up from his sleep and saw Belle roasting the python that nearly swallowed him the night before. "Zhang, you're awake just in time for breakfast." The explorer stirred the bonfire with a stick to adjust the flames, and then pointed at the thing next to him that was still dripping with blood. "Snake skin. I just peeled it. After I wash it, we can use it to make a water bag of some sort. It'll be much more impervious than pails. Or we could use it to make clothes. It can keep us cool, very useful in hot weather. Thank you for last night." Zhang Heng found a place to sit on the ground. The red marks around his arm were still visible. "Oh, don't worry about it. You saved me from the sea. If we want to survive in the wilderness, we have to help each other, right?" Belle said as he passed a roasted snake skewer to Zhang Heng. He was about to refuse when a thought struck him. This might be the only chance in his life that he got to eat a python without being thrown into jail. So he accepted it. He took a curious bite and found that it tasted pretty good. It did not have a strong smell and tasted a bit like chicken, only chewier. When he thought about how this creature nearly took his life last night, Zhang Heng decided to have a second helping. After breakfast, the two set off again. Belle continued to play the role of a capable guide, clearing the path in the front with his knife and explaining the various organisms they encounter to Zhang Heng along the way. "The python we ran into last night is not the only predator in this forest. When pythons eat, they normally swallow their prey head first. Because of their poor eyesight, they sometimes eat prey that are too big for their stomachs to handle and their belly would explode. But snakes have very good digestion. They could digest bones and flesh all together without a problem. The animal bones we saw back there, some of them are still in perfect condition. It didn't look like they were the python's victims." Zhang Heng quietly noted down this trivia. Many things seem to be of little use, but you never know when the time would come that you would actually come to use it. For example, Ed and the guy in shorts never taught him how to salt out of seawater. It was something he had seen from a video on some bullet screen website. Using heat, crystallization, and repeated filtration process, you could obtain relatively pure food-grade salt and make food much more appetizing. Speaking of which, when Zhang Heng was in primary school, he had visited Zishuangbana with his grandfather. The forest park there left a deep impression on him. But that place was developed by man, and only a small portion of it was open to the public for safety reasons. This was the first time Zhang Heng had been in an all-natural forest like this. Like Belle said, the colony in this place was rich, and it really opened Zhang Heng's eyes. For instance, along the way, he spotted a little amphibian with a semi-transparent belly that gave Zhang Heng a view into its heart, liver, and digestive system. What was more incredible was that the frog's body was only about 1-2 milliliter. Glass frogs generally reside in the tropical rainforests of Central and South America. To date, 134 types of glass frogs have been identified, among which 60 of them are on the verge of extinction, said the explorer as he carefully placed the tiny creature back onto the leaf. "What about this?" Zhang Heng pointed at a bump growing on a banyan tree like a tumor. There was a new shoot growing out of it. "Oh, staghorn fern, a type of epiphyte. They are tender green when they are young and turn light brown when they mature. They mostly live on the trunks and branches of other trees. It's commonly found in tropical rainforests." Other than that, Zhang Heng also saw a colugo. This thing was neither cat nor monkey with wings like a bat's that enclosed its neck, limbs, and tail. Spreading them allowed the mammal to glide in the air. It looked rather playful. A Bagheera kaplingi, a species of jumping spider, and the only species of spiders with a herbivorous diet. They eat nubs at the tip of leaves. The name was too difficult to pronounce. Zhang Heng had Belle repeat it 3 times and was still doubtful. Bird of paradise whose cries sounded like gunshots. When Zhang Heng first heard it, he nearly jumped out of his skin. But the bird was very beautiful, especially its feathers that changes colors. Even Belle could not help but exclaim, "This place is a biological paradise. This is the first time I've seen so many tropical plants and animals from different regions gathered in one place. This is unbelievable. Biologists would love this piece of land." Just then, Zhang Heng felt something underneath his feet. He bent down to pick it up and saw that it was the tooth of some animal with a circular hole at the bottom. This thing looks man-made. Naturally formed holes are generally not that regular. Belle took the tooth from his companion and examined it. "I know that some aboriginals would wear the teeth of the animals they hunted around their neck to show off their strength. The more powerful their game is, the more powerful they are deemed to be. That way, when it comes to choosing their partners, it would be easier for them to pick their desired mate. I have a friend who went hunting a lion alone so that he could marry the most beautiful girl in their tribe. He never came back." There was indeed a reason for the smaller population of foreigners. Zhang Heng made no comment about this. Instead, he asked a question that he was more concerned about. "Are there aboriginals living on this island? Could they be cannibals?" Belle shook his head. "The chances are small. The island is not very big. You said that you've been living on this island for more than a year now. If there were other people on this island, there's no reason that you haven't met them yet. Also, this thing looks like it's quite old. So, you're saying that there were aboriginals living here?" Zhang Heng could feel sweat dripping down his back. If those aboriginals were still alive, they could have captured him and Ed to make soup on the first day they arrive on the island. Let's keep going further. Belle was also interested to find out. The possibility of a lost civilization appealed to the explorer in him. He nearly forgot that they had come to search for a way to leave the island. The two continued towards the heart of the island. As of now, they were already nearly halfway into their journey, and the deeper they went, the more evidence of human civilization they found. Belle took a look at the completely eroded little huts and the moss-covered stone wares and tools, and could tell that a long time ago, an aboriginal tribe had once lived here in the forest of this island. What happened to them? Why have they all disappeared? The explorer was getting more intrigued by the minute. Chapter 18. Desert Island Survival 12. Zhang Heng was not surprised mainly because he was aware that this was just a game, and he would not have been surprised if they had found Winnie the Pooh in the forest. But, at the moment, Zhang Heng could not deny that everything around him right now was so realistic. If it had not been for his extra 24 hours causing a major complication and lengthening the span of the game, he would not have detected any bug at all. Other than the huts and stone tools, the pair also found a small, almost 1-hectare lake nearby. Belle tasted the water and said, "It's drinkable. This is a freshwater lake. No wonder they built their village nearby." Zhang Heng's eye, however, was drawn to something half buried in the mud by the lake. This tribe, did they already possess the skills to smelt metal? Zhang Heng pulled out the item and found that it was a piece of very rusty ironware. It appeared to have been attached to a piece of wood, but the handle was beyond recognition. Upon inspection, Zhang Heng found himself clueless as to what that item was. Belle was not all-knowing. He did not know what the thing was used for either. So, he could only analyze. From the look of the craftsmanship, they are most probably still in the Stone Age era. This piece of metal may not have belonged to them. It was getting late, so they did not continue further, but found a place nearby and started a fire for cooking. The closer they were to their destination, Zhang Feng found himself in a tangle of emotions. For the past 1 year, he had relied on the objective of exploring the center of the island to keep himself working hard on improving his archery skills and exercising to keep in shape until it became essentially almost like second nature to him. But to say that he was concerned about what was in there was not entirely true either. In light of this, Zhang Heng often envied Ed, Belle, and the guy in shorts. They could comfort themselves that perhaps tomorrow a ship would dock at the island, or perhaps there was something on the island that could bring them home. On the contrary, player Zhang Heng knew very well that unless the time was up, he was not going anywhere. When he thought about how they were going to solve the mystery tomorrow, he was both emotional and excited. He had been thinking about this day for the past 1 year, after all, but most of all, he was at a loss. Once this was over, what was he going to rely on to survive? Thank goodness 4/5 of the time had already passed, leaving only another 100 days to go. Even if he did not have a goal to work towards, he should be able to bite the bullet and pull through. On the third morning of the expedition, Zhang Heng rose early, but when he opened his eyes, he saw that Belle was already up. "Morning, Zhang." The explorer greeted him excitedly. I just took a walk around the lake again. Guess what I found? New breakfast. That's actually true. I caught a catfish so that we can have a change of flavors. But other than that, I also found something else. Belle placed 2 rusty little balls on Zhang Heng's palm. What is this? Marbles. This is a bullet. How are solid bullets fired? Zhang Heng asked. He was not a fan of weapons, but he had some basic knowledge about them. Modern weapons relied on the ignition of gunpowder in the bullets to be fired. Without gunpowder, the bullet could not penetrate anything. Remember that thing you found by the lake? I know what it is. The explorer was beaming in excitement. It's a matchlock, widely used in the 15th, 16th century Europe. The gunpowder and cartridge for this type of weapon are filled separately, and then the match cord is lit up. At that time, the slave trade was booming, and the aboriginals here must have been attacked and captured by the slave traders and then sold off to farmers. The speculation seemed reasonable and in accordance with what they had seen. Zhang Heng decided to accept this friend's statement as the truth. However, later on that day, when they finally arrived at the heart of the island, they came across a structure that resembled an altar with a mountain of bones stacked up on top of it. Zhang Heng turned to his companion. Were your 15th, 16th century European slave traders this ruthless? This is not the work of the slave traders. This was a dark and bloody period. As far as I know, slave traders do, in fact, kill those who try to resist captive in order to scare the others. Sometimes, they would also kill the ones who were too old or too young, those too inconvenient to transport. Belle walked up to the altar and picked up a skull. But this is not their practice. If it's not the slave traders who killed aboriginals of the island, then who did? Could they have done it themselves? Zhang Heng's question stumped the both of them. The architectural style of the altar was very similar to the ruins they had stumbled on by the lake. All right, say the slave traders arrived on the island, and these aboriginals saw that they were no match for the enemy, so they came to the altar and ended their own lives. It's a little far-fetched. Belle walked to the center of the mound of bones, bent down, and wiped away the dust on the stone floor. This is something else. It's a totem depicting a half-human, half-snake creature. It looks like it could be the gods that these aboriginals worshipped. Zhang Heng was a little disappointed. Although he did not care too much for whatever was in the heart of the island, finding the indigenous ruins that had no use to him caused him to feel dispirited. He had prepared for this for an entire year, and it was a dangerous journey coming here. He was even nearly swallowed by a python. In the end, all they found was just a bunch of bones and some altar. But seeing how excited Belle was by all that, Zhang Heng kept this opinion to himself. The pair had plenty of food and water. There was still more than half of the food they had brought with them. And then on the way Belle killed quite a number of games, which might have looked like things that most people would be reluctant to put in their mouths, were actually surprisingly okay. Zhang Heng was contemplating whether or not to cut directly through the forest to the other end of the island, then travel along the coastline to return to their dwelling, when a dark shadow suddenly emerged from behind the altar and sprung for the explorer. Zhang Heng jumped. He did not need Belle's scientific explanations to recognize what that thing was. Jaguar, the king of the rainforest, with a likeness to a tiger, armed with sharp teeth and claws that could tear into a caiman. It was that large predator at the top of the food chain. Belle's reflex was very quick. The explorer rolled across the floor and evaded the beast's lightning attack, then drew the knife at his waist. Zhang Heng quickly drew his bow and arrow, but another jaguar appeared. This time, Belle's face fell. What? Zhang Heng felt a wave of nausea come over him. By right, the explorer's death was still 4 days away. Why had these cats showed up so early? Did they get the wrong script? But there was no time for him to think about these things right now. Belle was in grave danger. No matter how good he was, there was no way he could fight off 2 jaguars alone. Zhang Heng raised his bow and shot at the second jaguar. The cat dodged the arrow swiftly. Zhang Heng had already expected that. They were both now about 27 or 28 meters away from each other. If he had shot at Mickey Mouse from this distance, his accuracy rate was about 50 to 60%. But the jaguar was much nimbler and lither than the dodo bird. Chapter 19, Desert Island Survival 13. Zhang Heng's missed shot caught the attention of the jaguar. The latter quickly turned its attention to him. Belle was still wrestling the other jaguar, which meant that Zhang Heng would have to face this king of the rainforest on his own. If he had this encounter when he first came to the island, he would have been dead meat. He probably would not even be able to fight a goose, much less a jaguar. But was not his entire year of archery practice for this moment? Quickly, Zhang Heng drew another arrow and placed it on the bowstring. He was not in a hurry to shoot because he and the beast were still quite far from each other. At this distance, he did not have the full confidence to be able to hit the target. So, he had to rein in the fear he was experiencing and wait for the jaguar to attack first. This might sound simple, but actually doing it was not easy. Because for a long-range profession, the further the range, the safer it would be. Every shooter should know the kiting one technique. All the same, reality is cruel. Zhang Heng knew for a fact that in terms of agility and speed, his own 2 legs could never outrun the creature with 4. He could kite, but what if the jaguar chooses to join its partner and attack the explorer instead? Then when the 2 jaguars had him surrounded, Zhang Heng would never be able to leave this forest. So, both man and cat came into a confrontational stance. Zhang Heng maintained his aim and an upright position as his instructor had taught him, regulating his breathing. Opposite him, the jaguar's patience finally ran out, so it arched its body and prepared to pounce. Panic rose inside of Zhang Heng. This was a completely different situation from hunting a dodo bird. Even if he missed his target, the consequence would just be not being able to eat meat. But if his arrow misses, with the jaguar's fleet foot, he would not even have another chance to reload his bow. The one who would be eaten was him. Zhang Heng quickly chased all this jumble of thoughts away and anchored his emotions. In that split second, the jaguar made a move. It was much faster than Zhang Heng had imagined it to be. Kicking the ground with its hind legs provided the creature with a frighteningly explosive force. The distance between them was rapidly shrinking. At less than 7 meters, finally came the sound of bowstrings being released. You could say that this shot was Zhang Heng's most satisfactory shot so far. After an extended period of preparing and gauging, his mind went into a sort of Zen state, where the world before him seemed to be moving in slow motion, and he could see the motion of the jaguar's whiskers. Be it strength, angle, or calculation, everything was perfect. As soon as the arrow left his hand, Zhang Heng knew that it would hit the target. And he was right. At such a close distance, and running at a full sprint, the jaguar was unable to elude and could only watch as the incoming arrow hit its head. But what happened next was completely out of Zhang Heng's expectation. He did not know if it was because the carbonized arrowhead was not lethal enough because he had terrible luck. The arrow hit the cat's skull, but did not go any deeper. The jaguar let out a shrill cry of pain, but the injury to its head was not enough to kill. Instead, it provoked the beast, which then proceeded to charge towards Zhang Heng, knocking him to the ground. Zhang Heng pushed the bow up against the jaguar's neck to keep it from ripping his throat out, but the jaguar was pinning the lower half of his body to the ground and was clawing madly at his shoulder, boring bloody holes into it. But the harrowing pain provided Zhang Heng with a surge of strength that he had never experienced before. With death just around the corner, he momentarily forgot his fears. He knew that no one could save him at this time. If he wanted to live, he would have to rely on himself. Keeping one hand on the bow, Zhang Heng allowed his free hand to flail about the ground. Sensing the pressure against its neck weakening, the look in the jaguar's turned savage. The beast stretched out its neck to reach Zhang Heng's neck, the saliva from its razor-sharp teeth dripping down onto his victim's face. The stench nearly knocked Zhang Heng unconscious. He was now in much more danger than before. But at that very moment, Zhang Heng's free hand managed to reach the spear he had dropped on the ground. The putrid, hungry mouth was about to tear down on his neck when he plunged the spear into the jaguar's neck. The creature's eyes went blank. But Zhang Heng did not let go. Instead, he pushed harder, twisting the weapon deeper into the cat's neck. He had tossed his wooden bow aside and reached for the arrow that was lodged in the jaguar and thrust both hands with all his might. All that whirlwind adrenaline had him forget about the pain all over his body. This was battle of life and death. There was no such thing as mercy here. Zhang Heng did everything he could to inflict damage on the wild beast before him until a voice announced in his ear, "Successfully exterminated an adult jaguar single-handedly. Game points plus 10. You may view your character panel for further information." Only then could Zhang Heng confirm that he was the winner of this bloodbath. Pushing the breathless piece of dead meat off of himself, Zhang Heng saw that Belle's fight with the other jaguar was also drawing to an end. The explorer had punctured the jaguar's lower abdomen with his knife, and the creature was losing a lot of blood. Its movement was also more labored and leaden. It looked like it was going to follow after its partner's footsteps. "Hey, you all right, Zhang?" Belle asked, concerned. He had seen that Zhang Heng was in danger, but had been unable to help. "I've always wanted to own a piece of tiger skin skirt, but I guess jaguar skin works too," Zhang Heng huffed, and then dropped to the ground with his arms and legs spread out. Having verified that he was absolutely safe, all the energy in his body suddenly drained away. He did not even want to lift a single finger. When he thought about how insane everything that had just happened was, his beating heart could not seem to calm down. He had never thought that one day he would have to fight such a large beast up close and personal. According to the time count back in reality, just an hour ago, he had just been drinking lemon water at the bar. But now, he was a man who had just killed a jaguar. It was pretty cool if you think about it. But it was still better if something like this never happens again. The stone on the altar broke during the struggle, and I found this. The explorer walked up to his companion once he had taken care of his opponent. "What is that?" Zhang Heng looked at the furry thing in Belle's hand. It looked like some sort of tail. The strange thing was if the aboriginals did hide this thing under the stone, it would not be in such a good condition after such a long time. He was about to tell Belle to keep, then changed his mind the last minute and asked the explorer, "Can I have it?" "Of course, you saved me. Twice now." Belle was just a generous guy. "Thank you. This thing might just be useful for me." Zhang Heng changed his mind because when he picked up the furry thing, a voice notified him. Found game item, rabbit's foot, unidentified. Chapter 20, Desert Island Survival 14. Zhang Heng had been on the island for more than a year now, but this was the first game item he had come across. But other than the voice in his voice, there was nothing else. He did not know what this thing was used for, or what it does. It seemed as if the voice did not intend to inform him either. After it had notified him about the item, it just disappeared. Zhang Heng surveyed the rabbit's foot, but found nothing special about it. He would just have to keep it in his waist pouch for the moment. After Belle looked at the wound on Zhang Heng's shoulder, he decided not to take any risk and sterilized the wound with saline. The wound is too deep. The claws of beasts that live in the wild like this are normally full of germs. There's a chance it could be infected. Zhang Heng understood the horrible consequence of infection. In the city, this would have just been a matter of an antibiotic injection. But on this barren island, the chances of surviving an infection was next to none. It was because of the injury on his leg that Ed contracted high fever and passed away. Even though his death was premeditated by the game, that would mean the game designers could be trying to inform the players of such dangers. But there are some things that, even if made known in advance, could never be helped. What should he do in that situation? Being able to fight back and kill his attacker had already exceeded his limit. It was impossible to think that he could have come out unscathed. The explorer comforted. It may not be infected, for sure. Maybe nothing would happen. Zhang Heng smiled bitterly. He could only hope for that right now. After they had rested for a day, since they had already made it here to the center of the island, Zhang Heng suggested that they go straight to the other side of the island. Ed did not express any opinion against the idea, of course. So, they spent another 2 days or so to pass through the forest. When they were finally greeted by the sight of the beach and the ocean, Zhang Heng was rewarded for his achievement toward Island, and had another 3 points added to his game points. But this was none of his concern right now. There were 2 things that were giving him a headache right now, was the possibility of being infected, and that time for Belle's death was approaching. The first matter was purely dependent on luck. There was nothing he could do. The second matter was having stayed together for such a long time, and that Belle saved him from the becoming python food. Zhang Heng regarded him as a friend. In the end, he decided to give his friends a heads up. Of course, he would not mention that they were in a game, and that Belle was a non-player character, NPC, with a buff that set him up to die after 19 days. The discussion of whether this would yield some unpredictable reaction aside, Belle would have found this explanation difficult to believe. Chances are, he would conclude that because Zhang Heng had been alone on the island for too long, his mind was in a state of confusion, which was why Zhang Heng only told Belle to be extra careful tomorrow. The explorer did seem to mind it too much. After all, the both of them did just massacre a jaguar each. Now that they had left the forest, they had moved past the most dangerous portion of the journey. Whatever happened next could not possibly be as severe as this. Zhang Heng thought that it made sense, but after what happened with the guy in shorts and the poison mushroom, Zhang Heng knew that anything could happen tomorrow. He persuaded Belle not to hunt the next morning and kept his eye the explorer for the entire span of 24 hours. Zhang Heng also wanted to see to what extent this death could be done and if it could be changed. Nothing happened in the morning. Zhang Heng trailed behind the explorer the entire day like an idiot, giving his friend the chills. In the afternoon, Belle suggested that they go outside the forest to pick some wild vegetables and mushrooms to make a seafood soup, but was sternly refused by Zhang Heng. What kind of joke is it? Were they seriously using the same trick again? Zhang Heng was thoroughly traumatized by mushrooms. Besides, even if he really wanted to eat them, today was not going to be the day. Unable to do anything, Belle had wanted to go for a walk by the beach, but seeing how resolute Zhang Heng was, he decided not to ask for fear that it would only give trouble to his friend. In the end, they settled on walking toward the direction they lived in quietly. Throughout the entire journey, neither one of them spoke. Belle was not a man with a temper, but he did feel that Zhang Heng was making a big deal out of nothing. Then, as they were passing by a shallow beach, the cliff on his right suddenly came crashing down without warning. Caught off guard, Belle watched in horror as the falling rocks were coming down at his head. But right at that very moment, someone pounced on him and they rolled away together sideways. The crumbled rocks smashed against the coral reef next to them, giving the explorer the shock of his life. After that, he saw blood in the sea and a motionless Zhang Heng lying face down. "Zhang, are you all right?" Zhang Heng replied only after a while. "I'm fine, Belle. I just jumped at you too forcefully. My nose is bleeding from the impact." Zhang Heng sat up, hands cradling his nose. The situation was fraught with danger, but it was no match for the vigilant Zhang Heng. When he heard the rumbling noise above him, his first instinct was to throw himself at Belle and manage to get his friend out of harm's way. Upon remembering the warning yesterday, the explorer exclaimed, "My God, are you an oracle? You could foresee the future. This is incredible. Don't celebrate so soon. It's not over yet." Zhang Heng reminded him. The truth was, he did not know when this was going to end, when today was over, or until Belle dies. If it was the latter, then no gods nor ghosts could save the explorer. Zhang Heng could not guarantee for sure that he would be as keen-eyed as he was today for the next 100 days. But fortunately, this incident earned him some credibility, and Belle was now taking his prophecy much more seriously. To be safe, neither one of them slept a wink the entire night. When the sun peeked out from the horizon, Zhang Heng was lost for words. He did not think he would be able to help the explorer live past 20 days. Belle yawned. "So? Am I safe?" "I don't know." Zhang Heng shook his head. "But you can move about freely. Having passed the most dangerous 19th day, who knows what would happen in the future?" But like the wound on Zhang Heng's shoulder, he would only know after the infection set in. However, whether it was Belle or Zhang Heng, their luck seemed to be pretty good. Neither one of them encountered any life-threatening danger, and a scab had already begun to form on Zhang Heng's wound. There had been no swelling or pus. A week later, the pair finally arrived at the hut. Seeing Mickey Mouse sunbathing in the garden brought a feeling of familiarity to Zhang Heng. He even thought that the bird did not look as ugly as before. This little trip, although short, was filled with danger. Fortunately, the payoff was also good. Not only did Zhang Heng earn another 13 points, he also took home a prop that he did not know how to use. Most importantly, though, was that Belle was alive and breathing. This meant that for the rest of the 100 days, Zhang Heng was finally not alone on this island. While he was clearing out a house to be turned into the explorer's room, Zhang Heng asked, "Belle, can you be my teacher?" "Sure. What would you like to learn?" "English. I have a grade 6 exam in December." Chapter 21, Desert Island Survival. And Belle's English was excellent, probably because he was English. The first thing they did upon their return from their expedition to the center of the island was to plant the seeds they collected in the vegetable garden. Zhang Heng went back and forth, eventually deciding on giving up on the idea of making a skirt. It was mostly because he still would not be able to cosplay as Monkey King without the staff. In the end, Belle conjoined the 2 pieces of jaguar pelt into carpets. Not long after, the breeding garden was full of animals the explorer brought back from his hunts. Mickey Mouse seemed slightly taken aback by the sudden increase of neighbors. Zhang Heng even found the dodo bird's wife allowing the 2 people on the island to enjoy some eggs at last. Finally, Zhang Heng had this feeling that he had conquered nature. He had eaten more than 20 varieties of vegetables, added 2 more seasonings to his pantry, owned a pond full of seafood, which he could take from whenever he liked, and ate meat every day. Most importantly, he eventually found someone he could talk with. That feeling was just like when Robinson met Friday. Well, all right. From the student-teacher perspective, probably more like Friday. For 4 hours every day, Zhang Heng would be learning English from Belle, which included listening, speaking, reading, and writing. On top of that, he continued his archery practices, although he'd already achieved his goal. Over the course of the year, it had now become a habit. The only thing was that he no longer spent as much time on it as he used to. As an added bonus, Belle taught him some defensive moves. His time on the island was coming to an end. On the 520th morning, a rescue vessel passing by spotted the signal fire by the beach and sent a lifeboat to the island. Before the boat could even reach the shore, a woman jumped off the vessel and came running towards the men in tears. "My wife, Kaya." The explorer dropped the homemade fishing rod in his hand and stood up abruptly. The relieved couple embraced each other. Belle then removed the blade he stowed across his waist and placed it in Zhang Heng's hand. "As per our agreement previously, this belongs to you now. I've been to many dangerous places all over the world, the polar regions, deserts, highlands, but this was the first time I've been marooned on a desert island. It has been an incredibly unforgettable and valuable experience. You are my forever friend. Of all our days here, it's not just you who was the one learning. I've also learned a lot from you. I learned for the first time that there's such a thing as grammar in the English language. Let's go, my friend. We should go home." Zhang Heng followed the Buter couple onto the lifeboat, surprised to see that there were reporters from several TV stations on board. Everyone roared into claps and applause the moment they caught a glimpse of the explorer who had returned safely. On the ship, Zhang Heng took a long, hot bath and changed into clothes the sailors had provided. Finally, that feeling of returning to a civilized society dawned upon him. Instead of joining the celebration, however, Zhang Heng found himself a secluded and quiet corner on the ship that no one would take notice of. He was almost 2 hours away from leaving this virtual world. It felt like the longest 2 hours of his life. Zhang Heng was wondering what the return process was going to be like when suddenly, darkness enveloped everything around him, and a familiar voice spoke in his ear. "Arrived at the return deadline. Task completion confirmed. Beginner's edition of Desert Island Survival successfully completed. The first round of the game is over." Returning to reality. When Zhang Heng's vision had been restored, he found himself sitting by the bar holding the cup of water and lime he'd taken a sip from. The first thing he did was to reach out and touch his face. That thick, stubbled, and coarse skin weathered by the wind, and the sun was gone. The bartender lady, obviously considerate, took out a compact mirror from her purse and passed it to him. With the help of the little mirror, Zhang Heng was able to confirm that he looked no different from when he first walked into the bar. He was still dressed in his sports attire and running shoes. His Swiss Army knife was still safely tucked away in his pocket. So what was that? A strange dream? No, you did disappear for 2 hours, not just from this building or this bar. You could not be found in every corner of this world. The bartender took back her compact. "Now, you must have a lot of questions, but unfortunately, I cannot answer most of them. You will have to find that out for yourself in the game." Zhang Heng listened, speechless. "What I can tell you is that this game takes place once every month. You can pick whatever time you like to come to the checkpoint and join the game. It won't always be the Sex and the City bar, though. There is more than one checkpoint in every city. If you can't find them, you can always give customer service a call and use the special login service after paying a sum. Failure to log in on time will result in your disqualification. Also, game participants, by default, must accept a strict non-disclosure agreement. You're forbidden to disclose anything related to anyone other than the players and staff. I think that about sums up the basic restrictions. Don't hold on to your fluke mind." The bartender rubbed her chin. "What else is there? Let me think. Oh, other than logins, the game venues also provide other services. You can consult customer service for more details." Peeled off a sticky note and scribbling down some numbers, she continued. "This is the number. Don't call for nothing because I am your customer service. You have an awful lot of jobs." Zhang Heng noted in surprise. "It's not like I have a choice. Houses in big cities are so expensive." The bartender sighed. "All right. Is there anything else?" Zhang Heng searched his pocket and took out a furry item. "Tell me, the services you mentioned. Do they also include item identification? Everything from the game, not excluding even the beard and the scar on his shoulder, the collection of stoneware he made, and the knife that Belle gifted him, did not make it back with him to reality. Everything had just been sitting quietly in his pocket. Game item? The bartender gasped. It looks like you've got yourself quite the bounty this time. These kinds of things are very uncommon. Most people can't even find one after several rounds of the game. I do provide an identification service here, but it's going to cost you 5 game points. Do you have it? How do I pay? The bartender took out a tablet and after a few taps, brought up a payment interface. Just enter your player ID number. No need to worry about other people using your number, though. You have to be present for the payment to be effective. Probably because he had seen too much since he set foot in the bar, Zhang Heng had already turned a little numb. He had already memorized the set of numbers and quickly regurgitated them. After keying them in, the bartender slid on a pair of gloves before placing the rabbit's foot into a small wooden box. This will take some time, about 2 to 3 days. I'll text you when it's done. Drawn to her movements, Zhang Heng had a sudden, ominous feeling. Wait. Now, why are you being so careful? Chapter 22, A Precious Pearl Fine. Considering you've just made a transaction with me, I'll reveal something useful to you. The bartender took off her gloves. Do you know why game items are so valuable? I think you've mentioned that there are very few of them. Rarity does not equate to value. The term game item is used to correspond with the theme, and it's not accurate at all. In reality, this is a very magical item. It contains inconceivable supernatural forces. They work in both games and reality. If you use it well, it will be beneficial to you. But sometimes, it could create problems for you. No one can guarantee that this force will bring positive effects, so you have to be extra careful when handling game items. Just because it has not been identified yet does not mean that the results are not present. Speaking of which, did anything strange happen to you after you picked it up? No, Zhang Heng thought back to the time after the rabbit's foot was given to him. His life went on without incident. Then, this is probably not the type with negative effects, or perhaps it could be triggered under specific conditions. For some reason, the bartender's tone was laced with pity. When these negative effect game items are used well, they can do wonders. A wooden box made of tollwood can isolate its supernatural powers, the best option to store the items. If there's a need, you can always buy them from me. Oh, and also, if you have any game items that you do not need, you can choose to leave it here so I can help you sell it. There's always a large-scale auction at the end of every year. Keep an eye on your mailbox. An email will be sent to you before the event. If there's nothing else, we'll meet again next time. The bartender's service was terrible. That initial excitement after earning his 5 game points had dwindled and suddenly lost all interest to explain anything else to her. Zhang Heng asked her what services were available at the game site, and she said that she would send him a PDF to him through WeChat. Upon exiting the metal room, Zhang Heng was bombarded with loud, thumping music, which he no longer thought was raucous. After spending a year and a half on that island, hearing the symphonies of a civilized society made him feel a little warm and fuzzy inside. Zhang Heng descended the iron ladder and quickly disappeared amongst the crowd of people. Although it was already 1 in the morning, the number of cars parked outside the bar seemed to have increased. Zhang Heng did not return to school because 1, it was quite late already, and 2, too much information had been dumped on him for the past 2 hours. He needed to go someplace quiet to sort through and digest them. Besides that, there was something else he needed to verify. So, Zhang Heng checked into a room in the Express Hotel by the road and asked the receptionist for a pen and some paper. Tired as he was, he did not feel like sleeping right now. He turned on the table lamp and promptly listed down every important detail that had happened today and his theories. When dawn broke, he reread the stack of lists he had written and rewritten, tore them up, and flushed them down the toilet. After that, he checked out of the room before heading straight to the archery range across the road, the very place he'd been coming to train. As soon as it opened at 8 a.m., Zhang Heng went in, took out the SF recurve bow he deposited there, and selected a 30-meter archery range. He drew his bow and released an arrow. 6th ring. Zhang Heng was not at all surprised. He had been using a primitive homemade bow and was not used to this modern bow yet. The first shot was just a test. Of course, it was not the least bit startling that the results weren't satisfactory. Adjusting his angle, he released the bowstring once more. The second one was much better. 8th ring. That very moment, Zhang Heng's coach walked in. He was just about to greet his student, but decided not to bother him when he saw how absorbed Zhang Heng was. He stood silently at the back with his thermos cup, ready to correct Zhang Heng's posture and movement. Then the next arrow pierced the ninth ring. Not bad. That was a good shot, the instructor thought to himself. Most of the time, when newcomers first started, they would have kinds of problems ranging from not holding the bow firmly enough to the wrong posture, thus deviating from their center of gravity. Zhang Heng had only just begun to pick up the sport, but his posture was spot on as if he had done it many times before. It was solid as a mountain. If that was not talent, then what was that? Zhang Heng's coach was a former member of the city's archery team. Alas, his talent was limited. No matter how hard he trained, he could not seem to improve. Soon after, he was defeated by an amateur who had only trained for less than half a year. Disappointed in himself, he left the professional circle and was invited by the archery range's owner to coach there. Seeing how well the sport had been doing these 2 years, he could not help but feel a stirring inside him. But he was too old for this. He had no more potential left to discover. Even if he returned to the game, he would end up nowhere. Thus, he decided to focus his attention on the young people training in the range. He wanted to see if he could develop a keen eye for scouting able players and take talented apprentices under his wing. Who would know that perhaps one day, one might be able to compete at the national level and fulfill his dream on his behalf. With that thought, he began to keep an eye out for potential candidates. Initially, he focused mainly on 8 to 14-year-olds, the best age for laying a foundation. Any older and it would be too late, which was why he never paid too much attention to Zhang Heng. In the 3 previous sessions, this young man did not show any special skills and was no different from amateur hobbyists who played just for sport. Zhang Heng's progress gave him quite a shock. He had not even started training, but yet, he was surprisingly good. He had risen so quickly above his peers from the same batch. At the same time, however, the instructor felt sorry for Zhang Heng. The boy had gotten in touch with the sport too late in the game. Even if he had the talent, without sufficient practice, it would be extremely challenging for him to go any further. While these thoughts were running through the instructor's mind, Zhang Heng drew in a deep breath. When he was done with the adjustment, he released 5 arrows in succession. Each shot was less than 2 seconds apart. Out of the 5 arrows, the 4th hit the 10th ring, and a slightly faulty one landed on the 9th ring. Zhang Heng knew that this had to do with his coordination. He was used to that body back on the desert island. A year and a half ago, his strength and response had already deviated by a little. However, from these few shots, he had already found out what he needed to know. The skills he had gained while training retained in his muscle memory. Now he just needed 2 weeks of practice to return to his level back on the island. In fact, with a more powerful and more accurate modern bow, his shots would have much higher accuracy and a greater range. It appeared that the skills acquired in the game could be brought back to reality. This was actually not too surprising since those skills did not fall from the sky. He had actually trained hard for them. Zhang Heng also noticed that unlike traditional games, this game did not utilize the 4-attribute system. The body he used in the game was his own. When he was in trouble, he had to use his knowledge and abilities to solve them. Therefore, the skills each person developed were essential. Thinking about it now, those extra 24 hours did not seem so bad after all. This meant that he would have more game time compared to the other players, and could better improve himself. The critical thing here was that these in-game improvements were just as applicable in reality. Zhang Heng groaned, utterly unaware of how much his 5 shots had affected his instructor. The latter nearly dropped his mug. A hard-working amateur hobbyist could hit 49 points with 5 arrows. However, considering how recent Zhang Heng had started learning, which were only 3 sessions and that quick succession of shots, only a precious handful of hobbyists would be able to do that. He was a prodigy. A prodigy for sure. What other explanations could there be? The coach was now seeing Zhang Heng in a completely different light. He looked at Zhang Heng as if he was looking at an inimitable jade. The longer he looked, the more he liked what he saw. How could I not have noticed such a brilliant treasure? Chapter 23. Warning sign. Within half a minute, the coach envisioned how, under his guidance, Zhang would Heng advance by leaps and bounds. He would shock the judges in his first competition and then return defeated from the nationals. But just as he was about to give up, he would rise from the ashes under his coach's counsel. He would finally join the national team and win the Olympic gold medal. The instructor even thought about the interviews that would take place after that. In the end, before this youngblood's story could even begin, it died a premature death at the young man's tactful decline. Archery was just a hobby for Zhang Heng. He had no plans to make a living out of it. In fact, he knew better than anyone else that his archery skills were simply a culmination of time. He did not possess any unique talents. He might perhaps be able to become master among the amateurs, but if he had gotten involved in the professional circle, it would be challenging, to say the least, for him to rise to the top. On top of that, this was the second time Zhang Heng had rejected his instructor. The latter finally recognized that the young man before him had no intention of mixing in this circle and could not help but feel that it was such a shame. You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. He could not put a gun to Zhang Heng's head and force him to make him his coach. After a few more shots, and Zhang Heng got his answers and stopped training. The morning had classes in store for him. Thank goodness it was at 9:45. Depositing his bow, he promptly returned to school. The moment his peers spotted him in the classroom, they shot him knowing, sassy smiles. Zhang Heng did not know how to explain himself, so he blurted that he had actually spent a year and a half stranded on a deserted island, before finally finding another man. The lesson was underway when Wei Jianyang snuck up to the seat next to him and tried to make him confess. In spite of that, Zhang Heng did not appear to be lying, nor did he blush or react suspiciously. When he finally accepted that nothing of the amorous sort had befallen his friend the night before, Wei Jianyang quickly changed the subject. Xiao Xiao and her roommates are thinking of going camping next week, but I'm concerned about their safety. I'm looking for some guys to join. Chen Huadong has already agreed to come. Not so for Ma Wei. How about you? Xiao Xiao was Wei Jianyang's girlfriend. If Xiao Xiao wanted to go camping, it was without question that Wei Jianyang would want to join her. One lone male, however, was not strong enough. Also, wherever the couple went, they would always attract flack. His girlfriend's roommate and the other girls would definitely make fun of them. Instead, Xiao Xiao gave her boyfriend the task of recruiting more people to join them. Wei Jianyang was not very hopeful. Zhang Heng was the kind of person who stayed away from large groups and rarely joined group activities. This guy had his own rhythm in life. However, to Wei Jianyang's surprise, Zhang Heng agreed. Previously, Zhang Heng would never be caught red-handed participating in activities like this. But after spending such a long time away from society, he needed lively environments to heal himself. Although Ma Wei had opted out, he was most likely to spend his entire day in the library, only returning to the room at lights out, like he did every day. So, if Zhang Heng were to stay, he would have to spend the whole weekend alone in the dorm. That's great, Wei Jianyang chirped. Other than Xiao Xiao, all her other roommates are still single. Don't say I never gave you the heads up. The Shun Cece performing in this year's welcoming party tonight is also from their dorm. Oh, I forgot you're not going. Anyway, what you need to know is that whenever she sings, the boys would fall head over heels for her. She's the most popular girl in her department. It was obvious Zhang Heng bore no interest in these departmental celebrities. With so many things happening one after the other, he was not inclined to think about romance. He agreed to the camping purely for the fun of it. Considering he did not have any classes scheduled on Friday afternoons, Zhang Heng decided to prepare ahead of time for the game next month. Back at the Express Hotel, he had already completed preliminary planning and made adjustments to his schedule. After lunch, he found a 24-hour gym nearby and immediately signed up for a membership card. On top of that, he had also increased his rock climbing and running hours. Since he did not know what he would be facing next, the safest option would be to improve his physical fitness. Also, in every game, he would be using his own body. In other words, different levels of physical fitness could bring completely different gaming experiences. For example, during the Desert Island Survival game, where the players were given the option to save the people drowning in the ocean, the person with an average fitness would be able to save Ed, whereas those who were stronger could save the guy in shorts, and Belle who were further away. Of course, the most pitiful ones were those who did not know how to swim at all. As a result, they could only watch from the safety of the shore. For the most part, Zhang Heng's fitness was considered average among the students of the university, as he had never undergone any targeted science-based training. But he did have his own advantage, having double the preparation time compared to the other players. They only had a month between each game, but he had two. If the 2 months were used well, he could improve his fitness by a lot. The thought of joining taekwondo or boxing classes did cross his mind, but one couldn't rush these kinds of things. He would have to tackle them one by one, starting by working on his foundation first. After all, those skills could be practiced in the game as well. The following week was spent with a full schedule. He had begun training the strength of his waist, back, arms, and legs. He even took up flexibility training in the gym. On top of his endurance training long runs, he included sprints that tested his explosive force in his training plan. He also made time to visit the Sex and the City bar during Still Time 1. That place was filled with secrets. Having been inside the game himself, Zhang Heng was naturally intrigued and wanted to know more about it. Since he got only scarce information out of the bartender lady, he decided to take matters into his own hands. He should at least be able to uncover some clues from the furnishing and decoration of the sheet metal room and the collection behind the bar. Also, he really wanted to find out if the rule about not seeing the other players still applied during still time. However, when Zhang Heng arrived at the bar, an inexplicable feeling of panic overcame him, which only grew more intense the moment he placed his hand on the handle of the metal door. Zhang Heng hesitated for a moment when he suddenly decided to let go of the handle. He did not know where this warning came from, but the message it conveyed was very clear: do not attempt to enter the game venue at siesta. Even though he was burning with curiosity, Zhang Heng decided to play it safe. After all, whatever he was facing could not be explained with logic. That was how Zhang Heng's first secret exploration was brought to an end, not managing to gather much useful information. It was already Monday when, during class, his phone suddenly vibrated. Glancing at the message, it turned out to be from customer service. Your item has been delivered to your desk in your room. This is a notification message. Please do not reply. Zhang Heng put his phone under the table and typed as stealthily as he could. What about my game checkpoint service list? He tapped on send, and after a while, the bartender replied, "Oops, I forgot. I'll send it to you once I'm done dealing with the matter at hand." Chapter 24. Different person, name, Lucky Rabbit's Foot. Quality. E. Usage. Increases luck for the wearer by a small margin. Back in the real world, that mysterious voice and the so-called character panel were absent. Zhang Heng stared at the card with the bartender's handwriting, speechless. Such short and simple words cost him 5 game points. Even though he had a decent amount of points, he could tell that it was not cheap, having seen how excited the bartender was when she'd received the points. Zhang Heng was not the least bit surprised by the results of the identification. A rabbit's foot was an amulet believed to bring good luck in many cultures. This item was probably responsible for how his wound remained uninfected back on the island. His double time aside, this was the first supernatural item he possessed. Taking into account its positive effects, Zhang Heng decided to wear it as a keychain. Who would know how much that little bit of luck actually was? Since he had nothing else to do, Zhang Heng decided to experiment with something. He went to the Walmart next to the library and bought 2 scratch cards costing him 20 yuan. One of them won him 10 yuan and the other 5 yuan. After subtracting the principal, he sustained a 5 yuan loss. After that, Zhang Heng went to another supermarket. Out of the 2 he bought, one said, "Thanks for your patronage," and the other one won him 20 yuan. He had broken even. Now, Zhang Heng had now somewhat understood the Lucky Rabbit's effectiveness. He had initially hoped that his earnings would be higher than average, but alas, he still sustained a loss. Although his luck did improve, it was nothing to rave about. Any intentions of using this little bit of luck to earn money would prove to be quite the challenge. As he was leaving the supermarket after completing the experiment, Zhang Heng spotted a young couple under a tree nearby. The guy was trying hard to explain something, but the girl kept shaking her head. When the guy reached out to pull the girl in, she sidestepped him instead. Zhang Heng looked away. He was not about to meddle in other people's business. Things like that practically happened every day in school. The university was the gathering of a cesspool of hormones, where all kinds of drama occurred all the time. That being said, Zhang Heng did not have to worry about the guy doing anything beyond the pale, because it was broad daylight, and they were within school grounds. Any scream whatsoever would draw the sense of overzealous young men, pouncing to save the damsel in distress. So off to the library, Zhang Heng went. At noon on Friday, Zhang Heng bought some snacks and outdoor supplies, its contents some mosquito-repellent spray, towels, and band-aids. Wei Jiangheng had already rented the camping gear and car. Its cost split evenly among those who were going. It was 300 yuan apiece. Any overpayment was refunded, and imperfections reimbursed. Zhang Heng was checking his camera to make sure the batteries were full when Chun Huadong and Wei Jianyang walked into the room, carrying large and small bags. The girls bought these. It's tonight's dinner. Help us load them into the car later. Sure. Thanks, exclaimed Zhang Heng, who was pretty much all packed up. Wei Jianyang deposited the bag he was carrying onto the table. He guzzled down the glass of water on the table, then heaved a long sigh. I've been so busy these 2 days, running around all day working myself to the ground like a horse. You guys are the wiser ones. Come to think of it, being single isn't all that bad. No, please, Child Wei. Thanks to you, I'm only beginning to see a ray of light. Don't pour cold water on me so soon. Chun Huadong said with a twinkle in his eyes. You're going after Shin Sisi? Wei Jianyang glared at his friend from the corner of his eyes. No. Brother, I know my limits, all right. She's like the public relations department's #1 wholesaler of the good person card one. Just too many guys are falling into unrequited love for her. I'm not going to be part of that madness. I don't mind give up this treasure that is Shun Sisi for our child Zhang to conquer. Personally, I much prefer Su Jing, Chun Huadong grinned. The hell? I knew you liked that kind, you pervert. Su Jing is a legit lowly, a popular one at that. The only thing's that she's quite poor at managing herself. She only learned how to take the subway when she came to university. In fact, until now, she would at times go in the wrong direction or even miss a stop. Also, she washes her clothes and socks in a washing machine. That's not a problem. Not a problem at all. Adorkableness is justice one. You know me, brother. I've been a loyal Love Develops 2 fan for so many years. Chun Huadong pushed his sparkling glasses up the bridge of his nose. How inhumane and immoral. Where's the 1-1-01 when you need them? Wei Jianyang exclaimed in distress before turning to Zhang Heng. Shin Sisi is pretty good, though. You won't even consider it. Most girls despise those who are popular with the guys, but Shin Sisi is an exception. In fact, Xiao Xiao said the girl she admires most is Shun Sisi. She's pretty, is an ace at studies, sings well, and is quite genuine with people. She may have rejected many guys, but she has never kept them as spare tires too. It's always a clean rejection. That's why she's been given the nickname Kill M All One. Chun Huadong chuckled. But after getting to know her a little, I find her not too bad. She has been the one among the girls who's been taking care of the trip. When we went to get the stuff for the camp just now, she tried talking to us, and we even enjoyed a few laughs. Not the slightest bit of arrogance. I guess you can never completely trust spreading rumors, added Chun Huadong, plainly singing a different tune this time. Are you guys done talking? Zhang Heng chipped in. Almost. Don't worry. Our relationship has come to an end. I have always known that this day would come. Chun Huadong stubbornly retorted. Why don't the both of you spend your free time by paying some attention to current international affairs instead? Why are you always so concerned about my love life? Wei Jianyang and Chun Huadong looked at each other. They whispered in a grave tone. Zhang Heng, we're a little worried for you. Huh. I always thought that you're the kind of person who plays by his own rhythm, completely unaffected by the outside world. But since last week, we've felt this new, inexplicable edginess out of you. Chun Huadong joined in. I know this sounds a little melodramatic, but right now, you give off this vibe of loneliness that seems to come from deep within your bones. Do you know how many recluses there are on Zhongnan Mountains 1? That's the kind of feeling you're giving me. Be honest with us, brother. Has something happened to you? Why are you suddenly so withdrawn? The words struck a chord in Zhang Heng's heart. Of course, he knew what had happened to him. No one was as withdrawn from the world as he was. Spending over a year all alone on a deserted island where even his toothbrush was self-made left him with a tremendous feeling of loneliness. Even though he had returned to the real world, physically unchanged, that period spent in isolation had left him an entirely different person. Had experience and learning shaped us into who we are today? Drifting along with his thoughts, Zhang Heng recalled the bartender's words and was suddenly intrigued. If he continued playing this game for many years to come, what would he be like when it ended? Would he a completely different person from who he was today? Chapter 25. Shin Sisi, the minibus Wei Jianyang booked, had just arrived downstairs. The 3 boys loaded the vehicle with the camping equipment and food they had prepared. Zhang Heng checked out his SF recurve bow from the shooting range the day before. After about a week of practice, his skills were almost fully recovered. With the help of modern technology, he was able to hit ring 9 at 50 meters. But Zhang Heng's specialty was shooting moving targets, although it all depended on the target's speed and the trajectory. One particular thing bugged him. He kept feeling that a pair of resentful eyes were gazing at him, which made him a little hesitant to unleash his full potential. By and large, he had to wait for still time to find a place for practice. Now that an opportunity to traverse the wilderness had presented itself, he could find a serene place to practice his archery skills. Child Zhang, if anything dangerous happens, you have to protect me first, Chen Huadong trilled jokingly. Zhang Heng did not keep his archery lessons a secret from his roommates. All of them knew that he'd just started. In fact, only a week ago, and had even searched the net for tutorial videos. How much progress could he have made? All right, don't forget to fall into my arms when it happens. They chatted and laughed as they repeated up and down the stairs. Finally, after loading everything into the back of the van, the three girls made their way to them. Chen Huadong gave Zhang Heng a nudge with his elbow and said, "The one on the left is Shun Sisi." Zhang Heng looked in the direction his friend pointed at and saw a tall girl. Wei Jiangyang sure wasn't lying when he said that her physical condition was good. She had the body of a model and was easy on the eyes. Not to mention that, unlike the coquettish superstars on the television and magazines, there was purity in her eyes. There was none of that pretentious, deliberate girl shyness on her. It was no wonder that she was the girl of so many boys' dreams. The Public Relations Department's #1 good person card wholesaler. Shin Sisi flipped out 3 bottles of water from her bag and handed them to the 3 boys. She piped excitedly, "Thank you for the hard work, guys." Zhang Heng accepted the bottle and thanked her. It was the little things that told a lot about a person's upbringing. It was apparent that Shin Sisi did not consider the 3 boys as free labor and personal bodyguards, nor did she think that just because she was a girl, letting the boys do the heavy lifting was by default. Such qualities on a woman, especially a beautiful one, was more than hard to come by. Chen Huadong continued to play the role of an inept, fumbling advisor. He whispered into Zhang Heng's ear, "It's been said that Shun Sisi's father is a university lecturer and her mother is a novel translator. Seems like a good family. So what do you think? Child Zhang, I believe your families are well matched." The person that Wei Jianyang was waiting for was missing. He could not help but ask himself, "Where's Xiao Xiao? Why isn't she here yet? Ha ha. Each time we go out, that woman is the most troublesome of all. Putting her makeup on takes forever. Wei Jianyang, you will suffer when you marry her," laughed the shortest girl among the 3. Standing between the 2 other girls, she attained a humble 1.5 meters give or take. Needless to say, she was the legal lowly, Su Jing, that Chun Huadong had eyes for. She had only just finished when someone smacked her over the head. "Ugh, I'm sorry you had to hear that. I will make sure to discipline this child," Shin Sisi told Wei Jianyang, keeping a straight face. The atmosphere was just starting to feel a little warmer when they suddenly heard a voice call out, "Sisi." It was then that the girl's expressions immediately changed. "Sisi, are you and your roommates going out to have fun? Why didn't you tell me? I could send you there." A flashy chili red BMW 5 Series sports sedan pulled to a stop next to the group. The guy driving the car pulled the handbrake and stepped out. Zhang Heng's eyebrows raised. He was wondering why Shin Sisi looked so familiar. Apparently, they had met earlier on when he was leaving the supermarket after buying the scratch cards. Now, he recognized the couple he saw. It was Shin Sisi, and this guy clad in a Supreme t-shirt. "Chung Chung, why are you here again? Sisi has already rejected you so many times. Why haven't you taken a hike already?" Unlike her name, Su Jingwon was a straightforward girl who did not keep her thoughts to herself. This blatant announcement that exposed his rejection had put a dent to Chung Cheng's dignity and cut his face. But because Su Jing was a girl, it would be embarrassing if he threw any tantrums. Instead, the fewered eye swallowed his anger. "Sisi, can I talk to you for a moment? It'll just be nearby. I know a coffee shop with excellent Jamaican Blue Mountain coffee," said Chung Chung. Shin Sisi frowned. Even the ordinarily good-tempered girl was starting to lose her patience. She and Chung Chung had been strangers until that welcoming party for freshmen. That very night, after performing a song, Chung Chung approached her and had been coaxing and pestering her for more than half a month since. From flowers, snacks, and fruits, to an iPhone and concert tickets, Chung Chung would entrust some girl to leave them at Shun Sisi's dormitory door. But this modus operandi that had worked so well on every other girl failed miserably on Shinsisi. The gifts that he had given her were always returned to him untouched, and Shinsisi also made it very clear to him that she was not interested in being in a relationship right now. This rejection, though, seemed to only fuel Cheng's zeal. He even toned down his lordly attitude. Shinsisi's parents had always taught her to be polite and respectful. Now, when she found herself in an exasperating situation, she found it difficult to be abrasive, ergo, causing her to continuously be the recipient of Cheng's persistent badgering. There were even rumors about the both of them going around the school, which gave Shinsisi a massive headache. What's more, she seemed to be running into Cheng a lot recently. How did he find out about their plans to go camping? Was it not too much of a coincidence that he showed up just as they were about to depart? Shinsisi glanced at the girl called Wang Huan who was standing behind Su Jing. The girl shot an embarrassed smile back at her. Wang Huan hailed from a middle-class family, but a few days ago, a stick of YSL lipstick magically appeared in her drawer. The aspiring detective of a Su Jing looked up the price of the lipstick and found that to own one, a princely some 700 to 800 yuan would have to be forked out. Owing to that, everyone jeered at Wang Huan, asking her if she was a mistress to some wealthy merchant. But now, it seems that her lipstick had come from somewhere else. Against the odds, Shinsisi had no intention to pursue this issue. When she saw that Xiao had left the dormitory and was approaching them, she turned to Cheng and stated sternly, Cheng, haven't we already talked on Monday? I don't really drink coffee, and we're leaving right about now. Never mind, they can go first. I'll send you there later. Don't worry, I won't take up too much of your time, retorted a relentless Cheng. Chen Huadong could not hold it back any longer and was about to speak up when Wei Jianyang shot him a sharp look. Don't provoke this guy, Ao Jianyang said under his breath. Chen Huadong pursed his lips. Why? Isn't he just a Furidai? Look at our child Zhang. Now that's the model Furidai. Zhang Heng shook his head. Nonsense. I'm not a Furidai. Zhang Heng came from similar financial circumstances as Shinsisi, both intellectual types, comfortable enough to not worry about what they ate or wore. They were considered pretty well off compared to the average person, but they were not in the same league as those ultra-rich tycoons. Wei Jianyang smiled acridly. This Cheng is not an easy person to deal with. He's a troublemaker. He's our senior by a year. When he first came to university, he got into a fight with a senior. His family appears to be in the hotel business. He spends lavishly and has quite a following. The student union is a disorganized mess of a pestilence thanks to him. Xiao was so averse to his ways that she quit the student union. Chapter 26. Journey Furidai is just a label. On its own, it carried no derogatory connotations. For people who were either good or bad, they were further classified into superior and inferior. Objectively speaking, compared to the average person, these children of the nouveau riche had the privilege of enjoying better educational resources, therefore turning most of them into the superior kind. But why do Furidais have such a bad reputation? It was only a simple explanation, though. The average person's vice was smaller, perhaps only affecting those around the individual. By comparison, due to the Furidai having control over more resources, the repercussions would often be more severe once they committed any wrongdoing, descending into an entire series of problems for the society. Take Cheng, for example. Although his sins were not that grave, many people in school condemned him. When he joined the student union in his freshman year, he quickly turned the school into his territory. In a matter of months, he had already dominated all elections, causing the old council members who disapproved of him to withdraw from the union. By his sophomore year, he became the president, and all the newly promoted council members were all his people. He basically dictated the entire student union. Birds of a feather flocked together. When he was recruiting people, he would continuously pay extra attention to the prettier girls. Once they joined the union, he would covertly appoint his subordinates to deliberately make things difficult for the girl. Then, he would use his position in the student union to settle this matter, making him the hero nobody had asked for. One thing led to another, and many of the innocent freshmen took the bait. Eventually, while they were discussing matters of the school, they would somehow, or rather end up in his bed. There was a rumor going around that by the time Cheng was in his second year, that more than 5 girls had undergone abortion because of him. One even threatened to commit suicide, but the matter was eventually resolved with an undisclosed sum. Of course, it was a sensational amount. At the end of the day, plenty of people disapproved of Cheng Cheng. After hearing about all these, Chen Huadong, who had initially planned to speak his mind, found himself on the horns of a dilemma. He did not work at Cheng Cheng's family hotel, and it did not matter to him whether or not Cheng Cheng was a Fuerdai. However, after finding out about how Cheng Cheng dominated the student union, he could not reconsider his decision. As there was no student league in their school, club funds had to be first approved by the student union before it was reported to the teachers. On top of that, the student union was also in charge of the periodic assessment of each club. During their freshman year, Chen Huadong and few guys set up an anime club called Tiger Shark, which had been doing pretty well so far. Although their club had only a few girl members, a group of pansy guys coming together to exchange mysterious codes and indecent material was good fun. If he were to offend Cheng Cheng, Chen Huadong had to think about the problems Tiger Shark would be facing. To top it all off, the school had a rule that required everyone to participate in morning exercises for a set number of times. No surprises there, as the ones in charge of taking attendance was the student union as well. In summary, the student union was the kind you would usually not notice, but if you rubbed them the wrong way, it would be problematic, to say the least. Cheng Cheng had quite a substantial number of followers, to begin with. Chen Huadong finally decided to pursue a relationship with Su Jing because he did not want to have to walk around on eggshells every day, always on the lookout for anyone who might want to beat him up. Shin Sisi was looking kind of helpless. She had already said everything she could say. Most people would have given up already, but Cheng Cheng did not have the slightest intention of letting go. Next to them, it appeared that the Wang Huan girl realized she had done something wrong and kept her head down, saying nothing. In the end, Zhang Heng broke the awkward silence. "Excuse me, your fly is open." Cheng Cheng looked down and saw the gap in his pants on his groin. Even though his underwear was not visible, it was still somewhat indecent. Zhang Heng would have been better off not mentioning it at all. He could have pretended not to notice it. Now that it was pointed out, he did not know if he should pull up his zip in front of everyone. It was the most awkward of situations. Cheng Cheng stared at Zhang Heng for a while before telling Shin Sisi, "Sisi, someday I will make you understand how I feel about you." At that, he quickly hurried back into the safety of his BMW. If you pay attention to the way he was walking, you could see how unnatural his movement was, as if he dared not stretch his legs. Hurry, let's go," Xiao Xiao implored. "Once he gets his zipper up, he'll come back to intrude." Like bats scurrying out of hell, everyone piled into the minibus, hastening the driver to scoot as they slammed the door shut. Su Jing was in fits of laughter. "Ha, did you see that guy's face? Oh, it's too funny." When she finally caught her breath, she imitated Cheng Cheng's tone. She, "Someday I will make you understand how I feel about you." The legal loli made sheep's eyes at Shin Sisi as she spoke. Everyone exploded into laughter. Xiao Xiao covered her mouth. "Enough. Stop talking. It's so disgusting. He's a bastard who specializes in deceiving freshman girls. What the hell was all that innocent love act?" Shin Sisi looked at Zhang Heng apologetically. "I'm sorry. You got involved because of me." Zhang Heng shook his head. "It's no problem. I'm not part of any student clubs." Because of her boyfriend, out of the 4 girls, Xiao Xiao was the most familiar with Zhang Heng and the others in her boyfriend's dorm. Last semester, they even hung out a couple of times over skewered barbecue meat. Somehow, someway, she seemed to be influenced by Wei Jianyang and became very interested in her roommate's love life. She turned to Shin Sisi and said, "Sisi, didn't you want a band? You should consider Zhang Heng. He's really good at the piano. You know Paganini's La Campanella, right? This guy could play it with his eyes closed." Zhang Heng was getting tired of the rumor, having constantly heard it around his extremities. But before he could deny the gossip, Wei Jianyang carried on. Yeah, Zhang Heng loves working out. He runs 10 kilometers every morning, and he's part of the rock climbing society and is aiming for the K21 peak now. Oh, and he has also learned archery since he was 5. The bow never leaves his side. His skills surpass all. People call him the Zhang Sun too, from Water Margin 3. Ahem, it's actually Little Li Guang Hua Rong 1. Xiao Xiao buried her face in her hands. The legal loli, another a mischief maker, chipped in chirping. "I did say that when I first laid eyes on Zhang Heng, I could tell that he's a gallant and intelligent person. He's so much better than that Chung Chung, who can't even zip his pants. Chen Huadong was a little slow on the uptake. Whatever that had to be said had already been said. It took him the better part of the day to come up with something. Eventually, he said, Zhang Heng loves small animals too. Frequently, after dining in the canteen, he would always keep the fish bones and then bury them in a nice, quiet place. Hey, that's enough. If you want to make up stories, you should at least be thoughtful about it. Everyone laughed. The glumness accompanying Chang Cheng's appearance was suddenly gone, and everyone was in a chatty mood again. In this age, when guys and girls come together, there was constant teasing and goofing, instinctively unleashing their youthfulness without much care or thought. After Shin-Sisi had heard everyone's presentation of Zhang Hong, she found herself a little intrigued by him. But that was it. She gave him a friendly nod, and then turned to the despondent Wang Huan and began chatting with her. Likewise, Zhang Hing thought nothing else of Shin-Sisi. She seemed like a pleasant girl who made people feel comfortable around her. He, however, did not harbor any romantic feelings towards her. Dark shadows flitted past as he looked out the window. Sometimes he also wondered, what kind of girl did he like? Chen Huadong had always been legal lowly-file, and Wei Jiangyang preferred girls like Xiao Xiao who appeared to be tough on the outside but, at the same time, also gentle deep down inside. It seemed like everyone knew for sure what they wanted. Yet, he could not even begin to describe his type. But for all that, Zhang Heng somehow believed that he would be able to tell when he meets the right person. Chapter 27. Camping at 5 in the evening, the minibus arrived at the camping destination. Everyone unloaded their stuff from the trunk and bid the driver a cheerful goodbye. When these city-bred students saw the foothill nearby covered in lush greenery, sheltered by the blue skies and white clouds, they were ecstatic. Su Jing was especially eager. Wow, this place is not bad at all. We should come here every weekend. Xiao Xiao retorted. Does your family's money fall from the skies? 300 yuan. I can't afford coming here every week. Knock it off. It's going to be dark soon. We need to find a place to set up tents and cook. Shin-Sisi chided. Su Jing giggled. I don't know how to cook. I'm only responsible for the eating. Fine. Exchange your cuteness for food then. The group chatted as the chortling continued, the mood light and cheerful. The girls were the ones who had chosen the camping location, mainly Xiao Xiao idea, situated in a less popular and crowded area. She had a backpack traveler uncle who enjoyed traveling on foot and was familiar with the uncultivated mountains nearby. The girl had badgered her uncle into providing her a list of unspoilt locations with breathtaking views. Even better, the visitors there were few and far between. There was none of that hubbub and chaos. Sad to say, except for Xiao Xiao who had gone camping with her uncle once or twice when she was younger, all the others did not have any camping experience whatsoever. To make matters worse, Xiao Xiao was only occupied with playing at that age, her uncle completely handling the bonfire building and cooking business. As a result, even choosing a place to set up the tents proved to be a challenge for the group of coddled university students. Everyone seemed to be in disagreement. One said that it should be at the top of the mountain, the other that it should be somewhere sheltered from the wind. Then someone also added that they had to watch out for falling rocks. In the end, Zhang Heng could not stand watching the conversation going nowhere, so he said, this place nearby is not dangerous. It's summer now, so we don't worry about keeping warm. We can choose whichever place to set up camp, and it'll be fine for sure. Predictably, everyone ignored him. Immersed in the excitement of playing house in the open air, they found Zhang Heng's make-do attitude to be unacceptable. It was almost sundown, and after careful and elaborate deliberation, they finally settled for an open space by the foot of the hill. To say the least, the spot they had chosen was pretty good. It had an expansive view, and other than being a little further from the water, it had no other faults. However, the problem was that the sky was starting to turn dark, and their tents were still unbuilt. Such a task must not be undermined. For a novice, setting up a tent was extremely technically challenging. Inserting the tent poles into the sleeves, stringing the ropes, staking the pegs into the ground, and then guying out the tent to stabilize it. Without any experience, it would take the novice a long time to figure out single step. Fortunately, this did not prove to be a problem for the Zhang Hong, as he had built a house with his bare hands before. He nearly built up the 3 tents entirely all by himself. Even up to the last one, he was made up the steps as he went along. Su Jing clapped her hands. All right, Zhang Heng. The next time I'm stranded on a desert island and can only choose one person to come with me, I will choose you. You're so bad. Even on a deserted island, you're going to make someone your scapegoat? Chen Huadong clicked his tongue. I've seen a few wilderness survival shows. It would still be useless even if it were the whole group of us on that island. Wei Jiangyang shook his head. Zhang Heng merely smiled and said nothing. No one took this kind of idle chatter to heart. Just then, an idea popped into Su Jing's mind. It's already dark now. Let's have a campfire party. It was like this girl never worried a day in her life. Campfire my ass. Let's eat first. I'm starving to death. Xiao Xiao grumbled. Only Shin Sisi was able to lend Zhang Heng some help when he was setting up the tent. As the others simply could not get the mechanics of pitching a tent, they took the initiative to prepare dinner on the other side instead. In the civilized world, there was no need to start a fire using the bow and drill method, not even in the wilderness. Only a portable cassette furnace for outdoor use would be needed. It was ready for use once the gas cartridge was inserted, a very convenient alternative. Naturally, Zhang Heng was glad to see that thing. He came to have fun, not to show off his skills. Any survival skills he possessed were to be used to protect lives in the event of emergencies. If only he had a lighter on the island, he would not have to chafe off the skin on his hands to get fire. Dinner that night was hot pot, the most convenient outdoors menu for large, noisy, hormone-enraged students. First, the base ingredients. Then chuck in washed vegetables and meat all together. There. Done. When Zhang Heng had finished building the tent, the group sat around the hot pot in a circle with single-use plastic bowls in their hands, watching and waiting for bubbles to form. To many of them, it was a refreshing feeling. In the summer, the temperature in the mountains was just right, not too hot and not too cold. It was much more comfortable than the stuffy, unair-conditioned dorm room. The only thing that seemed to take comfort there were the hordes of blood-sucking vampiric mosquitoes. Zhang Heng and Shin Sisi took out mosquito repellents from their bags almost simultaneously. Seeing this, they smiled at each other. Why isn't the meat done yet? Su Jing muttered pitifully. Just a while ago, she was still demanding a campfire party, and now she was more concerned about the meat in the pot than anyone else. A mischievous Chen Huadong was about to make fun of her when a rustling noise came from the woods nearby. That alone had pushed timid Su Jing into a panicked frenzy. My God! Are there wild beasts in these mountains? No, there are none, said a startled Xiao Xiao. Although the place was not a tourist attraction, it was close to the city. In the autumn, many photography enthusiasts would come here to visit. They also spotted other campers not far from where they were earlier on. If there were wild beasts here, it made no sense that no one had ever seen them before. As soon as she had spoken, something scurried out of the woods. The beast turned out to be not an animal, but just a person. However, before they could breathe a sigh of relief, the outward appearance of the trespasser unsettled them. His was a rowdy-looking youth lined with tattoos on his arm. The young man smiled mischievously at the group and said, "Oh, I knew I smelt something fragrant coming from somewhere. Turns out there's something tasty here. Count me in. It just so happens that I haven't had dinner yet." When the trespasser had finished talking, Zhang Heng got up, turned around, and went into his tent. The youth smiled at that. Okay, smart. Now that I have a place to sit, I'll just help myself then. Everyone could see that this lad had ill intentions. Wei Jianyang and Chun Huadong shared a look. This was the perfect time for the guys to step up their game. Wei Jianyang spoke first. "Dude, we're not used to eating with strangers." "No problem. I can introduce myself first. We can all be friends. A little chat, and we'll get to know each other." The youth grinned as he reached into his pocket and took out a folding knife. Wei Jianyang's and Chun Huadong's face fell, and Su Jing looked like she had just seen a ghost. They were all university students. They had never been in a situation like this before. Fights were rare back in campus. Even if a quarrel did get physical, no one had ever used a knife. Everyone's heart sank at the next announcement as the young man declared, "I have 3 other friends who hadn't eaten too. They'll be here soon, but it looks like there's not enough space." He looked around and then pointed at Wei Jianyang, Chen Huadong, and Wang Wan. "Why don't the 3 of you give up your spots to them?" Chapter 28. 2 arrows. Wei Jianyang and Chun Huadong trembled in the presence of the folding knife. It would have been fine if they were just being robbed. At most, they would have to give up their possessions, and no one would be harmed, but from the way the young man was acting, they could tell that he had other intentions for the girls. The girls in Xiao Zhao's dorm, except for Wang Huan, were not bad-looking, not to mention Shun Sisi, who was generally acknowledged as the prettiest girl in the public relations department. Xiao Xiao was in the school's volleyball team and had always maintained a perfect physique. Needless to say, Su Jin, the legal lowly, was a magnet for perverts. Normally, neither of them had to worry about their safety in school. But this was the wilderness, the outward bounds. Even though there were other campers in the area, they were too far from them. Even if they cried for help, there was a good chance no one would be able to get here in time. The girls were beginning to regret coming out here. They had already done their research and found that there were villages nearby, leading them to presume that it was quite safe. Why were they so unlucky this time? Wei Jianyang could feel his forehead growing damp. His girlfriend was behind him. He could not retreat. But being afraid when in such scary situations like this was a normal reaction. As the youth moved towards him, Wei Jianyang froze, and his throat went dry. The very next moment, however, something sliced through the darkness. The youth paused. In front was an arrow with its tip buried deep into the ground, its fletching still quivering. It was a shot at an ungodly speed. Zhang Heng was standing in front of the tent with his recurved bow. He did not stop after the first shot. Swiftly, he drew the second arrow. Before Wei Jianyang and the others could cheer for him, the second arrow overshot by 10,000 meters, hitting a small tree far away. Zhang Heng's friends were dismayed, thinking to themselves that it was over. They had hoped that the shot would frighten the intruder away. They did not expect Zhang Heng give away the game so quickly. The young man was also taken aback by the first arrow. The country had strict firearms control, so in the general run of things, bows and crossbows were the most powerful long-range weapons people had access to. He did think there would be a bowman in this group. But that second shot missed him by at least a few meters. Was the first one a lucky shot? The youth subconsciously turned around to see where the last arrow had landed and was immediately alerted because his mates were hiding behind that tree. These first two shots are just a warning. If you don't leave, the third arrow will draw blood, Zhang Heng said calmly. The expression on the youth's face changed. Everyone else was bowled over. The youth was about 3 to 4 meters away from Wei Jianyang and Chen Huadong. He was computing in his head if he could grab either one of them as hostages. He had second thoughts, not sure if Zhang Heng would actually do it. In the end, he chose to put away his knife and raised his hands. I apologize for interrupting. It looks like my friends, and I will have to go elsewhere to make friends. He glared at Zhang Heng as he spoke, and then slowly backed away until he disappeared between the darkness of the trees. The incident was over, but everyone had lost their appetite. They quickly packed up their things and wanted to leave the place, but there was no taxi in this suburbia. Xiao Xiao was still worried that the strange guy would harass the other campers, so one of them called the police while the others went around to inform other vacationers. Shin Sisi opened her mouth to say something, but decided to keep it to herself. After the danger was over, the other girls gathered around Zhang Heng. Su Jing stuck out her tongue and said, "That's impressive, fellow student Zhang. I thought you ran away because you were scared. Turns out Iron Man was summoning his armor." Chen Huadong joined the conversation. "Big brother, I must say I'm impressed. The second shot was way off course, yet you could still stand there and threaten him so boldly. Respect, respect. Apparently those degenerates are easily frightened. They saw you holding a bow, and off they went running for their lives. But, really, thank you for that. I was so scared I almost died," continued a very relieved Xiao Xiao. "To thank your hero, I have made the executive decision to betroth the prettiest girl in our dorm to you." Su Jing concluded. Suddenly, she received another smack across the head. But after that, Shen Sisi also thanked Zhang Heng. After informing the others scattered all over the campgrounds, the group gathered again, feeling a lot safer by the numbers. Zhang Heng put down his bow and opened up his backpack, distributing a bunch of snacks that did not require cooking to everyone. While taking a bite out of her custard pie, Su Jing mumbled, "What a day full of action. It's my first time camping, and it may very well be my last." With food filling their stomachs, the group was feeling much better, and they began discussing the precarious situation they were in just a while ago. It was then that out of the blue, Shin Sisi said, "Zhang Heng, can I talk to you?" The pair stepped away from their friends' bemused gazes. Shin Sisi thanked Zhang Heng again for the night, saying, "Did you notice?" "Notice what? That guy didn't look like he's from the villages around here. He's probably from the city like us. You're saying that the guy came here tonight just to look for women to assault? No. If he was prepared, he wouldn't be dressed like that. The shoes on his feet were an Adidas Coconut 500. It's at least 2,000 yuan and above for the authentic one. He would not have willingly worn those here and risked having his sneakers scraped by twigs and branches. Also, when he was talking, he kept scratching at his neck. He must have gotten bitten by a lot of mosquitoes. If this was premeditated and he did not even prevent that, that would just too careless. So, chances are he came here at the last minute. That's a very detailed observation. Zhang Heng looked surprised. Most people would not have noticed so many fine details in that situation. Aren't you the same? Shin Sisi answered softly. I didn't notice any of that. Zhang Heng shook his head. I don't know much about shoes. I was busy paying attention to his friends in the woods. I didn't notice his little movements. If you didn't mention it, I really would not have known. Shin Sisi was taken aback slightly. Then why have you been keeping an eye on Wang Huan? Because when the guy appeared, her reaction was a little too intense. Everyone was paralyzed by shock and fear, but she was very, very frightened. After the guy left, everyone was so relieved, but she seemed even more alarmed instead. Shin Sisi smiled bitterly. That is why I didn't agree with them calling the police. Even though she put everyone in danger tonight, Wang Huan has her share of problems. Cheng Cheng threatened her, telling her that if she refused to help, he wants her to reimburse him for the lipstick. Her parents were laid off a while ago, and she has a younger brother at home. And just like you said, she didn't expect this to happen. She only sent our location to Cheng Cheng. All she thought was that he wanted to join us. She never expected someone like that to pop out. She was terrified, worried that police would find out. You decide then. Zhang Heng declined to comment. They were all adults. They have to be responsible for their own actions. Circumstances and her family's situation may have induced her to behave that way, but it's no excuse for her wrongdoing. One straightforward justification. Society may not be just to you, but you can't go kill people in a kindergarten or set public transportation on fire just like that. However, Shin Sisi was the target here. Whatever she would decide to do was entirely up to her. Zhang Heng had no opinion on that. As for Cheng Cheng, he had an idea of what kind of game the guy was playing at, sort of. In light of the declining favorable impression between him and Shin Sisi, he probably wanted to play the hero and save the damsel in distress in this self-directed drama to make up for it. It, however, appeared that this guy had underestimated Shin Sisi's intelligence. At the moment, it did not look like they were on the same level. Shin Sisi let out a breath of relief. I am not a person who keeps forgiving. Wang Huan promised to move out of our dorms when we get back. We won't have any social interactions with each other. So, that's how it's going to be. You, on the other hand, will have to be very careful. Cheng Cheng wouldn't dare break the law, but he has no problem crossing the line. It's best if you don't leave the campus for the time being. I'll help you figure a way out of this. Chapter 29. Test of Friendship Patrol cars sent the group was back to the city. Their statements were taken down, but unsurprisingly, the police could do very little about it. That was a small crime that did not result in anything serious, so they merely entertained them and warned other campers. Unless a similar incident were to happen again, they were not going to invest resources in conducting an investigation. An unavoidable situation, the officers already had plenty of cases piled up. Sorting the cases by priority was an essential skill of every officer. And just like that, the outing was ruined. By the time the group reached the campus, it was already close to midnight. They bid each other goodbye and returned to their respective rooms. Chen Huadong was in luck. Thanks to his heroic performance of standing his ground when the trespasser threatened him, he successfully obtained Su Jing's phone number. With him setting the ball rolling, everyone else started to exchange contacts with each other. As soon as they returned to their room, the seats on their chairs still cold, the pair had already started hooking up. Shin Sisi sent Zhang Heng a text to remind him to be extra careful. Zhang Heng thought about it, and then politely replied thanks. He had only just sent the text when the world around him suddenly went eerily quiet. After more than a month, Zhang Heng was no stranger to this phenomenon. Setting the alarm on his phone to 7 hours, he climbed into bed. When he opened his eyes, the world was still steeped in darkness. Zhang Heng turned off his alarm and rolled out of bed. After making himself a cup of oats, he walked down the stairs with the cup. The caretaker lady arrived a little earlier than usual, already locking the main door the moment the clock struck 12. Zhang Heng went straight into the control room and very deftly fished out a set of keys. He proceeded to unlock the door. He dropped by Walmart first, grabbed a pineapple bun one from the rack, and then left the change on the cashier. It had actually been a long time since he'd done anything like this. Not since a terrified grandmother ran all the way home with her grandchild after hearing about the 12 o'clock rumor. He switched to stocking up his food before bed. This time was an exception due to an unforeseen circumstance. If Chung Chung had not interfered, he would still be out there camping. After he had finished his oats and bun, he left his cup on the supermarket's rack, then jogged to the 24-hour gym. By that time, the contents in his stomach were almost fully digested. He began his training with the water-resistance rowing machine. 3 hours went by quickly. After that, he took a quick shower before checking himself into the rock climbing club. Finally, he wandered around the city on his daily tour with his camera. He was passing by a small hotel when a red BMW caught his eye. Zhang Heng stopped cycling as he slowly glanced at the license plate. It was Chung Cheng's car. Zhang Heng was for all intents and purposes not bothered by this son of some wealthy tycoon. Like he had told Shin Sisi, he was not involved in any clubs or group activities and had very little interaction with the student union. If Chung Chung wanted to take down Zhang Heng, it would require quite a lot of effort on the former's part. Chung Chung might be famous in school, but he was no fool. It was because of money that they were willing to be his accomplices in tricking naive young girls. But if they had to give up their certificate of graduation for him, or even break the law, no one would do it. Outside school, on the other hand, even though that young man was not a member of any society. After Shin Sisi's cue, however, Zhang Heng realized that he was also another bored fuerdai with nothing to do like Chung Chung. That was just purely asking a friend for a favor, but these people were sometimes even more of a nuisance than thugs. They were willing to do almost anything for their face. Zhang Heng figured that since he had so fortuitously come upon him, it was best to get rid of this Trojan horse once and for all. He parked the shared bicycle by the building and walked into the hotel. He did not know where Chung Chung was, but that was not a problem as he easily accessed all customer information on the computer at the front desk. He found Chung Cheng's name quickly, took down the room number, and borrowed a set of spare keys. 2 minutes later, he pushed open the door into room 305. There was steam all over the glass door of the bathroom, but there was no sound of water. Zhang Heng could make out the silhouette of a girl, but he was not the kind to take advantage of situations like this. He immediately looked away and then continued into the room. There were clothes strewn everywhere. There was even a brassiere hanging from the television. On the bed, Chung Chung was naked except for an underwear, smoking while texting on WeChat. Zhang Heng plucked the phone from his hand and saw that the person he was chatting with was a guy called Wu Fan with a picture of a tattoo as his profile picture. Zhang Heng tried to recall to the intruder's tattoo, but failed to realize anything significant. That was all right, though. Zhang Heng clicked on the contacts, scrolled down, and found the same picture. The owner of the WeChat account had taken a full-body picture with his wardrobe, with a caption underneath, "Can't put the shoes down. What should I do?" The face on the picture belonged to the guy with the folding knife. Zhang Heng went back to the conversation page, and then looked through the messages. It was almost exactly as he had guessed. Chung Chung was indeed the one who came up with the idea. He was nearby when it happened, ready to show up once he got the signal. He did not expect his plans to be disrupted by Zhang Heng. Forced home with a belly full of anger he couldn't vent, Chung Chung invited a junior he had wooed to go out on a date with him. Wu Fan asked Chung Chung if he wanted to try and push the bowman around for a bit. Out of caution and not kindness of the heart, Chung Chung replied that he would have to look into Zhang Heng first. After that, the conversation grew boring, delving into what club had awesome girls, which limited edition shoes were worth collecting, who managed to get the girl, or whose boobs were bigger, that kind of subject. Other than that, Zhang Heng also found out that Chung Chung was dabbling with recreational drugs and had tricked the girls he was with into doing them. Zhang Heng shook his head reprovingly. This guy had caused so much harm to other people. When Zhang Heng was done reading the dialogue, he created a new chat group which included Wu Fan and all the other contacts in the list, which looked like fuerdais, and then began typing. "Wu Fan, that dumb fuck. I just need to bring up our friendship and loyalty to get him to do whatever I want. He will do anything I ask him to do. Now he's as obedient as my dog." When he was finished composing the text, Zhang Heng even added an emoji with a coquettish smile and shades at the end, then hit the send button. He could foresee that after 0 o'clock tonight, a solid friendship was about to face a brutal test. This, however, may not humble Ching Chung. So, Zhang Heng decided to give him a warning. He did not do anything too inhumane. He was not a monster. He only gave Chung Chung some water to drink. After forcing down 2 bottles of water down Chung Cheng's esophagus, Zhang Heng was worried that Chung Chung would not be satisfied, so he took another 2 from the front desk. Then, to prevent permanent damage to his nervous system from water intoxication, he took another 3 bottles of Pocari Sweat. In the end, though there was a bottle, Chung Cheng's stomach had already grown a size larger, and when shaken, Zhang Heng could hear water slushing inside. To top it all off, Zhang Heng deleted all the apps in Chung Cheng's phone before setting a Bride of Chucky picture as wallpaper. Finally, he left a grave message in the memo. Think about what you've done. When it was all done, Zhang Heng jumped onto his little yellow bike, leaving the hotel behind to continue exploring the artistic path. Chapter 30. Round 2. Ching Chung was absent from school for 2 days. Word was that he was sent to the emergency ward in an ambulance. The doctor's final diagnosis was drowning. The strange thing was that Chung Chung claimed that he had been lying in bed in the hotel room and had no contact with any water at all. What was worse than his physical condition, however, was his mental state. He appeared to be suffering from severe psychological trauma and was advised by the doctor to seek psychiatric help after his treatment. As a result, his parents spent a large sum of money to hire a world-famous expert, and after 2 sessions, he was finally stabilized. He was finally able to return to school a month later. A few close acquaintances even arranged a welcome-back reception in his honor. They were going to invite his side girl, but Chung Chung was too terrified after everything that had taken place that night. Although they had proven that he did not have any sexual contact with the girl who was in the shower, Chung Chung would rather have a small-time model come over than anyone from that day. That night, after a couple of beers and the company's admiration, Chung Cheng's mood improved considerably and was willing to practice what the expert said, which turned out to be convincing himself that that was just a bad dream. Upon his return to university, he decided to restore his former glory and figure out a way to win Shin Sisi over. Humans were like that. They thought the harder it is to achieve something, the more valuable it must be. In the beginning, during the welcoming party, he thought that she was good-looking cinch and had wanted to woo her just for the fun of it. But Shin Sisi would have none of it. She did not even give him a chance, which only made him even more obstinate in going after her. This matter quickly plagued him. As he was humping the small-time model, Chung Chung covered the poor girl's face with a pillow cover and imagined that she was Shin Sisi. This got him even more excited than usual. He kept at it for another 3 minutes before laying down, whereupon a rush of exhaustion flooded his head, and the tired Chung Chung closed his eyes and fell asleep immediately. He was jolted awake in the middle of the night, and he felt something resting on his face. When he opened his eyes, he saw the Bride of Chucky's face resting against him. Goosebumps sprouted all over his terrified body. His screams not only wakened the model sleeping next to him, but had also startled the guests in the rooms downstairs. Chung Chung did not even bother to dress properly and left the room running and screaming for his life in his underwear. Alas, misery loves company. He was only a short distance away from the hotel when a minivan suddenly screeched to a halt in front of him. The door opened, and the tattooed youth grinned at him from the inside. "Brother Chung, your little pug has come to bring you home." Then, the passengers inside the van dragged the horrified Chung Chung into the vehicle. Following this, a 15-minute video of Chung Chung in a dog collar barking and scoffing down dog treats appeared on the university forum. Although it was quickly taken down by the school authorities, it had already left its severe, unerasable mark. The whole school was in a frenzy. Chung Cheng's reputation was already on eggshells. Pretended indignance from the varmints in the student union aside, the reactions were mostly schadenfreude won from the common folk. A week later, Chung Cheng's parents came to the school and after applying leave for their son, left in a hurry. A rumor quickly spread around that they had sent their son overseas for treatment. Everything that happened after that no longer concerned Zhang Heng. In fact, after he had taken the time out to leave a warning for Chung Chung, he continued with his busy schedule. He simply threw in the doll in passing to keep Chung Chung busy from his boredom. Zhang Heng never in the slightest expected that the outcome would be so severe. Later on, Zhang Heng did go back, intentionally this time, to stick the haunted doll's face in the dark hotel room. The situation was undeniably quite scary. Cheng Cheng had already been frightened once before, and in his extremely fragile state, all it would take was one more scare and a complete mental breakdown would be no surprise. As for Wu Fan's appearance after that, Zhang Heng knew nothing of that. In short, this matter was considered closed. Zhang Heng did not actually spend much time and energy on Cheng Cheng. The harassment was done out of convenience. During this period, he had employed a new plan of action: attend classes and prepare for the next round of games. The results of his workout were a little more evident now. He was not seeking to have one of those muscular bodies, being more concerned about being pliable than being strong. He had now passed a beginner's level in rock climbing as well. The second game was drawing near. In theory, he could actually wait until the last day to join the game, but Zhang Heng did not want to cut it too close. What if he fell sick or sprained his ankle? That was a fun thought. So, 5 days before the end of November, Zhang Heng returned to the sex and the city bar. This time, he did not need to flash the number on his arm for the two burly men guarding the steps to let him pass. Zhang Heng thanked the gentleman and pushed the metal door open. The lounge was no different from the last time he visited, except the music had changed to jazz. The bartender looked to be in a pretty good mood. She was mixing some strange drink when she spotted Zhang Heng and greeted him. "How has this month been? What would you like to drink?" "Not bad. I won't be having any drinks." Then, as reading his mind, she pushed the freshly made masterpiece in front of him. "You don't think it's this lemon water that you passed out the last time, do you? Even if you did nothing, you would still enter the game the same way. Last time, you said the time was fixed only for the first game. I have the freedom to choose after that, right?" The bartender pointed at something nearby. "Do you see that booth? Each one of them has an alarm clock. Take a seat at one of them and adjust the time to your liking. When it's time, the game will start." "Thank you, but I won't need the booze. The game starts soon, so it's better for me to stay sober. This is not a cocktail, just a mix of fruit juices." The bartender raised a brow at him. Her patience obviously pushed a notch further. Zhang Heng had the good sense to pick up the glass filled with the unknown liquid. From its appearance, this thing perfectly replicated Maid Cafe style. In all honesty, it looked suspicious. Speaking of which, Zhang Heng had visited that coffee shop a couple of times before, but the bartender lady acted as if she did not know him, sticking to that cold, indifferent front. "Oh right. You've also mentioned last time that the wooden box made of tulwood that could isolate supernatural powers is sold here. How much is it?" Zhang Heng tasted the drink in his hand. It had a peculiar taste to it, a little like durian and a little like mango. There was probably soursop and avocado in there. It was as strange a mix as it could get. So, Zhang Heng resolved to changing the subject, slowly and stealthily put the drink back down. From all the previous information he had gathered, there were two precious things in the game. The first one was a very realistic atmosphere and settings that allowed people to gain a lot of experience and skills in a short few hours. The second was the so-called game items. Needless to say, having a supernatural item that continued to have effects in the real world was very advantageous. The Lucky Rabbit's foot had been with Zhang Heng for more than a month now. He even found money on the road twice now, although only 2 yuan. The rabbit's foot was E-class, indicative that there were also other classes, A, B, C, and D, above it. But because the game item's effects were unidentifiable, carrying them around uninformed would be very dangerous. It was possible for him to have such good luck all the time, so he needed a better way to contain it. The last time, after the bartender told him about the tule tree, he went back and looked it up on Baidu and discovered that this tree only grew in Mexico's Oaxaca state, revered dearly by the locals. It was practically impossible to take a piece from the tree to make a box. That being the case, he had no other choice but to buy it from the bartender. It felt a bit like he was forced to do it even though he knew the outcome was bad. Chapter 31. Tokyo Drift. Zhang Heng was preparing himself up to the sacrificial lamb, but the bartender answered nonchalantly, "Since you've had a taste of my masterpiece, I'll give you a tip. If you want to use the box to store the game items, I suggest that you forget about it." "Huh, didn't I tell you the last time? Only game items can travel freely between the game and real world. To ensure fairness for everyone, you're forbidden to bring things from the game back to reality, nor can you bring anything from the real world into the game. So, the only thing the Thule box can do is to contain game items for you here in the real world. You'll have to figure out a way to do that yourself on the other side. The wooden Thule box is not a game item. The bartender shook her head. There are very few things that can be called a game item, even the lowest F-grade ones. But there are game items that function almost like the Thule box. That'll all depend on your luck. You can also wait till the year-end auction. There'll be a lot of goodies there. Of course, provided that your pockets are not empty. For now, there was nothing Zhang Heng could do to get a suitable object to store game items. It was not an urgent matter, so he would have no choice but to heed the bartender's words, noting to himself that most game items became effective upon direct contact. All he had to do was to be careful and perhaps put on a glove or something to minimize risk. If he stayed on, he might be coerced into tasting some other strange drinks, so Zhang Heng left the bar. He picked an empty booth and found a small alarm clock under the seat. Even though that extra 24 hours had prolonged his hardship on the island, he had to admit that the rewards were not insignificant either. His time he spent in the game was 12 times longer than other players, which gave him a better opportunity to explore the island. Considering the dire consequences that game over could bring, he would have to rely on this ability of his for the rest of it. He only hoped that it was not some remote and humanless place again this time. He set the time on the clock to 23:55 before leaning back onto the padded seat and rested his eyes. After about half an hour, a dizziness filled his head, and he felt weak. It was as if he'd been swallowed by a night hag, having none of the energy to even lift a finger. Then that familiar voice rang in his ear again. Verifying player's identity. Identity confirmed. Random extraction of newcomer's quest for player number 07958. Extraction complete. Current quest is Tokyo Drift. Tokyo, an international metropolis with a population of 37 million, deserving of its reputation as the center of Japan's politics, economy, and culture. During the day, this place is the Vanity Fair for financiers and politicians, but the grand opening of the truly entertaining stories only take place against the backdrop of the night. Will you, an exchange student from China, be able to leave your mark and become a legend here? Mission objective: win first place in an underground drifting championship. Mode: single player. Time flow rate: 360. 1 hour in the real world is equivalent to 15 days in this game. After 60 days, the player will be extracted and returned to the real world. A friendly reminder: the game will begin in 5 seconds. Players, please get ready. Zhang Heng opened his eyes and found himself standing right in the middle of a crossroad. Perhaps his prayers had been heard by someone. This place was the exact opposite or his first game on the desert island. He was surrounded by colorful neon lights and advertisement boards. A seemingly endless number of people strolled past him, speaking an unfamiliar language that he only heard on TV and games before. A phone rang somewhere, blaring a tune alike Mika Nakashima's "The Reason Why I Thought I'd Die." There were a few youths zipping through the crowd on skateboards. Hot young girls sported miniskirts, and middle-aged salarymen in suits clutched onto their briefcases as they hailed for cabs. Zhang Heng even spotted a large number of Western faces. It was night, yet it appeared to be livelier than during the day. Tisk tisk. This was indeed the world's largest hot pot of urbanization. After Zhang Heng was sure of signs of danger in his surroundings, he checked his personal profile. Name: Zhang Heng. Gender: male. Age: 19. Player ID: 07958. Rounds played: 1. Current game points: 24. Skills: piano, level 1. Language proficiency: level 1. Both languages at general communication skills level. Archery skills: level 2. Wilderness survival skills: level 2. Item in possession: lucky rabbit's foot. Assessment: the player has slightly better luck than the average person, but otherwise do not possess qualities that are worth commending. Has minimal wilderness survival and archery skills. Not expected to last longer than the first 5 rounds. Although Heng had been practicing rock climbing and photography for the past month, it appeared that neither of these skills even made it to level 0, which was why they were not displayed in the skills section. Other than that, the biggest change was the addition of an item in possession category and the rabbit foot's effects. His assessment was now slightly different too. At least he had gotten rid of that comment about him being unremarkable. Still, he might not be able to make it far enough. Once he had reviewed his current status, Zhang Heng took in his surroundings again. The place was thriving. Right opposite him was an emporium with a giant outdoor LED screen playing a Sony earbuds commercial. Bustling shops and bright neon signs crowded the entire skyline. It was quite crowded indeed. This place looked a lot like Shibuya. Zhang Heng had tagged along with his mom on a trip to Tokyo to attend an academic conference when he was much younger. But his memory of that time was little fuzzy now because the conference was lengthy and he spent most of the time cooped up in hotel rooms. It was only on the last day that his mother had brought him out shopping in Shibuya. She got him a PSP before they left, which was why he had some sort of impression at all of this place. Getting to play the game in a thriving civilization was a good thing, but the situation was still slightly delicate. For the most part, Zhang Heng did not understand Japanese at all. Even though there were Chinese characters in the words which allowed him to guess the approximate meaning on the signboards, at this rate, he would not be able to carry out his mission. How could they just leave him here? He played the role of an exchange student in the game. This meant that he would not have to worry about his accommodation at the very least. There was no mention, however, the name of his school. There were dozens of universities in Tokyo, national, public, and private. He could not possibly go around asking each one of them. In a time as such, Zhang Heng decided he might as well find out what he was carrying on his character. He began searching his pockets when a girl in a short skirt suddenly ran towards him, huffing and puffing, carrying 2 ice cream cones in her hands. Zhang Heng, thank God you're here. I was scared to death. I thought I lost you on your first day here. The girl exhaled in relief when she saw him. The traffic light on the opposite lit up green. Ah, crap. We're running out of time. Let's go, the girl said, pulling his hand. Chapter 32. Tokyo Drift 10 minutes later, Zhang Heng was standing in front of the door into ITSDMO1 with an ice cream cone that had magically appeared in his hand. I'm sorry, Zhang Sen1. I had a sudden craving for ice cream while we were walking and left you wandering on the road on your road. The girl bowed apologetically. No, it's my own fault. I was so busy looking around that I didn't follow you closely, fellow classmate Amiko. Zhang Heng had just finished searching all his pockets. Its contents were simple: a passport, student ID, wallet, with 30,000 Japanese yen and a transportation card, keys, and cell phone. Among these things, Zhang Heng's priority was the phone. According to the girl, this was his first day here. Then, chances were that she could be a friendly schoolmate who had taken the time taking him around to admire Tokyo's night view. In most situations like these, both parties were most likely to have exchanged phone numbers. Zhang Heng checked a recent missed call and typed in Amiko's name. Of course, he could have asked the girl directly, making up an excuse that he did not know how to spell her name, but it seemed a little rude to him. When he looked up and saw the girl's expression, he knew that he had guessed correctly. Amiko looked adorable whenever she smiled, revealing her 2 snaggle teeth. Zhang-san, Shibuya is a fashion center. There are a lot of very interesting stores and places of interest here, but occasionally, hanky-panky business goes on around here. So, you better stay close. Zhang Heng had no objections to that. Amiko had been so warm-hearted by being his tour guide, introducing Tokyo as they walked the streets. Up until now, the both of them had been conversing in Mandarin, and she was pretty proficient. She majored in Chinese at the university and planned to apply as an exchange student to China next year, furthering her studies. But her understanding of China only came from what she saw on the TV and her teachers. So, in order to deepen her knowledge, she made it a point to be friends with this term's exchange student. Actually, my home is in Shinagawa. I've studied in Tokyo since high school. I've never been away from home before. Talking about going to a place far away makes me excited, yet a little worried at the same time. Amiko rubbed her nose shyly. My parents back home was always worried if I could care for myself in the future. So, I want to take this opportunity to train myself. Is that very childish of me? No, it's terrific. This time, the quest title was Tokyo Drift. From the name itself, Zhang Heng could tell that the primary purpose of this game was to test the player's driving skills, also confirmed by the mission target. Although it seemed like the rate of time flow was reduced when compared to the previous game, which only lasted for 2 hours, this mission was actually going to take twice as long to complete. 60 days to be precise. It might sound generous, but unless the player was already a competitive race driver or a hardcore car tuner, being good enough to win an underground street race, even the easiest one in a mere 60 days, was a practically impossible task. What more, the problems the players would face in this version of the game were not as simple as merely improving their driving skills. Right now, in Zhang Heng's wallet, there was only 30,000 yen. How should I put this into perspective? Well, Take the ice cream Amiko bought, for example, which cost 300 yen each. From the flyer the ramen shop had given them when they passed by, Zhang Heng found out that a bowl of ramen cost between 800 to 1,200 yen. Of course, the food in the campus should be slightly more affordable, or if need be, he could consider cooking for himself. He might be able to last 60 days, but he was not really here to be an exchange student. In this period of time, he would need to get his hands on a car, find out the location of the race, figure a way to improve his driving skills, and sign up for a race. And to do all that, he would need to have the most basic of communication skills to support himself. If it were other players in his shoes, they might not have listened to Amiko explaining her personal growth journey and jump right into the main issue. But Zhang Heng was different. He had enough patience. Apart from his own great character, he also knew that everything happened for a reason. Human beings have continued to progress because they are consistently reflected on themselves and draw inferences, and this had always been Zhang Heng's strength. The first game had not only gave him 20 over points and a prop. Zhang Heng had analyzed his experience many times and came to a very important conclusion. Whoever the game creator was, it was evident that he always encouraged the players to explore the world they were put in. The Lucky Rabbit's foot was a good testament to that. The really good things did not appear in the main mission. If his only purpose was to survive, there was no need to travel to the center of the island at all. Yet, it was this side mission that had earned him the greatest reward. On top of that, the things that he did to improve his quality of life often earned him bonus points and rewards. Not to imply that the other player did not understand this, but having to think of a way to complete the mission under the pressure of the return deadline, none of them would be in the mood to enjoy the luscious views around them. However, Zhang Heng did not have any problems here because time was always on his side. For this game, he had a good 420 days, 7 times more than the average place. Other than that, he had also developed a personal interest in the various worlds the game presented. During his first round back on the island, everything felt very real to him. If it were not for the time bug that had caused a loop, there was no way of him finding a flaw. Compared to this megacity with a population of 37 million people, that was nothing. Everyone here seemed to have self-awareness and responded spontaneously to external stimuli. If all these were expressed through programming, it would take a frightening amount of calculations. In fact, no amount of coding could achieve this level of sophistication. This was not so much a game as a flawless work of art. Unfortunately, the players were just rushing sojourners in this world, no time to stop and admire. Zhang Heng might very well be the only exception. Amiko stuck out her tongue. Am I talking a little too much? I'm supposed to be introducing Tokyo, but then I somehow began talking about myself. You must be really bored. Why don't I buy you a taiyaki one to make up for it? I feel like you're just looking for an excuse to eat it. Hee hee. Amiko flashed her signature snaggle teeth after exposing her love for food. But let me pay this time. You've already treated me ice cream. I should thank you. If you hadn't volunteered to be my guide, I'm afraid I would not have left campus at all. Zhang Heng pulled out his wallet. He could not keep taking advantage of this girl's generosity. He bought 4 taiyaki from the stall by the road. A ubiquitous snack in Japan, it was an affordable proposition. Even though the name taiyaki literally meant baked sea bream, it was actually a cake with fillings like red beans. 4 of them only cost Zhang Heng 640 yen. Zhang-san, you really are a good person, Amiko mumbled as she bit into a steaming hot taiyaki. We're not too far from Yoyogi Park, but too bad it's already so late. Otherwise, I could bring you there for a walk. Chapter 33. Tokyo Drift 3. Amiko had proven herself to be a very competent tour guide. This was especially true after eating Zhang Heng's taiyaki, turning her even more zealous. She showed Zhang Heng around before reluctantly sending him back to school around 9 at night. Then, she took the tram back to her apartment. Because land was so expensive in Tokyo, only a few universities had dormitories. Owing to that, most students had to rent rooms outside of campus like Amiko. Although her home was within the city, she chose to rent an apartment unit with other university students because it was nearer to campus. However, the school treated exchange students pretty well. They had an international house, which provided accommodation for students from abroad. What more, they were all single rooms. Zhang Heng found his room number on his phone and unlocked the door with the key he was carrying in one of his pockets. The room was mediocre in size, only about 15 square meters. It was, however, furnished with a bed, wardrobe, study table, air conditioner, and even a full-sized bathroom. Zhang Heng took a quick shower before finding some clean clothes in the closet to change into. There was a half packet of biscuits on the table, a bank card, a notebook, and a bunch of photocopied papers. It all made him look like a real exchange student who had just moved in that day. He picked up the notebook and found a list of his expenditures. The handwriting was a one-to-one copy of his. On the second page, a timetable with only one subject was scribbled down, which was Japanese. Under normal circumstances, universities would never arrange pure lingual classes for exchange students. Generally, when enrolling exchange students, the university would specify Japanese as a requirement the students must meet. Of course, some did not, but only because most majors were taught English. That must have been the hidden benefit that this game version gave its players, a sort of tutorial for those who spoke nor read Japanese. But it was not possible to fluently learn a language in 60 days. For the time being, he would still have to rely on Amiko, the trusty human translating machine, to communicate with others. He was musing on that thought when he received a text message from her. Zhang-san, I've reached home safely. Damn it. Momo-1 went to drink from the toilet again while I was out. She left paw prints everywhere. Amiko had told Zhang Heng about Momo, a Japanese patty cat she adopted, to which Zhang Heng replied, "Cook it in a stew." Amiko sent him a shocked face. Zhang Heng typed back, "I'm just joking. Oh, by the way, Amika, do you know where the nearest ATM to school is?" He flipped to the third page in his notebook. There was a list of things to do, one of which was signing up for a bank card. The fee for the months to come would be deducted from the card. Of course, I'll bring you there tomorrow. If there's anything else that you don't know, you can always ask me. I'm very familiar with the area. Amiko was still as earnest as the first time they met. Thank you for letting me trouble you. Zhang Heng bid the girl good night. He then went online to look up some information. Soon after, he flipped the lights off and climbed into bed. And that was how he spent his first night in a foreign country. The night passed without incident. The very next morning, Zhang Heng attended the language class. At an entry level, the learning was relatively simple, to master the Gujan or 50 sounds chart, which mainly tests the student's memory. Then, in the afternoon, he and Amiko proceeded to apply for a bank card. The process would take about a week. Once they stepped out of the bank, Zhang Heng asked his companion, "If I want to find work, is there a place you would recommend?" The 30,000 yen he had was far from enough. The 2-month estimate he made previously was simply too optimistic. Rental for the room alone was already 20,000 yen. Luckily, the first month's rent had already been paid for. Realizing that he was going to spend another 14 months or so here, Zhang Heng decided that he had to find a way to earn some money. He did not know how the other players were going to resolve this financial problem. They would probably opt for some high-risk solutions, but Zhang Heng preferred to opt for working. While the money may not come as quickly, it would allow him to familiarize and affiliate himself with this city. Most people work in restaurants, supermarkets, or convenience stores, but being able to speak Japanese is a requirement. Amiko paused for a moment to think. Or do you have any skills? Skills. Zhang Heng cocked his brow. Does archery and playing the piano count? Archery and piano. That's incredible. If that's the case, you can work at the Kyudo practice hall or Western restaurants. But Japanese archery, Kyudo, is slightly different from Western archery, emphasizing on the cultivation of the spirit and the mind. Also, there's no way you could avoid talking to people in the practice hall. It looks like your best option is to play at a Western restaurant. Amiko carefully broke down the pros and cons of each option for Zhang Heng. This girl was through and through an executive. She immediately dragged Zhang Heng to an Italian restaurant to apply for a job. Unfortunately, they already had a pianist. Next, the pair tried the Spanish and French restaurants next door. Eventually, a Western restaurant owned by a local Tokyolite was willing to give Zhang Heng a chance after hearing him play. Even so, the owner was still bothered by the fact that Zhang Heng did not know how to speak Japanese. Amiko pointed at the job advertisement outside the shop and said, "You're still short on servers, right? I used to work in roast beef ono. How about this? I'll work here too. If there are any language problems, I can help him translate. Then we don't have a problem anymore." The restaurateur nodded. "We pay 1,200 yen an hour, 3 days a week, 4 to 5 hours a day. There will be day and night shifts. You can choose to come on the days you don't have classes. I will try to put you two in the same shift. Thank you for your trouble." Amiko bowed. Only when they stepped out of the door did Zhang Heng find out what the two had been talking about. When Amiko sensed a protest on the way, she quickly explained, "The trip yesterday night was really fun. Everyone is normally so busy with their own lives that very few people would be willing to listen to what other people's opinions. Zhang-san is a very gentle person. Also, it's not all because of you. I just quit my last job and have been looking for one. The environment and pay here are pretty good as well. Also, isn't it much safer with you around?" Amiko flashed her snaggle teeth. Could this be the perks of a good first impression? Zhang Heng said nothing. When he saw that it was already evening, he treated Amiko to dinner at a restaurant nearby. The two were chatting about school when a spray-painted Subaru BRZ and a green Volkswagen Golf are pulled up in front of the shop. Young boys and girls with colorful hair stepped out of the cars. One of them, a guy with a bandana, shouted at the owner to bring beers the minute he stepped in. From the looks of most of them, it was apparent they had a round of drinks before this. They were already somewhat drunk. Amiko whispered, "Don't keep staring at them. That guy is a recent Bosuzoka one. Quite a few of them are from our school. They hang out with good-for-nothing worthless punks all day long. They do nothing good from morning to night." Chapter 34. Tokyo Drift. For Zhang Heng did not avert his gaze immediately. He was thinking of a way into the primary mission when voila. The queue was right in front of his eyes. This group of so-called Bosuzoku were markedly cartooning enthusiasts. If he could somehow be involved in their circle, he should be able to be acquainted with all sorts of underground street races. Building a good relationship with one or two people, he might just get the person to teach him some racing skills. But there was one problem. He could sense Amiko's discrimination of these people. Without her to help him translate, he had no way of communicating with them. Should he try convince Amiko to help, or should he just drag her in? Zhang Heng did not have a lot of time to dilly-dally. The moment the headband guy glanced over, he lowered his head and avoided eye contact. The other customers pretty much reacted the same. The group of Bosuzoku appeared to have a sense of superiority over the average person, whistling and laughing loudly as they sauntered to an unoccupied table at the back. At the last minute, Zhang Heng decided to go against breaking friendship with Amiko, purely because this bunch of people was too dim-witted. If he were going to associate himself with them, he would have to lower his intelligence to match theirs. Zhang Heng did not have any masochistic tendencies and decided to abandon that decision instead. He knew that this wasn't the only way to get involved in street racing, not to mention learning nothing at all from this bunch of goons. For the next 2 weeks, Zhang Heng spent his time learning Japanese and working at the Western restaurant. There were no developments on the racing front, but his relationship with Amiko was getting better. The pair worked together, with Zhang Heng helping correct Amiko's Mandarin pronunciation, and in return, Amiko tutored his Japanese. On top of that, Zhang Heng started to realize Amiko's growing fondness of exchanging text messages with him. After getting to know her more, he realized that Amiko was the kind of girl who could really talk. From Momo the cat, the stray dog on the road, to the supermarket bento discounts, everything she saw, she would send him a text telling him about them. During his Japanese class, he would receive Emko's text. Today, the Chinese language teacher is wearing an extremely adorable floral skirt that does not suit her age at all. Everyone is shocked. While he was having his meal, he would get big news. This is a disaster. Did you know that the school's dog Matsuko is actually male? Or before going to bed, Zhang-san, don't you think that the world would be a horrible place if cats don't exist? The one that he received nearly every day. Oh no. Am I too keen on sending messages? Do you hate me? Yes? No? Zhang Heng put down the rollerball pin he was using and rubbed his eyes. No. I was revising today's lesson. He had not been loafing about, even though he was unable to find out about the covert night street race. It felt like he had gone back in time to his senior year in high school. For the sake of picking up Japanese as soon as possible, or at least be able to understand the dullest everyday conversation, he went all out, paring down his sleeping time to just 5 hours to tirelessly practice his language skills. He even kept a book of Japanese basics next to the piano in the restaurant. The whole thing undoubtedly was like attending extracurricular classes instead of playing a game. Zhang-san, you're too industrious. Compared to you, I feel like I'm wasting time, Amiko said admiringly. I'm just doing what I have to. Zhang Heng smiled bitterly. Truth be told, he was not very interested in learning languages. But on the second evening here, he received a prompt from that mysterious voice again. It confirmed that his return time had been extended to 420 days. Some things could be planned in advance, though. He could not possibly rely on Amiko to be his translator for such a long period. Moreover, she had already applied to be an exchange student in China and may not be around for the next school year. Zhang Heng decided that he needed to be independent. A 14-month-long study tour like this was hard to come by. If he did take advantage of it and pick up the local language, it would be a waste of opportunity. Zhang Heng had a sneaking suspicion that if this game continued, he would have to learn all mainstream languages of the world first. Amiko still kept up with her prattling messages about trivial things, and after 1 week of bombardment, Zhang Heng could read between the lines of her message today that she was in low spirits. So he typed, "What happened to you?" But before he clicked send, he erased the message and then dialed her number. "Amiko, have you been in some sort of trouble recently?" The girl was shocked to hear from him. Her voice was a little hoarse as if she had just cried not a while ago, and she was sniffling. "Zhang-san, I'm sorry for worrying you. It's nothing actually. It's just a family affair." "No, not really a family affair. That person left us 6 years ago. You'll feel better if you talk about it. If you can tell me. I can keep it a secret for you. After all, other than you, no one else here understands what I say." The upset Amiko chuckled and then proceeded to tell her story to Zhang Heng. It turned out when she was younger, her father became addicted to betting on horse racing. He lost the entire family's fortune. When her mom could not stand it anymore, they got divorced. After they had broken all relations, her mother married her stepfather and had Amiko's younger brother. Their lives had been very harmonious until she started university. Somehow her father found her and reached out. The first time they met, he asked her to lend him money. At first, he said that it was because his business was trouble and needed some turnover money. But if there was one time, there would be a second. After a few more, Amiko grew suspicious. She found out that not only was he still gambling, he also picked up a terrible drinking habit. The father and daughter broke into a fight and stopped contacting each other for a few months. Then during the afternoon an hour ago, Amiko received a call from her father saying that he had been beaten up by debt collectors and did not have any money to see a doctor. Having learned her lesson, though, Amiko did not send her hard-earned money right away. Her father called her ungrateful and even said that he did not have a daughter like her. Amiko broke into tears and asked Zhang Heng, who was on the other line, "Zhang-san, am I very cold-blooded?" I think your father is extremely unreasonable. From the looks of it, he's most likely lying. But if you're worried about him, I can go with you tomorrow." "Really? Isn't it unbecoming of me to trouble you for my family's problem?" Amiko felt abashed. "No. Recently, I feel like I'm nearing my limits as well. If I'm not learning Japanese, I would be playing piano at the restaurant. It just so happens I need a breather." Zhang Heng blurted all these from the heart. If he had to look at another one of those kana one syllables again, he might just throw up. "It's Saturday tomorrow. Let's go after work then." "Okay. Thank you so much, Zhang-san. Don't worry about it." Amiko's problem was just a brief interlude. Zhang Heng did not mind it at all. After he hung up, he began thinking about how to improve his driving skills again. It was already 15 days into the second game and had still not started on the main mission yet. If another player were in his shoes, they would be panicking already. But because he had 14 months, Zhang Heng was not in too much of a hurry. But he could not continue to squander time away so rampantly. It would be better for him to set a deadline for himself. If he were still unable to find a way to improve his driving skills, Zhang Heng would have no choice but to try getting involved with this Bosuzoku. Chapter 35, Tokyo Drift V. After getting off the bus, they took a 15-minute walk, and after crossing an intersection, they finally arrived at the destination. Zhang Heng looked at the small shop called Kurihara Seafood and asked, "Your father lives here?" "Yeah. It doesn't smell so good inside. So you can wait for me outside." The closer they were, the more perturbed Amiko looked, but she was ever so considerate. "Since I'm already here, I might as well go in with you." Zhang Heng, on the other hand, was not reluctant. The both of them passed roll-up banner stands and an abandoned old freezer as they walked into the seafood supply shop. A pungent fishy stench immediately assaulted their noses as they took in the overpowering smell of fishes and prawns, all sorts of seafood, everywhere. But there was no one in the shop, all but a moray eel struggling inside a polystyrene box. "Father! Father!" Amiko called out, but no one replied. Could he really have gone to the hospital? The girl muttered and hesitantly walked up the stairs with Zhang Heng following closely behind. The wooden stairs had not been mended for a long time, leaving cracks and chips everywhere. Every time they took a step, the stairs would groan and creak under pressure, threatening to give up the load they could barely bear. If Zhang Heng thought the ground floor was packed like sardines, there was barely any space to walk on the first floor. There was dirty laundry, beer bottles, and even porn magazines scattered all over the place. An unshaven, half-naked man was lying on the ground, snoring away. I'm such an idiot. I believe the same lies over and over again. Amiko held her forehead in her palm. In some way, this is also good news, right? It's better than lying on a hospital bed. This is even worse, so much worse. Why do men who lie to their own daughters exist in this world? Amiko pulled the man by both hands and tried to get him onto the tatami on the side. When he saw that Amiko seemed to be struggling, Zhang Heng offered to help. Come, let me help. As they were dragging the man, something fell out of his pocket. Amiko picked it up to examine it. It was a brown wallet. She was stunned and appeared to be lost in thought when the man suddenly sat upright on the tatami. He lunged for Amiko, shouting at her furiously. In an emergency, Zhang Heng instinctively employed the defensive move that Belle had taught him and threw the man onto the floor with an over-shoulder throw. The man fell to the ground with a loud, hard thud. His eyes rolled to the back of his head as he slumped to the ground, unconscious. Only then did Amiko react and shouted, "No! Is he dead?" The girl jumped backward in shock. No, but it will be a while before he wakes up. What is he screaming at you about? Give me back my wallet, Amiko mumbled. I will go back and continue learning Japanese. Zhang Heng answered sheepishly. After that, the both of them carried the drunk and unconscious man back onto the tatami. Zhang Heng saw that Amiko was still holding onto the worn wallet and asked, "Why? Is there a lot of money inside?" Amiko shook her head. "No, this wallet was a birthday gift from my mom 12 years ago. I can't believe he's still carrying it." She opened the wallet and found an old, yellowed picture through the semi-transparent film on the right flap. It was a family picture. Amiko pointed at the 1-year-old baby and said, "This is probably me, and that's my mom and dad at the back. Mom said that wasn't a gambler back then. We were all very happy." Zhang Heng's gaze fell on the very eye-catching Nissan behind the man. "You never told me that your father was into car tuning." "Car tuning? No. How is that possible? Don't see him for what he is right now. He was a great role model when I was younger. When the seafood supply shop first opened, business was not very good. It couldn't compete with the local competition. To increase the shop's income, he began learning English, scouted for overseas clients, calling them one by one, and sometimes even showing up at their doorstep. At the store's peak, he even sold seafood to London, Los Angeles, and even Peru. Such a serious man wouldn't have ever been involved with the Bosozoku, and since I can remember, he has never driven a car. The goods have always been delivered by hired hands." Amiko recalled, and then took another look at the picture. This car must have belonged to someone else. They probably parked it there when the picture was taken. "Oh, is that so?" Zhang Heng did not ask any more questions but said, "I'm quite interested in cars. This car is probably a relic now, huh? Can I take a picture of that?" "Sure, but keep me out of the picture. I was an ugly child." Amiko blocked out her 1-year-old face with a finger as Zhang Heng took a picture. After that, she rinsed 2 teacups and boiled some water with the electric kettle on the table. She rummaged through a cupboard and found a packet of black tea leaves. Amiko brought it up to her nose and sniffed. "This is probably oolong tea." The pair chatted as they enjoyed the tea, but the conversation was mostly Amika talking about her childhood. After about half an hour, the stubbled man on the tatami opened his eyes and rubbed his throbbing shoulders. When he saw Zhang Heng, his eyes widened with caution. Amiko quickly explained their relationship. Only then did the stubbled man relax a little. The animosity quickly turned into disregard, and then father and daughter spoke in native Japanese. Finally, Amiko took out 15,000 yen from her bag and placed them on the table, but the man did not look very happy. His speech became even more impassioned, and he got up from the mat angrily. Zhang Heng stood protectively in front of Amiko, his forehead creased. The results of his workout had been pretty evident lately. Although he was not super muscular, there was not an ounce of extra flesh hanging from his body. On top of that, after that shoulder throw Zhang Heng had given the man's manner softened a little at the sight of him. Amiko pushed herself off the floor, looking crestfallen and the rims of her eyes red and raw. Let's go. All the way back on the tram, Amiko only stared out the window. Zhang Heng was careful not to interrupt her. After a while, he took out a packet of mixed-flavored gum and said in broken Japanese, "Don't eat. I'll eat strawberries." "It's if you don't eat one, I'll eat all of the strawberry-flavored ones," Amiko corrected as she picked one. The crease in her brows slowly disappeared, and she switched to Mandarin. "I'm sorry, Zhang-san, that you had to see all those unhappy things." "Not at all. You have always been helping me. Letting me help you once in a while makes me feel pretty good." "So, what happened? Did the two of you end up in good terms?" "No. My dad's employee is returning to his hometown this month. He couldn't find anyone suitable to help him deliver the goods. The store is not going to survive for much longer. He always finds all kinds of excuses. Anyway, I couldn't be bothered to differentiate the truth from lies, so I gave him all my allowance for his month. That should be enough to keep things peaceful for now," Amiko said helplessly. Chapter 36. Tokyo Drift 6. Every time the girl sent him back to his place, Zhang Heng would feel very self-conscious. He had navigation on his phone and could actually find his way again, but Amiko always insisted on sending him regardless. To thank her, Zhang Heng bought her dinner in the canteen. Ever since he started working at the restaurant, he was able to work out his pressing financial problem. Now, his monthly income was around 70,000 yen. This sum of money was enough to sustain him in the city, but that was just about it. Using this method to save up for a car was just too unrealistic. Presently, Zhang Heng still had not found a solution to this setback, but he had at least found a prospect in regards to brushing up his driving skills. On their way back, Zhang Heng asked Amiko for his father's name. He keyed in Kurihara Tetsuo 1 on his phone along, and the search results that came up were all related to Kurihara seafood. Everything appeared as healthy as it could be. After that, he used the editing tool to crop the man's face from the picture, magnify it, then upload it to Face Search, an image search engine created by Google Application Programming Interface (API) that allowed its users to track down similar pictures on the web. The search results varied in accuracy and could sometimes be very inconsistent. You could upload Bai's picture and get Wang Luodan, and a search for Takashi Kaneshiro would get you Zhao Benshan. Looking at the masses of pictures that popped up on his screen, Zhang Heng knew that he was going to have a lot of work to do tonight. The second morning, Zhang Heng slept in, which was something he rarely did. Since he did not need to work or attend classes that afternoon, he lay in bed until 10 a.m. before rolling out of bed, not forgetting to make up for his morning run. After brunch, Zhang Heng checked his phone and saw that he had 2 messages from Amiko. One was, "Thank you so much for yesterday," and the other, "Momo drank too much toilet water and is having diarrhea. I'm taking him to the vet." Zhang Heng employed his recently upgraded Japanese and typed, "Be careful." After that, he set Kurihara Seafood as his destination on his phone. This was the first time he traveled so far without Amiko accompanying him. Fortunately, he had a map at hand and recollection for the place. After an hour and a half, he finally made it to the place they had been to yesterday. This time, the stubbled man was awake, but still looked like he had just got out of bed. Garbed in pair of boxers, slippers, and a sleeping robe, he examined a batch of scallops in front of the store. He was startled when he turned around and saw Zhang Heng, then rambled on and on about something unintelligible as he kept retreating into the store, his hands searching his surroundings for any defensive weapons. When he saw that Zhang Heng had no intention of withdrawing, he fished out his phone and indicated that he was going to call 110. "Uncle, I heard from Amiko that you understand English?" asked Zhang Heng in English. "So what?" The stubbled man found a mop and held on like his life depended on it. "Hey kid, I'm warning you. Even if you're Amiko's boyfriend, you have no right to get involved in our family's business. If you don't leave, I'll call the police." "I'm not here about yesterday." Zhang Heng shook his head. "Can we please talk inside?" Don't move. Don't think that you can use this trick to get near me. The same move won't even work on Saint Seiya." The stubbled man barked, raising his voice. It seemed that yesterday's shoulder throw had somewhat scarred him. They spoke in English anyway, so Zhang Heng did not have to worry about any eavesdroppers. Zhang Heng did not push it any further and simply said, "Then I'll just say it. I was hoping you could teach me how to race cars." The man was stumped for a short minute. "You want a seafood supply store owner to teach you how to drag race? Is your English bad, or is there a problem with my hearing? What is this?" Some cold Easter Sunday joke. The man paused for a moment and then continued. Didn't Amiko tell you? I don't know how to drive at all. Why do you think I have so much backlog ever since my delivery man quit? He gestured towards the pile of boxes miserably. Zhang Heng did not budge. Isn't your English too good to be a self-taught learner? Takeda Tetsuya, or should I call you Yosuke Tsuchiya? The famous racing prodigy who left for Europe immediately after graduating from high school. Your excellent driving skills attracted the attention of sponsors, which led to your participation in the FIA GT Grand Prix. Your biggest success was winning second runner-up in New York, but because you offended the racing team manager, you were forced to return home. 17 years ago, you won the Tokyo D1 Grand Prix. Then in the same year, set out to challenge the Drift King DK title. You beat all the street racers from 22 wards out of Tokyo's 23 special wards. But you suddenly gave up and vanished at the final juncture. Zhang Heng said unhurriedly, I don't know who the hell you're talking about. The man said, keeping a straight face. Kid, if you want to go race cars, don't stand in front of my shop and disturb my business. No matter how hard he pretended to remain calm and unaffected, Zhang Heng, who had been staring at his face, noticed that when he mentioned the name Yosuke Tsuchiya, the man's pupils contracted. Zhang Heng was 90% sure that he had found the guy. Why did you quit, and why change your name to Takeda Tetsuya? Is it because you don't want to be found? The stubbled man's poker face finally thawed. Kid, are you threatening me? Are you finally admitting to it, Mr. Yosuke? I'm not admitting to anything. The man answered cautiously. Zhang Heng did not continue to twist the man's arm since he only wanted to confirm his identity. This guy reeked of deceit, but lucky for him, Zhang Heng was not going to threaten to expose the man for Amiko's sake. But the man never explicitly denied Zhang Heng's accusation either. Aren't you short on a delivery man? What about me? I'll help you deliver goods. I don't need to be paid. You just have to teach me how to race. The man's eyes lit up at the mention of not having to pay, but began quickly weighing the advantages and disadvantages. It mostly revolved around the consequences of refusing the young man's offer. After a moment, he looked at the Chinese boy, and Zhang Heng could tell that the man was tempted. But the profiteer in him saw Takeda Tetsuya asked, How about I teach you to race cars, and other than helping me deliver goods, you pay me a fee as well? When he saw the expression on Zhang Heng's face, he quickly changed his tone. That was a bit too flagrant of me. All right, forget about the fee. But let me get this straight. We need to set some rules. First, don't ever mention the name Yosuke Tsuchiya ever again. There is no such person. Second, you and I are not master and apprentice. I am your boss, and you are my delivery guy. I'm just worried that you might be too slow in delivering and slow down business, so I'm just giving you a few pointers. How much you can learn will depend on you. Third, Amiko cannot know about this. Add one more to it. Don't ask Amiko for money ever again, Zhang Heng added. The stubbled man thought about it, and then agreed reluctantly. Fine. Chapter 37, Tokyo Drift 7. Your job is simple. Get here by 1 every morning. Drive me to the Tsukiji fish market. Wait for me while I purchase the stocks, and then you'll bring me back here. After I've sorted the goods, you'll deliver them to the places they need to go. That's all the work for the day. Understand, kid? 1 in the morning. Then do I still have time to sleep after all that? Zhang Heng asked, his brows furrowed. Takeda Tetsuya grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth. That will depend on how fast you deliver the goods. All right, do you have any other questions? I have one last question. You will help me get a driver's license first, right? Takeda Tetsuya's face froze. Repeat what you just said. I don't have a driver's license. If I'm going to deliver goods for you, I will need to get a license first, right? Zhang Heng answered honestly. You don't even have a driver's license, and you want me to teach you how to race. Takeda Tetsuya looked defeated. Are you messing with me? Why would someone who hasn't touched a steering wheel in his life be interested in underground drift racing? Actually, I'm not interested in drift racing at all, but because of reasons I'm disinclined to share, I have to join the race. Takeda Tetsuya glared at Zhang Heng, only speaking after a minute through his teeth. Then, you will have to pray that you can drive faster than the cops. Tokyo at midnight and Tokyo in the morning were like chalk and cheese. In the dead of night at midnight, most people were already asleep at home. Only residential buildings by the streets would occasionally still have a light on. Zhang Heng left the campus and took the last train. It was almost empty except for a few exhausted salarymen and a couple of geisha with heavily painted faces. He disembarked at the last station, walked a very long way before finally arriving at the seafood supply store at the agreed time. Takeda Tetsuya had somehow pulled himself together. Instead of snoring away upstairs, he was squatting in the store, sorting the order forms. When he heard the footsteps behind him, he did not even bother to look up. "Give me 5 more minutes." After exactly 5 minutes, he got up and picked up 2 freshly dead crabs and tied them up with a straw rope. He tossed a set of keys to Zhang Heng and then snorted, "Come with me." Zhang Heng followed the man to a small open-air car park nearby. Takeda Tetsuya gave the metal gate a shake, and after a while, the lights were turned on. Then, a hunched elderly man slipped on a shirt as he came and unlocked the gate. Takeda Tetsuya smiled at the old man, telling him something in Japanese as he handed the crabs over while pointing at Zhang Heng. The elderly man looked delighted receiving the crabs, his smile stretching out the wrinkles on his face. He glanced at Zhang Heng and gave the young man a friendly nod. "Mr. Crab, to be honest, I don't know what his real name is. It doesn't matter. Nobody cares about these kinds of things anyway. His old partner passed away a long time ago, and after his children went overseas, they never contacted him anymore. He makes a living for himself with this car park, and this is also where he lives. We're old friends. I give him dead crabs that can't be sold, and he lets me park here for free. Also, I've already introduced you to him. From now onward, you can just come here to pick up and return the car." "Which one is it?" Zhang Heng looked around at the car park, and finally, his gaze settled on a mustard-yellow van parked in the corner. "Isn't it beautiful?" Mitsubishi's second-generation L300, Delica, launched in 1982. It's the first four-wheel drive van in Japan. When talking about cars, it was like Takeda Tetsuya had become a whole different person. That dejected uncle seemed to have vanished. He lit a cigarette and ran his hand along the body of the car. It runs a 4D56 diesel 2.5 engine and the same chassis as the Pajero, powerful enough to cope with bad weather and terrible road conditions. This van has the performance of an off-road vehicle. 1982? Are you sure it still runs? Zhang Heng asked uncertainly. Don't worry, I found it in a scrapyard, and I've refurbished the interior. This four-wheel drive is now a two-wheel drive. In terms of stability, it's much better than before. Four-wheel drive adds to the weight of the car, but a car that is too heavy is not very good for the driver. It uses too much petrol. Most importantly, I fixed the cassette player. Takeda Tetsuya opened the co-driver's seat, climbed into the car, and picked a cassette tape. Zhang Heng climbed into the driver's seat. After getting home yesterday morning, he quickly looked up on some driving knowledge, especially videos and pictures on the web. On top of that, he even downloaded a driving simulation game on his phone and played it on the subway on his way to the store, which was why right now he still had zero confidence. Zhang Heng pushed the key that Takeda Tetsuya had given to him into the ignition. It took him 3 tries to get the car going. Takeda Tetsuya completely ignored him. He waited until the vehicle roared to life, and then slipped the charge and asked a cassette into the player on the dashboard. But before the car could even move 5 meters, the car suddenly jerked and came to a stop. Takeda Tetsuya lurched forward hard, hitting his head on the glove compartment in front of the passenger seat. Zhang Heng said flatly, "Sorry, wrong gear." As he spoke, he shifted to 5th gear. "Please inform me when you sign up for a race. I will buy insurance for you. I will be the benefactor, of course. You win." Takeda Tetsuya stopped the tape player. "Start with the 1st gear. Press the clutch with your left foot. Push it down all the way. Then slowly, with your right feet, step on the gas pedal as you depress the clutch." After about 3 minutes, the L300 finally wobbled out of the parking lot, and under Mr. Crab's supervision, it slowly bumped into a fire hydrant. Luckily, it was very early in the morning, and the road was still quite deserted. Zhang Heng drove the van onto the open road, lurching every now and then. When he looked over at his passenger, he saw that Takeda Tetsuya had fastened the seat belt like an honest man. The 15-minute journey took Zhang Heng 25 minutes. On the way, the engine stalled 5 more times, and he ran 2 red lights. He even drove over the curbs. Fortunately, though, they arrived at their destination in one piece. Tsukiji Fish Market was the biggest seafood market, not only in Tokyo but in the world. Fishermen from all over Japan would deliver all the produce they caught to be sold here. In its heyday, they could sell 3,200 tons of seafood a day worth 3 billion yen. Every single day, Over 60,000 wholesalers would come to select and bid for the products they want. To them, this was not just a marketplace, it was a battlefield. Zhang Heng pulled the handbrake. Takeda Tetsuya was about to say something, but he blanked out. Finally, all he said was, "Wait here." Then he jumped out of the van and greeted someone he appeared to know. The man produced a packet of cigarettes, and the pair walked into the market, puffing away. By the time Takeda Tetsuya returned, it had already been an hour. Following him was a forklift carrying the boxes of seafood he had selected. To the man's surprise, instead of taking a nap while waiting for him to return, Zhang Heng was practicing his driving skills. Compared to his jerky driving this morning, his skills had now improved noticeably. Takeda Tetsuya, however, did not comment but instead grumbled grumpily. "Get down and load the van." Chapter 38. Tokyo Drift 8. Zhang Heng realized that he underestimated the extent of Takeda Tetsuya, his new boss' ruthlessness. He sent the man back to the shop at 3:15 in the morning. Then after spending 10 minutes unloading and packing the seafood, Zhang Heng left the shop at 3:35. By 6:30, he was still driving with about half of the undelivered goods at the back of the van. By then, the street was growing busy. All the office workers who lived far from their workplaces were already out the door, spilling into the underground subway and bus stations. The number of cars on the road were also gradually increasing. Zhang Heng went to 2 other places, and when he left an izakaya one, he encountered 2 traffic policemen who were just starting their shifts. As a result, he decided not to risk continuing the delivery. Driving without a license in Japan would be a severe offense. Not only would the offending driver have to serve less than 3 years of jail time and pay a 500,000 yen fine, all passengers and owners of the vehicle would also be convicted and fined. It was almost at peak hours. If Zhang Heng did not leave, chances were he would be stuck in a jam. Zhang Heng brought the L300 back to the store to an unsurprised Takeda Tetsuya. The latter picked up the phone and contacted the former delivery man before turning to Zhang Heng and said, "You have 1 more week. After that, Takahashi Koichi will be back in his hometown. If you still can't complete the delivery by then and I suffer a loss, would you pay me back?" "All right," Zhang Heng answered. Zhang Heng's unwavering answer was not quite what Takeda Takashi had expected. This situation was, in all honesty, quite a tragedy for the store owner. Not only was he unable to contend with the young man, but he was also in a vulnerable position that the young man could capitalize on. He could do nothing about Zhang Heng not completing the job, so he could only grumble and make a fuss. He really hadn't expected the young man to actually agree so breezily. Takeda Takashi said cunningly, "Hey, kid, you better don't lie. If you can't do it, then you can't. The sooner you tell me, the sooner I can figure out a way to hire another driver. I worked hard to get each and every one of these customers. Don't make empty promises. If you still cannot complete your task, the one at stake is my shop. If I fail to complete the deliveries, I will pay you back whatever you lose." Zhang Heng hopped down the van and stretched his shoulders and wrists. His first delivery was unsuccessful, and after driving from the wee hours of the morning, his body and mind were exhausted. But he found that somehow, this pressure had drastically improved his driving. It would appear that this non-stop driving around was much more useful than if he were to practice the entire day. Of course, he could always tell Takeda Takashi to reduce his cargo, but if he was not even willing to accept a small challenge like this, then why bother to participate in the competition? He might as well just give up then. Zhang Heng took the bus back to campus and was only able to wash his face and quickly gobbled down a few pieces of bread before he had to rush for another Japanese lesson. Only in the evening did he get the chance to make up for being awake the whole morning. He had set the alarm for 4 hours. Later, he had dinner. He then visited the bookstore nearby to buy a map of Tokyo. As mentioned previously, self-reflection and deduction were Zhang Heng's strengths. On his way back to campus that morning, he had already started mulling over reasons he was unable to complete his task that day. Other than his unpolished driving skills and the L300's poor performance, his unfamiliarity with the roads and lack of route planning were also crucial factors. No matter how good a driver was, it would be challenging for him to be able to perform to be at full S capacity if he was unfamiliar with the location of the competition. At 1:20 in the morning, Zhang Heng arrived at the parking lot, gave Mr. Crab 2 on a Jirai 1, who gleefully opened the gate for him. He returned to the store at 7:34 a.m. Unfortunately, his performance today was worse than the day before, delivering only about 40% of the goods. Takeda Takashi was cleaning the sink in his pajamas when he saw the young man return. Young people should not be too confident. It's not too late for you to give up now. Otherwise, in 6 days, you will have to sell yourself to me as a slave and work for free your whole life. Zhang Heng said nothing in reply. He had only himself to blame, taking too much time planning the route and unfamiliarity with the names of the places causing him to arrive at the wrong location a couple of times. He even nearly drove all the way to Okinawa to see bikinis. Zhang Heng added another item to his to-do list: get familiar with Tokyo's streets. Takashi Seafood Products customers could be divided into 2 main types: regular customers and new customers. The former received their goods at the same locations while the latter was more spontaneous, which, at the moment, Zhang Heng could do nothing about. For the regular clientele, on the other hand, Zhang Heng could mark their location on the map, then use a pin to connect the dots and find the best route for delivery. After that, he simply had to slot in the new customers' locations that were en route. That way, he could save a large portion of his time. So, on the 3rd day, Zhang Heng delivered 70% of the goods, and for the first time, when the L300 pulled up in front of the shop, Takeda Takashi did not make fun of him. On the 4th day, only 20% of the goods did not make it to the clients. On the 5th day, however, Zhang Heng found himself at a bottleneck. Although he had done his best to make every minute count, he still had 15% of undelivered goods. It was only thanks to the careful planning that he was able to send them to nearby clients. The remaining ones were located further from town or in more secluded areas, completely overlooking them. If he were to deliver them now, it would take him an exhaustingly long time to reach. While his driving skills still had room for improvement, he only had 2 more days before the deadline. Not delivering all of the remaining goods was out of the question. Once again, Zhang Heng found himself deep in thought. Takeda Takashi, who had his head buried in an adult magazine, looked up suddenly. To a racer, his car is more important than his wife. So, how could a person who doesn't even understand his own wife manage the relationship? TSK. Young people nowadays are so foolhardy. Do you have the blueprint of the car? Zhang Heng asked the man poring over an ocean of cigarette butts. A great race car driver simply needs to listen to be able to tell the horsepower of an engine. But I can't be so harsh to a rookie like yourself, right? Takeda Takashi answered in a patronizing tone. It was like this guy had to accomplish something, however small, or he would die. I have the drawing of the modification on my computer. Take a look at it yourself. Don't compete against it. Get to know its temper, then you'll be able to control it well. Zhang Heng turned on the computer and was immediately greeted by Takeda Takashi's hidden files. Among the mountain of porn, Zhang Heng found what he wanted. To his surprise, there was not only the blueprint for the L300, but also blueprints for other cars as well. They were all earlier models, though. It seemed like they had all been modified by a certain Mr. Takeda Takashi. On top of that, there was also a copy of a manual. Takeda Takashi called out from downstairs. Focus on studying the L300. Ignore everything else. You're not at that level yet. Don't try to run before you can even crawl. Chapter 39. Tokyo Drift 9. The next day, after the former delivery guy returned to his hometown, Zhang Heng was now able to deliver all the goods before the traffic police showed up for the first time. The moment he achieved that familiar voice spoke in his ears. Acquired new skill, driving skills. Level 0. Zhang Heng took in a deep breath. This period of nocturnality finally paid off, not knowing what the benchmark for skill levels was until now. About instances when his survival skills were recognized in the previous game, Zhang Heng knew that level 0 meant that he had stepped over the threshold, at the very least. When it came to time, this wasn't considered fast, but it was definitely not slow either. It had only been a week since he first touched the steering wheel. Now, even the Takeda Tetsuya, who had been waiting for Zhang Heng to screw up, could only murmur to himself. Did he throw all the undelivered stuff on the side of the road? Zhang Heng simply ignored the remark, returned the keys, and silently took the bus back to school. He was starting to get used to this kind of life now. Go to class, then work, and then to deliver goods for an unkind employer. Whenever he had the time, he would reply to Amiko's strange, everyday messages. The days went on like this, and in a blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. It was now drawing close to 3 months since he'd started this game. At this time, other players would have been removed from the game and had returned to reality, but for Zhang Heng, he wasn't even a fourth of the journey in. He was in no hurry to complete the primary mission, and as he was working towards achieving his goal, he unexpectedly completed 2 small achievements. One was for visiting 10 places of interest in Tokyo, and the other was for tasting 30 Japanese delicacies. Each achievement earned him 3 game points. These weren't actually tricky things to do at all. As long as you were willing, you could visit 10 of any of Tokyo's tourist attractions. The only thing to consider was the limited time given to complete the tasks. And exceptionally few people would be willing to spare a few days just to visit non-mission-related places. Zhang Heng, on the other hand, had Amiko dragging him around places like Skytree, Ghibli Museum in Mitaka, Sensoji Temple, and many other sites. He never refused to go on these outings since he had plenty of time, and his daily schedule was so packed that it was nice to take a break and relax every now and then. Having a cute, snaggle-teeth tour guide bringing him around the city was a rare opportunity that somehow earned him 6 points. Other than that, having learned from his previous games, Zhang Heng kept an eye out to see if anything would be refreshed once the 60-day time limit was up. Lo and behold, he discovered a bug. Japanese universities typically had new intakes during March or April every year. Also, with the increasing number of foreign exchange students, the other peak period for club and society recruitments were in September. When Zhang Heng first arrived at the university campus, there were posters and flyers everywhere, but because he was so busy learning Japanese, he did not join any of them. So, when the 60 days reached its end, these associations began recruiting again. When Zhang Heng asked Amiko about it, she too replied that she had no idea either and that it was probably because they did not have enough club members. But ever since that unresolved inconsistency with Belle, Zhang Heng became very sensitive about these anomalies. He was almost sure that he knew what secrets these organizations were hiding. So, Zhang Heng came up with a solution to collect every club and society's recruitment flyers. They included the typical football club, swimming club, baseball club, taekwondo club, shogi 1 club, and Hanafuda club 2. The Hanafuda club was hugely popular, notably when their brochures featured their president and co-president, both of whom stunningly beautiful girls. But just to be clear, Zhang Heng's attention was not on all these. His focus was on correlated clubs. So far, he had found a 4WD club, a racer's workshop, and an auto show model photography club. After he inquired about the 4WD club, though, he found out that it was not the 4-wheel drive that he thought it was. This group of people were not racing 4WD cars, but instead, the mini 4WD toy cars from Dash. Yankuro 1 Foot developed by Tamiya Incorporated, oddly, which was also popular once upon a time, was China's knockoff version. It was, however, yesterday's news among today's generation. Zhang Heng was pleasantly surprised that a group of hardcore fans still existed in the university. At the moment, Zhang Heng did not feel like collecting dust behind some toy cars while cheering for Shooting Star, Cannonball, Burning Sun 1. That would be quite a sight to behold. On the other hand, he thought that the name Auto Show Model Photography Club sounded rather dubious. So, in the end, Zhang Heng decided to join the racer's workshop. This one sounded the most legit out of the 3. To his delight, he really did learn quite a lot from this group, which was founded by a senior who started as a racecar fan. He and a group of like-minded friends decided to start this society, and after much self-teaching and practice, he was able to obtain specialized skills. Eventually, a team signed him when he was in his 4th year in university to become a professional race car driver driving for the GT 300 race season. 3 years ago, he put all the discoveries from his training down on paper and shared them with the members of the club. He even shot daily tutorial videos and recorded his experience and opinions in a blog, which he kept up to date. He was extremely generous when compared to Takeda Tetsuya, who only gave Zhang Heng minimal pointers on their way back to the shop whenever they went to the fish market together. Still in all, both of them had very different training and driving styles. The senior was a feistier, go-all-in kind of competitor who believed in momentum, flooring the pedal all the way, whereas the owner of the seafood store was a positively technical driver. Zhang Heng had found old videos of Takeda Tetsuya's racing days, and came to learn that this guy was cunning when it came to competitions. His style was to draft, always tailing other cars closely, and then only punching it to full speed in the final 2 laps. A line he often repeated was, "Racing is a tactical game. It's not just a competition of skills, but it is also a battle of the mind. An average driver only sees the road ahead, but a great driver must never be fettered by the limitation of the eyes, but look at the bigger picture." But every time after he said this, he would add insultingly, "Sigh, but a green boy like you will never understand this world. You better stick to delivering the seafood first. Thanks to you, business has been pretty good lately. The orders have increased by another 20%. The same rule applies. You will pay me back for whatever you fail to deliver." Zhang Heng had already gotten his driver's license, but eventually found out that it was pointless because he had to rush back to school for class before Tokyo was awake anyway. To add, the L300 that Takeda Tetsuya had apparently dug up from the rubbish pile was not insured and nor inspected. To top it all off, the number plate was a fake. It now made sense why Takeda Tetsuya had turned a blind eye when Zhang Heng broke traffic rules in the earlier days. The police would not be able to catch them anyway, so it did not matter how badly Zhang Heng was driving. Of course, if they were stopped by the police, they would be seriously screwed. They could be thrown into jail. Owing to that, Zhang Heng could only continue to keep a fast driving pace and lay low whenever he was on the road. Having said that, he found the notes and tutorial videos provided by the Racecar Workshop's founder to be very enlightening. His approach towards racing was the exact opposite of what Zhang Heng had been learning from the seafood store owner. Eventually, only after 3 arduous months, did Takeda Tetsuya impart his car tuning knowledge to Zhang Heng. Chapter 40. Tokyo Drift X. For WD racecars rarely have oversteer problems, but to drift around corners with rear-wheel drive, you'll have to upgrade the suspension system of the front and rear axle. At the same time, you have to calculate the factors that help maintain trackability when turning in, informed Takeda Tetsuya, as he blew a cloud of smoke from the passenger seat. This problem can be easily solved. You just need to adjust the spring and the damping coefficient. Soften the rear suspension, reduce the compression rate of the shock absorber's damping force, increase the ductility, reduce the rigidity of the rear anti-roll bar, and perhaps even increase the rear track width. Official competitions typically have rear track width restrictions, but underground tournaments are not particular about that. Also, if you notice any turbulence after the configuration, you can consider increasing the rake angle of the spoiler. Doing that will increase downforce on the rear of the vehicle. Of course, that will mean sacrificing your top speed. All things considered, there is no such thing as the perfect race car. Tuning a race car is finding the right balance between performance parameters. Zhang Heng committed everything to memory as he drove in silence, and as slowly as he could, so that they would only arrive at Tsukiji Market 10 minutes later. Once the L300 pulled up in front of the seafood market, Takeda Tetsuya's mouth clamped shut instinctively. This guy was really sticking to their agreement, not saying another word as he pushed the door open and exited the van. He took 2 steps forward and then halted abruptly. He turned around and said, "Come earlier this Sunday." Zhang Heng stared after the man quizzically for a moment, and then it dawned on him. He might have triggered a new storyline as he just received a new update 4 seconds ago that his driving skills had gone from level 0 to level 1. At the same time, after a month of learning, he even attained another skill, car tuning and maintenance, level 0. So, on the 3rd night, after his taking a stroll around Shinjuku with Amiko, Zhang Heng took the bus to the seafood store, 3 hours earlier than usual. When Takeda Tetsuya saw him coming, he turned around and locked the door behind him and then tossed the key to Zhang Heng. "The shop's having a day off today. Where are we going?" "The beach. Starting from today, I will be teaching you how to drift." Zhang Heng was a little taken aback by this short announcement. Even though Takeda Tetsuya had been instructing him on how to race and had taught him quite a few techniques, he had never once revealed his best secrets. Zhang Heng had asked a few times before, but he was always dismissed with, "You're not qualified yet," which was a clear and direct way of telling him that he needed to meet a certain standard. Under normal circumstances, this would have been unattainable for an inexperienced fledgling with 0 foundation like Zhang Heng. He had been learning how to drive for 4 months now, which was already way past the deadline. He managed to fulfill the criteria only yesterday. It went without saying that Zhang Heng was not going to let this precious opportunity slip away. Who knew why Takeda Tetsuya, the Scrooge, suddenly had a change of mind? If it were not because he had been the champion of D1 Grand Prix Suiso format in Tokyo, or the man who nearly bagged the Drift King title, Zhang Heng would already have looked for someone else to consult, like that Racer Workshop senior. Not only did he have the right attitude, but to benefit the next generation, and to pave the way for those who desire to become a racing driver like him. He shared his views and experience generously with the members of his group. Zhang Heng believed that if he continued to work hard, he might be able to set himself to the path of success. After all, compared to Takeda Tetsuya, the seafood store owner, this senior guy was the more authentic racing driver. After much deliberation, Zhang Heng decided to give up that plan. The GT300 was a sanctioned racing competition. The racetrack and the driving skills requirements are very different from underground drift racing. As the name GT300 implies, the maximum horsepower output is capped at 300 PS. On the other end of the spectrum, the only rules in underground racing were that there were no rules. No one cared what kind of cars you drove, or what type of technique you used. Whoever crossed the finishing line first was the winner. In fact, if you were ballsy enough, you could even use nitrous oxide. Zhang Heng had already read through all the workshop guy's notes and videos more than once. His vigorous and hawkish driving style was more suited to professional track facing. In a complicated environment, he would be no match for Takeda Tetsuya, the former champion of D1 Grand Prix. The seafood store owner brought Zhang Heng to a private pier that was close to being abandoned and created a drift course with tires and cardboard boxes lined as the apexes. Drifting is a driving technique by deliberately oversteering the car, forcing it to slide sideways through a turn. Young people nowadays love to show off their skills by drifting, but in reality, drifting on the normal road would only slow the car down and wear out the tires. This technique was designed to cope with complex road conditions. Zhang Heng looked at the massive pile of tightly packed boxes and tires. Isn't a little too complex? As long as someone can do it, it's not complex. Takeda Tetsuya retorted imposingly. Zhang Heng thought after that uttering such heroic statements, the guy would at least give him some sort of live demonstration. To his disappointment, however, Tetsuya only showed him a video, and from the looks of which looked like a really old one. After that, the guy removed a folding stool and a fishing rod from the back of the van. Don't look at me. I swore that I would never touch another steering wheel in this life. But don't you worry. The obstacles I've set up for you is not impossible to complete, said Takeda Tetsuya as he baited the hook. Zhang Heng skimmed through the video and quickly realized that he had misjudged the guy. He was probably trying to make up for the fact that he could not show Zhang Heng the technique himself, but instead, with the surprisingly duff four-tailed tutorial. Except for the demonstration at the beginning, the rest of the video contained new materials that Takeda Tetsuya had recorded. Zhang Heng played the video over and over again nearly 7 times. In between, he even played the video in slow motion twice. Once he was satisfied, he tucked his phone away into his pocket and began his practice. The result, as expected, was a tragic sight. The ear-piercing screeching sounds of tires scraping the ground echoed on the pier. The cardboard boxes and tires were strewn about and had all been knocked over. Zhang Heng initially thought his driving skills had improved so much that he even thought about acquiring a car and completing the primary mission. But this new training felt like someone had just poured ice-cold water on him. Even though Takeda Tetsuya had not been very reliable all this while, he would not lie to him about such a trivial matter. Since he said that completing the training was attainable, it meant that Zhang Heng was the problem. On that account, the boy wrestled with the heap of tires and boxes until the next morning until the sun had started peering out from the horizon. The seafood store owner packed his fishing rod, stretched his body, and then looked at Zhang Heng. You'll continue to deliver the goods after today. When you have free time, you can come here to practice drifting. So, how soon you complete your training is entirely up to you. You can start modifying the L300. I will give you suggestions, but you will have to take care of the parts yourself. Chapter 41. Tokyo Drift 11 at 3 a.m. Somewhere in Tokyo. The rumble of engines broke the silence of the night. More than a dozen modified cars in eye-catching colors lay silently in front of a shop that had gone out of business a long time ago. A group of street racers in punk clothing with their provocatively dressed arm candies were rambling away as they waited for someone. 5 minutes later, the person in question appeared. A blue Subaru Impreza WRX stopped in front of the dumpster. The driver swung the door open and got down off the car, walking towards the group. The group immediately stopped in their tracks as if they were startled. None of them dared look at him straight in the eye. Half a minute later, someone finally shouted, "The fuck? Ito-ken, what the hell is with the high beam?" Sorry. The one called Ito-ken apologized as he turned back to his car and turned off the headlights so that everyone could see the face of this newcomer. The guy had a head full of unruly green hair and a glacial expression. Out of all the people in front of him, his eyes fixed on only one person, Kentaro Inoue. "Why the hell did you ask me to come at this hour? It's real late." "Oh, nothing urgent, except the title Kasokurusei has a new master," said the guy in a jacket while lying on the roof of a car with his eyes closed. A girl next to him seductively fed him grapes. "Whatever, you're just the guy I defeated." Ito-ken scoffed. "Asshole, who are you to look down at me? I'm not the same person I used to be." The jacketed guy opened his eyes like a tiger who had just awakened, angry, confrontational. "This time, I bet on all the dignity of men that I will not lose to you again." As if he sensed the sentiment the other guy was imparting, Ito-ken's coolness thawed a little. He was silent for a little while, and then said, "I understand, Inoue-kun. Then let's talk with our speed." At that, both guys entered their cars. The girl who was with Kentaro Inoue walked to the front of the vehicles, and as the crowd cheered and whistled, pulled out her bra and threw it into the air. When the brassiere touched the ground, both vehicles charged forward simultaneously. Ito-ken and Kentaro Inoue were old rivals. Both of them were from pretty good families. Their fathers had business dealings with each other. With both, the boys were best friends who grew up playing together since childhood. As a matter of fact, it was Kentaro Inoue who had pulled Ito-ken into this circle. As Ito-ken's skills continued to grow, he soon surpassed his close friend, Kentaro Inoue, making him feel as if his reputation was threatened. To cut the long story short, their friendship did not survive this test, and they gradually drifted apart. Throughout the years, Kentaro Inoue had challenged Ito-ken, but had lost more races than he had won. Ito-ken had never once looked down on his friend, as Kentaro Inoue would frequently come up with improvements, whether in racing or technique. This posed a threat to him. For these reasons, Ito-ken had to stay on edge and give 100% of his effort. "Come on, let me see what you have learned this time," Ito-ken thought to himself as he stepped on the gas pedal. Both cars alternatively overtook each other, gaining the lead. All of a sudden, his eyes widened. Out of nowhere, a mustard van appeared at the crossroad in front like a ghost in the dark. Shit, why was there a car at this hour of the morning? Ito-ken could feel cold sweat beating on his forehead. It was too close, too fast for him to react. At once, he realized that this was going to end tragically in a fatal crash, and that the Kentaro Inoue driving next to him must be just as shocked and devastated. But what he witnessed next was something that he would remember his entire life. The crappy van did not seem to want to slow down, but charged towards him like an angry bull. The cars were less than 500 meters apart when L300 suddenly pulled a strange drift. The van did a sideways slide at the inertia. Their doors were less than 1 centimeter from bushing each other. The hairs on Ito-ken's entire body raised on its ends. But from the corner of his eyes, he could see the L300 driver piloting the vehicle with only one hand on the steering, the other one busy fumbling for something. As they passed each other, Ito-ken was able to get a better view of what the driver was holding. Chewing gum. He felt his mind went blank. What the hell? Ito-ken cried out involuntarily. How could he be rummaging for a piece of chewing gum at a time like this? But what happened next was more unbelievable, as the L300 accelerated and shot past his WRX. They had almost run out of road, but the rundown van did not look like it was going to turn around. Instead, the L300 tunneled and disappeared into a narrow valley about the width of the van, leaving the two cars in the dust. The cars slowed down until they finally stopped. Ito-ken and Kentaro Inoue got down from their cars and looked at each other in dismay. "Do you still want to continue?" Ito-ken asked after a while. "We can't even beat a delivery van. What's the point of continuing?" said a defeated Kentaro Inoue. "Keep the Kasokurusei 1 title. I'm planning to quit this group, go back, and carry on the family's business. Actually, I was also getting ready to study in Europe after I'm done with this race," Ito-ken confessed. Really, Kentaro Inoue had not seen this coming and immediately felt embarrassed. Speaking of which, it's been a while since we've talked about things like that. The boys shared a look before asking each other in unison, "Do you want to go get a drink?" Unbeknownst to him, Zhang Heng had caused a man to let go of his car racing dreams, nor was he aware that because of him, two friends rekindled their friendship. To him, it was just a repetition of the daily routine of delivering goods. Tokyo was reputed as the capital of drifting, with the most significant number of car tuning enthusiasts in the world. And like the game's background introduction said, these guys are mostly active at night. Whenever Zhang Heng went out on his rounds, he would often encounter these street racers. Most of them, like Ito Kin and Kentaro Inoue, were hobbyists always looking for an excuse to participate in some manly showdown. Zhang Heng did not have time to snap at their heels. He only overtook them because he was in a rush. This was already the 9th month since he started learning to drive. He had only just completed the drifting practice that Takeda Tetsuya had set up a month ago. His driving skills had advanced from level 1 to level 2. Besides that, his car tuning and maintenance skills had progressed to level 1. This car was completely different from when he first drove it. The core configuration inside had been completely revamped. Only the shell of the L300 remained untouched. Unlike the other drivers who were so afraid that no one would know that their cars had been modified, Zhang Heng did not paint the exterior of his vehicle in bright, glaring colors. For all intents and purposes, it was also because of his limited funds. To buy accessories alone, he had to take up a second job. Takeda Tetsuya introduced him to a small junkyard owner, where he purchased all the parts he needed for cheap. But even then, it took him 4 months to get the L300 to what it was now. The Zhang Heng today was not the same as he was 9 months ago. He was now able to deliver all the goods 1 hour in advance. He was returning to Kurihara Seafood when he spotted thick tolls of smoke from across the street. Realizing that something had happened, he stopped the car by the road and called the fire department as he picked up the recurve bow he kept with him for self-defense. Chapter 42. Tokyo Drift 12. Zhang Heng knew that Takeda Tetsuya was hiding something. Why else would he have given up when he was so close to gaining the Drift King title? Why was he divorced? Why swear that he would never touch another steering wheel? And why contact his daughter again after so many years? The gambling addiction excuse might have fooled Amiko, his unworldly daughter. Still, having spent so many sleepless nights with the seafood trader, Zhang Heng somehow knew that this seemingly weak-willed man was stronger than anyone else deep inside. Even though he bet on horses, it was purely recreational. Every time he placed bets, he would always stop, no matter if he won or lost. A real gambling addict would not have been so reasonable. Indeed, not everyone who left their mark on the world stage lived the rest of their lives aimlessly. Talent and hard work are indispensable to distinguish yourself from the masses of gifted people. There was no way someone with no self-control would be able to become a top racing driver. Even so, Zhang Heng never asked Takeda Tetsuya to tell his story, not because he did not care, but because he was worried he might not be influential enough to meddle with this matter. At that time, his driving skills were just average. He was still absorbing knowledge like a sponge, still unable to complete Takeda Tetsuya's hellish drifting practices. Then, Zhang Heng came up with a simple idea to play the single-player game Formula Drag. He relied on his exceedingly long time in the game, avoiding from triggering the plot, and then burying himself in practice, finally brushing his driving skills up to level 2 and complete the modification of the L300. In fact, he had already made plans to talk to Takeda Tetsuya even if tonight didn't happen. Although they did not identify themselves as master and apprentice, they were, in fact, master and apprentice. The seafood store owner was too proud, always saying one thing but meant another. Zhang Heng found it suspicious that this guy would have so many orders, not to mention each location always more remote than the one before. He secretly opened a phone box once and found out that the box labeled lobsters was actually filled with pebbles. So, it turned out the supposed increase in orders was Takeda Tetsuya's way of increasing pressure in accordance with Zhang Heng's improvement. Hopefully, it was not too late. With the bow slung on his arm, Zhang Heng ran to the front of the shop and spotted Amiko, who was supposed to be asleep at this hour. What was she doing here? She had taken a taxi here, arriving only minutes before Zhang Heng. Before the car even came to a stop, she had already jumped down the vehicle. Dropping to the ground wearily, she watched the fire devour her father's shop. Zhang Heng was about to approach her when 2 tattooed men wearing black gloves and shades jumped down a dark blue Toyota Voxy parked nearby and dragged Amiko from the floor into the car. The girl screamed and struggled. When the concerned taxi driver saw this, he got down his vehicle to help the poor girl, but found a muzzle pointed at his head instead. The taxi driver's bravery evaporated immediately. He ran back to his car and fled as far and as fast as he could. The person who had come down the Toyota Voxy did not have to worry about the driver calling the police because he only needed 2 minutes to take his target away. Unfortunately, things did not always turn out the way we wanted them to, and in a split second, something pierced the dark skies. The person holding the gun heard a swishing sound before a sudden stabbing pain shot up his right arm, forcing him to release the weapon. An arrow that came out of nowhere had pierced his palm. His staggered partner was about to release Amiko and run for his life, but Zhang Heng, who had taken shelter behind the bus, did not give him a chance. Zhang Heng narrowed his eyes and released the taut bowstring. The second arrow hit the guy in the calf. But their other partner in the Toyota Voxy, who was able to pinpoint Zhang Heng's location from the first 2 arrows, acted quickly, blocking Zhang Heng with the car. At that very moment, Zhang Heng knew that he needed to seize the opportunity. He pulled his hoodie over and then jumped out from behind the advertisement board, shooting continuously at the window of the car. To avoid the enemy's shots, he quickly searched for a safe route back to the car. Doing this, however, put a distance between him and the Toyota Voxy. By the time he was half-turned, the 2 injured men had already knocked Amiko unconscious and were struggling to drag her up the car. Zhang Heng's last arrow flew into the car past the driver's seat before finally planting itself on the dashboard. The driver froze for a second, and the door was quickly shut. The Voxy made a move, racing towards the main road. Zhang Heng was strangely calm. He moved in this direction to not only get on the other side of the Voxy, but to also get near to the L300 he had parked by the road. When he saw the kidnappers making a run for it, he put his bow and arrows away and jumped into his delivery van. He had left the door unlocked and keys in the ignition in case of unexpected events. It was this attention to detail that saved him precious time. Before he fired up the L300, he looked up at the rearview mirror and saw that the Voxy had disappeared. Most people would have given up a situation like this, but not Zhang Heng. For the past 9 months, he had been delivering goods all over the city for the harsh store owner. He now knew the area like the back of his hand. It was as vivid as a 3D map that was right inside his head. He knew precisely that about 300 meters in the direction that the Voxy was headed to was a fork. 2 seconds later, he heard the sound of tires screeching through his open window. He knew exactly which direction they were headed to. So, without wasting any time, he started the van, turned his car around, and in less than 4 seconds, accelerated to 100 kilometers per hour. He arrived at the intersection in a literal blink of an eye. Without slowing down, he did a lift-off oversteer. The L300's tail drew a stunning arc that completely mismatched its boxy body, changing its direction. Zhang Heng then stepped on the gas all the way to the floor. The motor transplanted from a race car let out a low growl. It took Zhang Heng only 45 seconds to reach the second intersection, but there was still no sign of the Voxy. Zhang Heng changed direction again without a second thought. This was the most challenging part. Being a minute and a half behind the Voxy, he had to rely on his judgment for the first part of the chase. One wrong turn, and he would lose Amiko completely. But Zhang Heng did not have any other choice. He had to trust himself, trust the old friend chugging beneath him. Ahead of him was a 3 kilometers long, straight road. Unless the Voxy was unbelievably fast, there was no reason he couldn't spot its tail lamp. So, Zhang Heng decided to switch directions. He did a second drift. Then, from the corner of his eyes, he caught a glance of the Voxy, which was making another turn. Got you. This time, Zhang Heng did not continue to pursue the minivan. He took the L300 500 meters forward before abruptly turning towards a closed coffee shop. The quick turn resulted in him breaking through the glass door, toppling over 2 tables, before charging out the back door and barraging directly into a shopping mall. Chapter 43. Tokyo Drift 13. As Christmas was approaching, the stores were already making preparations for the season. Colorful lights had been hung up with the season's buntings, and elaborately decorated Christmas trees adorned with tiny little presents could be seen in stores. Suddenly, the faux fir tree shuddered violently, shaking the little ornaments off its branches, sending them flying all over the place. A mustard minivan hurtled past the escalator. Zhang Heng turned on the wiper, swiping away the 2 greeting cards that had found their way onto his windshield. The tail of the L300 whipped past a shelf filled with expensive skincare products, the rush of wind causing the Shiseido bottles to totter. The driver of the Toyota Voxy was very sly and abruptly turned at every intersection. After making a big round, he was going to sneak back to the road, but the glass door of the mall to his right suddenly shattered. A yellow minivan with Christmas decorations dangling from it burst through the entrance. What the hell? Did Santa come early this year? And since when did he exchange his sleigh for a car? The startled Voxy driver had been continually monitoring his rearview mirror. He did not see anyone tailing them. So where did this guy come from? And what a dramatic entrance that was. They were now only 6 to 7 meters apart. That got the Voxy driver's dander up. He stepped down on the gas pedal, trying to shake off the tailing car with his speed. But to his surprise, the beat-up L300 was actually catching up to the Voxy. Both drivers stepped on it, drawing closer to each other. Zhang Heng used the front bumper to clip the left rear end of the Voxy. The Toyota began to lose control, and in a panic, its driver tightened his grip around the steering. No matter how fast he drove, though, he could not seem to shake off the tailing van. Seeing that they were on the verge of turning turtle, the Voxy was forced to slow down. Then, as if choreographed, the L300 behind also decelerated. Zhang Heng could have knocked the other van on its side, but decided to go gentle when he remembered that Amico was inside the vehicle. In the end, both cars stopped by the roadside. Realizing that he could not escape the other van with his skills, the Voxy driver opened the car door and tossed an unconscious Amico out. Zhang Heng watched the dark blue Toyota disappear into the night before loosening his grip on the bow and arrow. He did not continue the pursuit because 1. He could not just leave Amico on the side of the road, and 2. The kidnappers had guns. Even if they had refrained from shooting the weapons earlier, who knew what they would do if they were backed into a corner? Hence, this brief skirmish between the two ended with both sides stepping down. In a way, the appearance of those kidnappers put Zhang Heng at ease. When he first saw the fire at the shop, his shared Amico's assumption that Takeda Tetsuya had been murdered and his killer had burned the corpse to get rid of the evidence. But when the emergence of the Voxy told him otherwise, the seafood store owner was still alive. Otherwise, they would not have tricked Amico to the ship and kidnapped her. The girl lived a very ordinary life, no different from most Japanese university students. Those goons probably took her intending to blackmail Takeda Tetsuya. But who the hell were those people in the Voxy? Causing trouble and starting fires. They even had guns. In a country with such strict regulations on weapons, getting their hands on firearms meant that they worked for someone influential. Zhang Heng shot the tattooed man in the calf, intending to keep him for questioning. But their other associate appeared so unexpectedly. Thank goodness they did not manage to get away with Amico. Zhang Heng carried his friend into the van and did a quick assessment of her condition. Other than a few scratches on her elbow and calf, the different parts of her body were completely unharmed. That was a relief. Shortly after, the loud wailing of fire trucks filled the air. The firefighters renowned for their efficiency came pretty quickly. Judging by the severity of the situation, they responded immediately and only took a couple of minutes to arrive at the scene. Zhang Heng took off his jacket and placed it on Amico. She had invited him over to her little rented apartment a few times for hot pot, so he knew where she lived. But it did not seem like a good idea to send her back right now. She was clearly involved in some kind of problem here. If whoever it was could trick her once, they would surely trick her the second time. It was imperative that he figured out exactly what was happening before coming up with countermeasures. The Voxy people might have escaped, but Zhang Heng knew that there was one person who could give him the answers. Everything that had happened tonight was because of Takeda Tetsuya or Yosuke Tsuchiya. It was time for the guy to tell his story. But before that, Zhang Heng had to find him first. That was not too difficult a thing to figure out. Zhang Heng drove to Takeda Tetsuya's favorite Fuzoka 1, a karaoke-cum-izakaya, but eventually found him in the abandoned port where they had trained. The sun was coming up by then. The seafood store owner was wearing a large floppy hat that covered his face, fishing with a group of elderly fishing hobbyists. When Tetsuya heard the sound of tires squealing, he immediately knew who it was. Getting up, he saw Amico in the passenger seat and froze. Why is she here? That question is for you to answer. Zhang Heng jumped down the van. I found her at your shop. A bunch of guys were going to kidnap her, but don't worry. She was just knocked unconscious. Nothing big. Someone kidnapped her. What do they look like? Takeda Tetsuya looked nervous, which was uncommon. There were 3 of them. They were well disguised with sunglasses and masks, though I don't know why they didn't bother to cover up the tattoos on their necks. What are the tattoos like? Takeda Tetsuya appeared to be only interested in that little detail. Zhang Heng thought for a minute and then said, he was too far. I can't be completely sure, but I think it was an eye. Takeda Tetsuya's pupils contracted, allowing himself to drop to the ground as if he was completely drained of energy, muttering to himself. So, they've come? Who has come? It's nothing to do with the both of you. They only want my life. Takeda Tetsuya smiled distressingly. I thought that changing my name and laying low could help me escape them. I didn't think they would still hold on to me. But never mind, I will go confront them. The both of you won't be in danger anymore. This was not what Zhang Heng had imagined would happen. The seafood shop owner was not interested in discussing his past. While Zhang Heng was pummeling his brains on how to make him talk, a voice from behind him said, So, is this the reason why you divorced Mom? No one knew when Amiko had woken up and gotten off the car, but she had obviously heard the conversation between Zhang Heng and her father. Chapter 44, Tokyo Drift 14. The waitress at the breakfast eatery set the food on the table. There was sumptuous tamagoyaki one, rice, grilled fish, and miso soup. But none of them picked up their chopsticks. Takeda Tetsuya heaved a heavy sigh under Amiko's resolute gaze. He lit a cigarette and said, What for? You'll be going to China in 2 months. Why would you involve yourself in all of this? I want to know the truth about what happened back then. A part of you that still loves Mom, right? Feelings are not that important anymore at our age, Takeda Tetsuya answered hesitantly while taking a drag. When I was young, I also thought that I could love a woman forever. But the truth is, after so many years, I've almost completely forgotten what she looks like. There was a pause before he continued. But whatever it is, I owe the both of you. How is Nanako? Is she well? Mom is doing great, but she still hasn't forgotten what happened back then. But she told me before that she doesn't hate you anymore. You just owe us the truth. Takeda Tetsuya grew quiet. He obviously did not want to revisit his past, but he also knew that he couldn't keep avoiding him forever. An awkward pause ensued, and just as the cigarette was about to burn his fingers, Takeda Tetsuya finally spoke. This is all because of a mistake. A mistake that I have regretted, and will regret the rest of my entire life. He went on to tell the story he had kept a secret for so many years. In the 70s and 80s, Japan's economy was booming. It was in that period that Yosuke Tsuchiya was born into a happy family. Like most people back then, Yosuke Tsuchiya was full of youthful vigor, proud, and opinionated. When the Plaza Accord was signed, the American dollar depreciated against the Japanese yen, and Japanese spending power reached its peak. However, that was followed by a devastating blow to the export industry, propagating Japan's lost decade. This massive change sent that generation of people down a very different path. The immense pressure of being in debt overwhelmed Yosuke Tsuchiya's parents. After the bank seized their home, the Yosuke couple, in their desperation, decided to end their own life. They suffocated to death by burning charcoal. Soon after receiving the news of their children's death, Tsuchiya's grandparents too died of illness. However, these life-changing events did not undo Yosuke Tsuchiya. Instead, they forged his fearless character, and in the words of the team manager who later discovered him, was born a fighter. The word afraid was never in his vocabulary. Whatever does not kill me makes me stronger. Yosuke Tsuchiya welcomed his prime in his 20s, reaping repeated success in European competition, winning second place in the FIA GT Grand Prix in New York. He, however, was sent home after a fallout with his racing team. Not long after, he won first place in the Tokyo D1 Grand Prix. He was a legend in Japan's drifting world. At that time, he was already at the top of his game but was never satisfied, always looking out for new challenges. Eventually, he decided to take on the Drift King title, taking him less than a year to unseat the top street racers from 22 wards. This included all special wards in Tokyo except for one, Naruma. Naruma's strongest racer was a guy named Asano Naoto. That guy's crazy. He invented a death racing format. He would choose a section of a highway, destroy the guardrails, and set up the exit and entrance. At the agreed time, the competing racers would drive against the traffic on the other side of the highway lane. Whoever reaches the finishing line first, and alive, is the winner. Sometimes, to make the competition more exciting, he would even involve the police in the game. That's basically suicide. Amiko was utterly gobsmacked. Asano Naoto believed that only the bravest racer is worthy of victory, and whoever challenges him must accept all of his rules. Even though it seems stupid now, I was young back then. I was only one race away from winning the Drift King title. I was not about to give it up. Takeda Tetsuya lit up another cigarette, took in a deep breath, and continued. We agreed on a time. Apart from the two of us, my best friend also joined the competition. He was the best racing driver in Shinjuku, and we chose the course together, 40 kilometers long, 3 lanes wide. On normal days, there's moderate traffic. No one would have thought that it would suddenly be covered in fog. Kobayashi suggested we give up the race and choose another time. I could tell that Asano Naoto was going to agree to it. After all, he was just a ruffian who loved to live on the edge. Despite all that, he didn't really plan to die. Considering the road conditions, the level of danger was way out of his comfort zone. But that asshole didn't want to give up the chance to taunt us. He knew that I would agree too, so he decided to cast the opposing vote by calling us cowards. I was a very spirited young man. So, in my anger, I voted against delaying the race too. In the end, it was 2-1, which meant the competition would go on as planned. I could see Asano Naoto's face change, but I took no pleasure in that retaliation because the three of us were already up in the gum tree. Everything that happened after that only confirmed how stupid my decision was. That day, the visibility on the highway was only 4 to 5 meters. We were forced to drive slower than usual, but even then, we were shrouded by the shadow of death. This was no longer a competition about skills anymore. Luck seemed to be of the essence. We drove like that for 10 minutes, constantly fearing for our lives. On a normal day, we would have already completed the course by then, but we were only a third of the way. I kept honking all the way. Fortunately, the highway was closed off, and there were not a lot of cars coming towards us. Even then, I had to swerve madly to avoid running into oncoming cars a couple of times, not seeing them till the very last second. It felt like I was rubbing shoulders with the Grim Reaper. When the seafood store owner recalled that dangerous time in his life, it was apparent the lingering terror of those moments still haunted him. In situations like this, even the most tenacious mind would not be able to keep going. So Kobayashi and I took turns leading, giving each other time to rest. Asano Naoto, on the other hand, was already out of the game. The supposedly bravest racer in all of Tokyo's willpower had been completely destroyed, and he was shivering behind us. But then, suddenly, an accident that no one expected took place. As we were approaching the halfway point of the course, I heard the sound of a truck's horn blaring from the road ahead. I was about to change lanes when Asano Naoto's GTR suddenly overtook me, forcing me to stay on the left lane. I tried to increase speed, but he kept staying on my right. I could sort of guess what he was thinking at that time. His performance today was horrible. If he loses this race, all that reputation he had built for himself throughout the years would be destroyed. So he had an evil thought. Asano Naoto was determined to get me killed. He left me with very little time, and I was devastated. I thought that my time was over. Kobayashi rammed his Lexus hard into Asano Naoto's GTR. I didn't see it coming. The next moment, both their cars lost control, and Asano Naoto's GTR went under the truck's chassis, ramming the truck sideways. It then fell on Kobayashi's Lexus. It was the most gruesome. I didn't dare look at it. The top of the Lexus had caved in completely, and there was black smoke billowing out the front of the car. Chapter 45, Tokyo Drift 15, What did you do after that? Zhang Heng asked. I did nothing. There was a look of remorse in Takeda Tetsuya's eyes. I should not have left him there. I wanted to get down the car to check on him, but I heard police sirens coming from the opposite. I was scared, so I didn't stay. I turned the car around and left the highway. What happened to the two of them? Amiko asked, disturbed. I only found out about what happened to them in the news. The reporter said that 2 juvenile delinquents were racing against the traffic on the highway and hit an oncoming truck. One died, and the other was injured. The wounded driver was receiving first aid in the emergency room, but he passed away 3 days later. Was the wounded person Kobayashi, or it was Asano Naoto? Other than being known for being the best racing driver in Naruma, he also had another identity. His uncle was the vice president of Tokyo's largest Yakuza clan, Oni Hitomi won. Oh, no wonder. Is that why you quit the racing world and changed your name? Yes. That was not a public race. No one else other than the three of us knew about it. Even though there were other eyewitnesses on that highway, the visibility was abysmal, and we were driving against traffic. With all that fuzzy testimonies, the police were unable to determine if there was a third vehicle. Afraid that I would be imprisoned and that Oni Hitomi would take revenge, I chose to keep quiet again. There was no joy in my heart to escape punishment. Every day after that day, I have been living in guilt for Kobayashi. If I hadn't let my emotions affect my decision and stick to my decision that the race that should never have started in the first place, all these would not have happened. I was the one who had one foot in the grave. But the irony is that the first person to die among the three of us was the only person who voted against having the race. I went to his home secretly after that. His father passed away when he was younger, and he only had his mother and a sister. After what happened, they moved away from Tokyo. You met Mom after that, right? If that's the case, why didn't you stay? Amiko asked. I was always anxious after that accident. I couldn't even sleep at all, and I also kept a suicide note by my pillow. But as time passed, when I realized that neither the police nor the Oni Hitomi found me, I thought that it was all over. So, I resumed my healthy life. It was then that I met the woman I loved. We were like every other happy couple. We became a family. A year and a half later, we had you. I swore that I would never drive again and opened a seafood shop. After initial struggles, the shop did pretty well. At first, it seemed like I was heading on the right path. It had been 6 years since the incident, enough time to forget many things. I never thought that one day, that year, my nightmare would find me again. What do you mean? Amiko asked. One night, while I was sorting out the orders alone in the shop, a stone suddenly flew in through the window, shattering the glass. I thought it was some prankster, but when I ran out to chase him away, I didn't see anyone. When I returned to the shop after that, I realized that the stone was wrapped in old newspapers. The front page article was about the highway accident that year. Next to the headline, there were words written in blood. Did you really think you could escape? Takeda Tetsuya flicked off the ashes on his cigarette. No one else other than the three of us knew what actually happened that day. Kobayashi died at the scene that day. Asano Naoto was in the ICU for 3 days. His injuries were severe. The papers said that he was unconscious, but that did not eliminate the possibility that he might have woken up for some time. Anyway, from the moment the newspaper article appeared, my life was over. So, you weren't actually addicted to gambling. You just wanted to make Mom divorce you? I made a mistake 6 years ago, involving Kobayashi in the race. I will not make the same mistake again. Takeda Tetsuya said quietly. I'm not afraid of death. It's the ending that I deserve. The real Yosuke Tsuchiya died with Kobayashi on that road. The Takeda Tetsuya that lived on was just his guilt and weakness. I'm actually more curious about how you were able to escape Oni Hitomi again and again, said Zhonghong. If you were asking about that time many years ago, maybe they were hoping to see me miserable, or perhaps they wanted to prolong my torment. The thing was, they did not come looking for me until 9 months ago when I received a mysterious phone call saying that the Oni Hitomi would be coming for me soon. He told me to get ready, also telling me about what happened last night. Takeda Tetsuya paused. All right, I've finished telling my story. As I've said, this has nothing to do with any of you. That tragedy happened because of me, so it's only right that I end it myself. You don't even believe that, Zhongheng noted. Or else, you wouldn't have pretended to be a gambler again and force Amiko to cut off everything with you. Takeda Tetsuya kept quiet. Then after a moment, he smiled. I have to, at the very least, try. I can't just do nothing, right? The seafood shop owner looked like he had already made up his mind. Amiko began to panic. She opened her mouth to say something, but blushed instead. Zhongheng got up and picked up the coat next to him. You were the one who taught me how to drive. No matter what kind of person you were, at least let me send you off. Takeda Tetsuya thought about it, not refusing the offer. Instead, he looked at Zhongheng in the eye and said, Take good care of Amiko for me. The three left the eatery with Takeda Tetsuya walking in front. He had just opened the door to the minivan when his eyes suddenly rolled to the back of his head, and he collapsed into the carriage. Zhongheng retracted the soup bowl he was holding and told the dumbstruck Amiko, his guilt over what happened in the past is overshadowing his judgment. He's not thinking of managing the situation. He only has a death wish. I'm sorry. This is the only way to keep him calm for a while. Oh. It took Amiko a minute to come to her senses. She was puzzled about why Zhang Heng had pinched her hand so flippantly when she was just about to speak. Apparently, she had misunderstood him. But the strange thing was, Amiko came to the realization that she wasn't repulsed by these things. Not as she initially imagined. Amiko was still deep in her thoughts when she heard Zhang Heng saying, "This car does not have insurance and has not been inspected. We better leave this place first." She climbed into the van and shut the door. Zhang Heng started the car, then deliberately took the same route twice to make sure no one was following them. 15 minutes later, he parked the L300 in the parking lot of a supermarket. He opened the door and stretched out his right hand. There are a few problems with Takeda, your father's story. Chapter 46. Tokyo Drift 16. Amiko placed a tattered blanket she found at the back of the van over her sleeping father. She thanked Zhang Heng and jumped down. "You're saying that he was lying?" "No. I just think that there are some parts of his story that need deliberating." Zhang Heng locked the car doors and then took the lift up to the supermarket. "The thing I find most curious, the Oni Hitomi's attitude towards him. If it's really as he said, and Asano Naoto did wake up in the hospital and told his own uncle about the race, it made no sense that the Oni Hitomi did not go looking for him. The need for revenge is the strongest when there's been a recent death in the family. Maybe they couldn't find him? Didn't he live incognito right after that accident? If that is the case, then how do you explain the stone that was thrown into his window 6 years later?" Zhang Heng said, "Especially that warning written in blood. Forgive me for being frank, but that did not sound like language that a strict organization like the Gakudo one would use." Amiko pondered on what her friend was saying. "It does sound like you're right, but I'm sure that the people who burned the shop and kidnapped me were the Oni Hitomi." Zhang Heng shook his head. "Again, the timing of their appearance is just weird. It's been over 20 years since that accident on the highway. Why would they suddenly choose to take revenge now? And who was that mystery guy who called him? Someone from Oni Hitomi? Why help your father? Your father's not stupid. He should be able to notice these problems, but his brain is refusing to think. That's why we need to investigate this." "But we don't have any connection with those people from back then," Amiko anxiously said. "No, right now we're close to a breakthrough. If Asano Naoto woke up from his coma, the attending nurses and doctors who attended would know who visited him. We just need to track down the team that rescued him to find out who he came into contact with during that period." Zhang Heng pushed the shopping cart to the rack displaying tapes. "But before we do that, we need to keep your father quiet." They bought 10 rolls of black tape and 2 bundles of climbing rope. Taking them back to the minivan, they bound Takeda Takashi. Under Amiko's instructions, Zhang Heng drove the L300 to an apartment. "This is my cousin's place. She's an air stewardess. International flights. She's rarely ever home. She gave me the keys so I could help water her plants on the terrace whenever I'm free. No one would find this place," said Amiko as she pushed the door open. The apartment was small but well-equipped and furnished, tidy, and well-kept. Zhang Heng dragged the Takeda Tetsuya, who was wrapped in the blanket, onto the bed. The buffer they had since the soup bowl was now over. The man was now half awake to the apartment, eyes wide open, and gagging through the tape, trying to speak. "Even if you're really going to seek your death, you need to give us some time. At least don't just die so dubiously, or else Kobayashi's sacrifice would have been for nothing." Zhang Heng did not care if the seafood store owner heeded his advice or not. As long as he was still wrapped up like a dumpling, there was nothing he could do even if he disagreed. Amiko apologized to her father and, with Zhang Heng's help, used the remaining rope to secure Takeda Tetsuya onto the bed so that he would not roll off. When they were done, they drove to the Tokyo Metropolitan Library, a public library located in Minami-Ezabu of Minato City. Constructed in 1973 with a total holding of approximately 1.8 million volumes, it was free and open to the public. Zhang Heng and Amiko had come to look up newspaper articles about the accident on the highway racing that caused the death of 2 young men, a brutal incident at any given time. Practically all major newspapers covered that accident. So, they just needed to find the exact date to locate the corresponding articles. Amiko was only on the second paper when she found Kurobe Saburo, the doctor in charge of treating Asano Naoto. Asahi Shimbun 1 had conducted an interview with him. Zhang Heng looked up the name on the internet and found that Dr. Kurobe Saburo had left his position in the public hospital to become the vice president of a private hospital. This was going to be a bit of a problem. People at this level were very busy and vigilant, not exactly approachable. Amiko looked through another dozen of newspapers with the same date and even found scanned articles in the library system. Eventually, she came across a new finding from a local tabloid that had already been discontinued. Zhang-san, do you think this is useful? She stepped aside to let her companion look at the screen. These past 9 months, Zhang Heng had not only honed his driving skills, but had also worked on his language. Other than attending classes, he also spent every free minute strengthening his vocabulary. His hard work was finally paying off. He could now communicate in Japanese, and as long as the words the newspapers used were not too technical, he was able to understand most of it. Hayami Rinko. Is she the nurse? Zhang Heng was drawn to a stern-looking elderly lady. Yes, she has been working in the hospital for 32 years. It said that Asano Naoto was in a critical condition when he was admitted. Since she was the most experienced nurse in the hospital, she was assigned to his case, not sleeping for 2 days and 2 nights. Unfortunately, in the end, they were unable to save him. If we look at her age, she's probably retired by now. Let's find Dr. Kurobe Saburo first. If not, we'll have to find Hayami Rinko. Zhang Heng decided. As they had expected, it was not easy getting Kurobe Saburo. As an expert surgeon in Tokyo, his many different numbers were published online, but the person answering the phone was his female assistant. Even though the person on the other end was polite, she was firm and unyielding about not being able to set up an appointment for them. President Kurobe Saburo's timetable was fully booked until the end of the month. Zhang Heng and Amiko decided to wait for the doctor in front of the hospital building he was working in. After 2 hours of waiting, they finally spotted him. Meeting him for only a few minutes, Kurobe Saburo claimed that he did not remember much about what happened that year. After 1 or 2 questions, he already appeared irritated. Opening the door to his black Mercedes, he snapped, "If there's anything else, you can look for my assistant. I have an appointment with a few friends from the Ministry of Health, Labor, and Welfare." Zhang Heng did not press the man for more information. Kurobe Saburo was not a small potato, the likes of Takeda Tetsuya. If he were to go missing or be forced into confession, it would draw a lot of attention. Also, this guy might genuinely not recall the incident. A specialist like him sometimes would have to perform more than a dozen operations in a day. After leaving the operating table, he would be so tired that he might even forget his name. Amiko watched the Mercedes leave and then turned to Zhang Heng. "So what now? Let's try Hayami Rinko. She worked for the hospital for decades. Someone must surely know where she went after her retirement." Chapter 47. Tokyo Drift 17. Even though they had already expected it, Amiko could not help but feel a little disappointed that Kurobe Saburo refused to budge. She and Zhang Heng found a place to have a quick lunch, then hurried to the public hospital that Asano Naoto was sent to. After making an inquiry at the visitor registration counter, they received confirmation that Hiromi Rinko no longer worked there. But when a passing nurse heard the name, she stopped to tell them, "She used to work here, but she has retired. When I first came here, I was not doing well. She encouraged me and gave me guidance. Why are you looking for her?" Zhang Heng lifted the fruit basket in his hand and said, "My father was involved in a horrific car accident a long time ago. It was Hiromi Rinko's aunt who helped him recover. We just want to thank her." This was quite common in hospitals around here. A large number of patients and their family members would continuously return to thank the doctors and nurses. There was no reason for the head nurse to suspect these 2 young people. She tore a piece of paper and scribbled an address on it. "Thank goodness we met. Rinko Senpai 1 lives here now. Taihaka Nursing Home." Amiko read the address on the paper. Yes, Senpai never got married and didn't have any children. Ever since she retired, she volunteered to do charity work there. She wanted to keep making contributions in her sunset years and also find herself a resting place for the future, the nurse said, brimming with admiration. Zhang Heng gratefully thanked her and took the subway with Amiko to the nursing home in the suburb. With the help of caretakers there, they were able to quickly locate Hiromi Rinko. The former nurse was teaching an elderly who had lost most of his hearing how to arrange flowers. When she saw the 2 young people approaching her, there was a hint of suspicion in her eyes, but she still nodded at them. 5 minutes later, Hiromi Rinko helped the elderly man settle down before walking over to Amiko and Zhang Heng. Who are you? Perhaps it was the nature of her occupation. The Hiromi Rinko in the picture carried a stern appearance, with a military rigidness about her. Zhang Heng was worried that she would not be easy to communicate with, but upon meeting her in person, he realized that she was much more easygoing than he had imagined her to be. Zhang Heng passed the fruit basket to her as they seated themselves on the sofa. We're here to find out about something. Do you still remember that horrible accident 22 years ago? Two young men were racing cars against traffic when one of them ran into a truck. One died instantly, and the other was severely wounded. His name was Asano Naoto. Hiromi Rinko cut in. I remember that. But not because it was all over the news, but because that boy was so young. He was battling the Shinigami, and you could see that he really did not want to leave this world. Unfortunately, I couldn't help him. Zhang Heng and Amiko shared a look between them. We heard that you were with him the whole time. We are his family. We just want to know if anyone visited him, or if he asked to see anyone when he was awake. No, you're not his family. Hiromi Rinko shook her head. It was as if she could see through them. Amiko's face grew hot under the old nurse's steely gaze. Zhang Heng, on the other hand, was calm. Distant family. Hiromi Rinko smiled, and did not question them any more about this question. If you were asking about other people, without their consent or the family's consent, I'm not at liberty to tell you. But people other apart from the media are rarely concerned about him. What do you mean? Asano Naoto, that's a very lonely child. In the 3 days he spent in the hospital, his grandfather only came to see him once. I heard that his parents had already cut off all relations with him by then. Oh, and I think he had an uncle who sent 2 men to guard the door. He never actually went in. So, no one cared at all. Zhang Heng and Amiko were a little taken aback by the nurse's answer. Hiromi Rinko sighed. In our line of work, it's normal to see deaths. But it was a real heartbreak to see such a young boy leave this world in such a lonely way. In the end, he lost all the will to recover. I don't know if you can call that lucky. Amiko left Taku nursing home with a blank look on her face. Not a single part of it had been like what she'd imagined. After seeing Hiromi Rinko, everything became even murkier instead of clearing, as if a thick fog had emerged in front of them. Apparently, Asano Naoto's uncle did not care that much for his nephew. He did not even bother to take time out to visit his dying family. Now why would he suddenly think about avenging him after so many years? If it wasn't Oni Hitomi who set the seafood shop on fire, then who was it? Why would they come after Takeda Tetsuya, who had long since disappeared from the racing scene? Why pretend to be Oni Hitomi? No, this does not make sense at all, Zhang Heng said. From the looks of things, this person is trying to push your father into Oni Hitomi's snare. But if he knew about that, he could have just informed the Oni Hitomi and let them confront your father instead. They were now at a dead end. At the moment, they did not have any other leads. It was getting late, and the both of them were walking around on an empty stomach, considering they missed lunch. Amiko bought 2 family buckets from KFC, and then they returned to her cousin's cramped apartment. Once they got off the elevator, Amiko fumbled for the keys in her bag, but the expression on Zhang Heng's face caused her to look up. The door was ajar. It was only a small opening, but Zhang Heng remembered very clearly that they made sure to lock the door before leaving. Amiko might have normally been a little absent-minded, but she would never make a mistake like this. Amiko began to panic a little. She was worried that her father had been snatched into the jaws of Oni Hitomi. While Asano Naoto's uncle may not have been too upset about his nephew's death, but if the murderer did show up, he would never let him off the hook to save his own face as the organization's leader. Amiko was getting ready to barge into the room when Zhang Heng grabbed her by the arm. There was a siren going off in his mind. In the condition they left him in, there was no way Takeda Tetsuya could have freed himself from the ropes. He must have had help. Moreover, it was bizarre that the door had been left ajar, as if inviting outsiders to come in and take a look. Before examining the situation in detail, Zhang Heng decided to take Amiko away from this place. The people inside the house, however, had heard their footsteps. In the next moment, someone burst through the door. From his clothes, it was apparent that he was an associate of the guys in the dark blue Voxy back at the seafood store. Zhang Heng never learned Taekwondo before, but had been training in the gym and was much stronger than the average person. By the time the guy reached into his pockets, Zhang Heng was already standing in front of Amiko, throwing a punch at the man's face. The guy staggered and stumbled backward into the house, disoriented. Ever since he graduated from elementary school, Zhang Heng had never hit anyone. So, he too was stunned by the punch he had just thrown. This, however, was not the time to think about how strong he'd become. It was imperative that he exploited this temporary win and find out if the perpetrator was carrying a gun. He was about to pounce on the man and continued to fight him when suddenly, the cold and unmistakable nozzle of a gun pressed against the back of his head. Chapter 48. Tokyo Drift 18. Someone had tied Zhang Heng to a chair. He had no idea for how long. When someone finally peeled the blindfold off his eyes, he saw that they had brought him to an abandoned factory. Zhang Heng's head was still a little foggy. After subdued outside the apartment, he was forced into a vehicle and then blindfolded. He could not tell what was happening around him except by the amount of time it took for them to travel in the car. They were still in Tokyo, but probably somewhere in the suburbs. He was careless, he knew that. In reality, no matter how calm and how watchful he was, this was the first time he was involved in something like this and was bound to make mistakes. The person who took them clearly pulled some dirty tricks to find the apartment. As if he read Zhang Heng's mind, a guy with a crew cut pulled out a black tracking device the size of a bubblegum from Amiko's bag. They probably put that in there when they kidnapped her with the blue Toyota. As Amiko was unconscious then, she would not have known what they did. On top of that, the tracking device was well hidden. Unless she had searched every inch of her bag, it would have been difficult to notice. Zhang Heng cocked his brows. Where is Amiko? The people who took them split them up at the apartment. They were probably transported in different cars too. Zhang Heng had not seen her since then. Think about your own plight first. The crew cut gut snarled, giving Zhang Heng the stink eye. Zhang Heng recognized the guy. It was the guy he punched at the door. No wonder he was showing Zhang Heng the attitude. Now we can settle our account. The crew cut guy put down the tracking device and rolled up his sleeves eagerly. Just then, a deep, sonorous voice said from behind, "All right, that's enough for now. Let me talk to him." "Yes, boss." The crew cut guy's demeanor quickly changed. He bowed to the man who had just walked in and promptly disappeared. A short man stepped in front of Zhang Heng, grabbed the nearest stool, and plopped himself down. "It was never our organization's idea to involve you and Ms. Amiko in this. I apologize on behalf of our organization." Zhang Heng simply kept quiet. 22 years ago, our executive vice president, he, and Tsuchiya Yosuke, which is also Mr. Takeda Tetsuya, had a little grudge. He sent me here to take care of things. The plan was to throw Tsuchiya Yosuke into the sea and feed him to the sharks, but Mr. Executive Vice President had a sudden change of mind and decided to give him a chance. The Executive VP's exact words were, "The grievances between racing drivers should be resolved in the ways of a racing driver," the squat man said. "So, I've painstakingly set up a stage for Tsuchiya Yosuke. I'll still need one more person to play the supporting role, though." It was giving a headache because Mr. Tsuchiya Yosuke is not exactly everybody's favorite, and even after so many years, he didn't make any friends at all. "I heard that for nearly half a year, you have been delivering goods for him. So, are you interested in joining the fun? Are there any other options apart from me?" Zhang Heng asked calmly. Even though the guy looked gentler than his associate, Zhang Heng understood that the man did not really want to know his opinion. "I like talking to smart people. It saves me a lot of time." The man took out a dagger, walked behind Zhang Heng, and cut off the rope binding his hands. "The game is simple. Whichever one of you wins this competition, I will let the three of you go. But if you lose, trust me, you don't want to know what happens." Zhang Heng stretched his arms. He considered attacking the man, grabbing the knife, and make him a hostage, but when he spotted the two towering men guarding the door, he gave up the idea. There was no way out of this situation. How many will be racing? Where is it? What are the rules? Don't worry, you'll know when the time comes. First, relax and choose your car, the man said, clapping loudly. The guards at the door walked to the center of the factory to a covered mount. The men removed the covering and revealed the cars underneath. There were 5 in total: a red Nissan 180SX, a silver BMW M5, a gray Mercedes AMG GT, a yellow Dodge Viper, and a blue Ford F-150 Raptor. These cars have been modified with some performance enhancements. You can choose to drive the one you like best. If you're not happy with it, you can retune it yourself. We can provide you with the parts. The competition is tonight at midnight. So, do any of these cars catch your eye? The man asked. He did not leave right after, though, as if curious about what decision Zhang Heng was going to make. To his surprise, the boy took only one look at the cars and then looked away. I'm sorry, can I drive my own car? Your own car? What is it? Porsche 911? Aston Martin? Ferrari? A 1982 second-generation Mitsubishi L300, Zhang Heng answered. It's parked just downstairs of the apartment where your men took me. A civilian van. The man's eyes widened. Zhang Heng nodded. After the substantial modification he had done to the L300, the van was completely unrecognizable. Sure, its performance had soared, but it was in no way comparable to a race car. The man was not only generous. The 5 cars that he offered Zhang Heng were undoubtedly good. In fact, he was even willing to allow Zhang Heng to tune it up to his liking to prove that he did not sabotage them. Zhang Heng knew that no matter how good the cars were, the best car for him was the car he was most familiar with. That's a reasonable request that I can fulfill, but are you sure? The man asked again. Zhang Heng nodded. The short man signaled to his men, and a few more walked in to bring the cars away. Then he looked Zhang Heng in the eye and said, We shall see each other tonight then. This time, Zhang Heng was left alone in the abandoned factory. There was water and food on the table, probably for replenishing his energy. Other than that, there was a gaming console in the corner of the room for him to pass the time. This was too good a treatment for a kidnapped victim, and because of that, Zhang Heng was increasingly convinced that this race was not an impromptu, last-minute attempt. This guy had clearly planned all of this for a very long time now. Those associates of his probably did not have any professional training, but because they came in numbers, it would be an unrealistic proposition even if the seafood store owner and Amiko were to force their way out. Moreover, his phone had been taken away, and he had no way of contacting the world outside. For now, all he could do now was just eat a little something and wait for the competition to start. Chapter 49, Tokyo Drift 19. Zhang Heng finally saw Takeda Tetsuya 10 minutes before the race started. He was standing next to the short man on the side of the highway, looking grim. Zhang Heng also saw Amiko in the blue Toyota Voxy, her wrists and legs bound and her mouth sealed with tape. When she saw him, she began to struggle, but the doors were quickly slammed shut. Mr. Yosuke, I've allowed you to see your daughter as you have requested. We can start now, can we? The short man asked. Yosuke Tsuchiya said nothing as he entered the Dodge Viper. The short man broke into a smile at this. After that, he came up to Zhang Heng and said, You asked me how many people will be joining the race tonight, where it's held, and what the rules are. I'll tell you now. Tonight, the 3 of us will be racing here on this highway. Death racing rules. Considering you may be unfamiliar with what happened 22 years ago, I will give you a brief explanation. The 3 of us will be driving against traffic on this highway. The person who reaches the finishing point first wins. Of course, it would be boring if it was just that, so I've decided to add a small restriction. The windshields on all 3 cars have been frosted, and the windows cannot be wound down. The short man took out a wrench and smashed the front of the Nissan 180SX. I've always thought that the lights on cars are useless. Better just get rid of it. As soon as he said that, his men broke the lights on the L300 and the Viper as well. Then, the short man opened the car door and grinned at Zhang Heng. One last thing. If you want to use the toilet, you better go now. The doors will be welded shut, and it'll only be opened when you reach the destination. Zhang Heng had already figured out back in the factory that something like that was going to happen. Now that it was in front of him, he could not help but think that the man had lost his mind, especially when he sat in the driver's seat of the L300 and saw the blurry windshield in front of him. He could not even make out a silhouette from 2 meters away. Outside, people were already working on welding the car doors shut, even on the Nissan 180SX that the short man was driving. His voice spoke from the intercom in front of the passenger seat. So, does it bring back happy memories, Mr. Yosuke? Yosuke Tsuchiya did not answer. But from the sound of his breathing, Zhang Heng could tell that he was not as calm as he appeared to be. After a while, Takeda Tetsuya spoke, Follow closely behind me. Zhang Heng knew that that was meant for him. In a situation like this, the person driving in front was at the highest risk. On top of that, the setup now was even scarier than it was 22 years ago. Takeda Tetsuya had not touched the steering wheel for over 20 years. He was not in the best shape. In fact, at only 3 minutes into the race, Takeda Tetsuya nearly ran into an oncoming Buick. Good thing he had a firm handle on the steering wheel, which kept the Viper from toppling over. Less than half a minute later, however, he nearly hit the divider at a curve. The short man's laughter crackled over the intercom. "What is it, Mr. Yosuke? That's the best you can do? We're not even a tenth of the way into the race yet." Takeda Tetsuya kept quiet. Right now, he could barely even talk. Beads of sweat were dripping down the tip of his nose onto his jeans. The visibility was abysmal, to say the least. It was in the middle of the night. Their cars had no headlights, and the view through the frosted windows was all but a murky blur. Owing to this, they could only use the lights from oncoming cars to determine their position. It was extremely exhausting, and his eyes and mind were already stretched to their limit. Takeda Tetsuya did not know how much longer he could keep this up. Just as his breathing became more frenzied, the L-300 that was behind him suddenly accelerated and overtook him. Zhang Heng's voice came from the intercom. "My turn to take the lead. You rest for a little while. We'll swap places after 4 minutes." Takeda Tetsuya wanted to refuse the offer, but he was already overexerting himself, and Zhang Heng's calm voice sounded particularly trustworthy in this loony race. The boy was not trying to show off by stepping up. Such a race tested observational skills and the ability to react appropriately. A younger person, undoubtedly, had the edge in this regard. More importantly, luck should be on his side tonight. Zhang Heng took out the lucky rabbit's foot from his pocket and hung it on the rearview mirror. He may be the least skilled driver among the three, but with the mechanics of the race today, luck was the decisive factor that actually had the absolute power. For a whole 2 minutes, Zhang Heng did not come across a single car. Then the short man spoke again. "That year during the race, did Mr. Yosuke hide behind his team members like this?" A look of embarrassment flashed across Takeda Tetsuya's face. Zhang Heng could see from his rearview mirror that the yellow Dodge was beginning to sway, which meant that Takeda Tetsuya was getting unnerved. The seafood store owner smiled sadly. "If you want to avenge Asano Naoto, you should just settle it with me. Why did you have to drag other people into this?" The short man sniffed. "Wasn't your enmity with Asano Naoto embroiled because of someone else?" Zhang Heng's eyes widened. His suspicions were finally confirmed. You're not taking revenge for Asano Naoto, but Kobayashi." There was a heavy silence on the other end of the intercom. A minute later, the short man said, "Not bad. You were able to guess my intention. You pretended to be Oni Hitomi to kidnap Amiko, so you could force him to join this race. It was not just the 3 people who knew about that competition. Kobayashi told this to his mother? No, that's impossible. No one would ever tell things like that to their mothers. So, his sister. What's your relationship with his sister?" The 3 modified vehicles sped across the highway precisely 2 minutes and 42 seconds later. Zhang Heng spotted the first oncoming car. He flicked the steering, letting loose the tail of the van with the L-300 narrowly drifting past. Even then, Zhang Heng was unusually composed. He suddenly thought about something completely absurd. "Wait a minute, you're Kobayashi's sister?" When he first met the man, Zhang Heng had noticed that his movement was a little awkward. Other than the fact that his height and dimensions were closer to a woman's, he was also the only one who did not reveal his tattoos. This guy spent so much effort pretending to be Oni Hitomi. But unlike the other guys, this short man never showed off his tattoo, maybe because he feared people would notice the absence of Adam's apple. To disguise his voice, on the other hand, was simple. Every one of them wore masks, so it was only a matter of using a voice changer. Chapter 50, Tokyo Drift XX. There were 3 people in that race, but only you survived. I examined the remains of my brother's car. I noticed not only was the roof that was caved in, but there were also marks on the body of the car from the impact. Its tires were severely damaged. But even until his final moment, he was gripping the steering wheel firmly, trying to steer his car. With his skills, except for external interference, there's no way he could have lost control that way. The short man hissed. "You were his best friend, one of the 3 people involved in the race. Then you disappeared. How dare you say that day had nothing to do with you at all?" There was a pained look in Takeda Tetsuya's eyes as he said, "You're right. Your brother died, all because of me. It was my fault. That being the case, tonight, you'll pay for his life." The short man announced before cutting off the walkie-talkie. Zhang Heng kept quiet. He pointed out the man's identity so that both of them could communicate and resolve their dissent. From a third party's view, Takeda Tetsuya did share part of the blame. Kobayashi, however, had also decided to save his friend, which eventually led to his death. Blaming his death entirely on Takeda Tetsuya was just ludicrous. Even blaming everything on Asano Naoto was not wholly fair either, because the person he was attacking was actually Takeda Tetsuya. Perhaps unpleasant to hear, but the thing that killed Kobayashi was loyalty to his friend. Zhang Heng did not wish for Takeda Tetsuya to make up some moving, touching story. He simply needed to tell the whole truth. At least, that could have removed a portion of misunderstanding between them. Zhang Heng underestimated how much that accident affected the seafood store owner. Kobayashi's death was his greatest regret. All these years, Tetsuya had been like a prisoner to his past, waiting for this long-overdue judgment day. To add, from the way he saw it, Kobayashi's sister was a punishment by the gods. If it were not for saving his daughter, he would have given up long ago. Even so, Zhang Heng could sense that Takeda Tetsuya's fighting spirit was steadily declining at a rate visible to the naked eye. In contrast, the short man at the back who had been following quietly behind them was burning with spite after that last conversation. The red Nissan 180SX picked up speed and was head-to-head with the Dodge Viper. History always had a way of repeating itself. The short man forced Takeda Tetsuya to the far-right lane on the highway. Even though she had never seen the race that took place 22 years ago, she was making the exact same decision as Asano Naoto. Coincidentally, a car was also coming towards them, but it was on the third lane, so it merely went past the three cars. Zhang Heng knew that they could not go on like this. Right now, they were almost a third of the way. Takeda Tetsuya was not getting any luckier, and his mental state was deteriorating. Sooner or later, he was going to make a mistake. So, Zhang Heng switched lanes and deliberately slowed down. The short man did not pay much attention to the third car's maneuver. Tonight was about settling her grudge against Takeda Tetsuya, and Zhang Heng was only a supporting actor in the grand scheme of things. But when the supposedly braking L300 suddenly accelerated and occupied the lane on her left, her attention was roused. In a sense, boxing out was also a very dangerous move. Whether it was the Asano Naoto 22 years ago or the short man today, using their cars to block Takeda Tetsuya also put them at risk of running into an oncoming vehicle. Compared to Takeda Tetsuya, who could neither move to the left nor the right, they had at least one vacant side. If there was any approaching danger, the short man could swerve to the left lane, but since Zhang Heng had gotten involved, the situation was even more chaotic. The three of them were all stuck on their respective paths. In other words, it meant that if a car were to approach, one of them would inevitably be involved in the collision. Zhang Heng had intended to use this strategy to force the short man to give up. As long as she kept decelerating and accelerating, Takeda Tetsuya would not lean in on her. Alas, the short man was even more stubborn than Zhang Heng expected her to be. Even in a situation like this, she was still determined to drive the Viper into the corner as if to pressure Zhang Heng to give up first. This move might have worked on other people, but not Zhang Heng with his lucky rabbit's foot. Out of 3 people, his chances of crashing into another car was very low. Then, as if to prove this point, a bright light flashed from the middle lane. Takeda Tetsuya took this opportunity to slow his car down to giving Nissan 180SX space to dodge the incoming vehicle. However, all this only caused the short man to hesitate for a while. She had orchestrated all of this to take revenge on Takeda Tetsuya. But instead, if she were to be saved by him, how could she bring justice to what happened 22 years ago? As she weighed her options, the car coming from the opposite direction was already in front of her. Takeda Tetsuya did not have much time to think. Kobayashi died saving him, so no matter what, he could not let anything happen, his best friend's only sister. Takeda Tetsuya seemed to have awakened from his languid, enervate state. His eyes shone brightly, and in a fleeting 2 seconds, transformed back into that D1 champion who took over the European racing scene. The Dodge driver quickly dropped gears, picked up speed, and leaned resolutely towards the Nissan 180SX's tail. Takeda Tetsuya used just the right amount of force to push the 180SX out of the way so that it missed the oncoming heavy-duty truck by a hair. The short man proved to be an excellent driver as well. She immediately took control of her car, and while the body of the car grazed the divider creating bright sparks, the vehicle did not flip onto its side, even managing to avoid the heavy-duty truck. Takeda Tetsuya, on the other hand, was not as lucky. By forcing the Nissan to the side, The Viper took over the middle lane and was heading towards the truck in place of the short man. The next moment, however, a beat-up L300 appeared suddenly like a ghost, tumbling into the Dodge. In the minivan, Zhang Heng took a deep breath and pulled the handbrake. At that split second, it felt as if time was standing still. With the front of the heavy-duty truck as the center, both the Viper and the L300 sliced a beautiful arc from the inertia. The L300 drifted from the right to the left lane, while Takeda's Dodge Viper went under the heavy-duty truck on its side. Was this the end? The short man looked startled, watching the retribution that she had planned for over 20 years unfolding before her eyes. She neither felt relieved nor gratified. She was still replaying the scene in her mind when the Viper struck the back of her car. Suddenly, she understood why her brother had died in that race that never should have taken place. The same guilt that Takeda Tetsuya experienced back then now filled her. If she could, she would exchange everything she had to go back to the time before everything happened. As if in response to her wish, the Dodge Viper miraculously scuttled from under the heavy-duty truck. Except for scratches on the roof, it was mostly unscathed. "You're welcome." Zhang Heng's voice sounded over the intercom. "I didn't plan to thank you." Takeda Tetsuya snapped. "You got your angles all wrong. If I hadn't corrected the speed, I would have ended up under the wheel." The short man opened her mouth to say something, but caught herself when Zhang Heng said over the intercom, "No matter how much the both of you have to talk about, let's finish this race first. I really need to pee."